Chapter 1, Hatred. Tonight's New York seems to be particularly noisy. The Harlem neighborhood of Manhattan started from Broadway on 121st Street with huge noises and explosions. The crowd was surging, sprinting continuously, crying and screaming filled the whole street. The fire was everywhere, and from time to time a car flew out, smashing the tall building beside it. Everyone was rushing to flee outside. Only a small figure walked from the side street towards the center of the explosion. This time it's a bit dangerous. I think about it, it's only 2007 now. What's the situation this time? A young Asian boy with dark hair and dark eyes took out a metal mask and put it on his face. It doesn't matter, please solve it quickly. How about going back to practice? After not taking a few steps, a broken human body fell from the sky and smashed in front of Lu Chang. The colorful internal organs were mixed with bright red blood, and Lu Chang's upper was soaked in an instant, and a lot of flesh and blood debris was splashed on his clothes. The extremely stimulating scene made Lu Chang a fiercely excited look, his eyes full of confidence also trance. Looking at this, there is no human-shaped flesh and blood debris. Wow, he vomited with one hand on the wall of the shop nearby. I retched a few times, but I couldn't vomit anything, because Lu Chang's stomach had never stored food before. Any food that entered Lu Chang's stomach would quickly disappear and all the energy would be poured in his mind. Took off his jacket, and covered the person on the ground with his hands trembling. His steps abruptly accelerated, and he rushed over. Walked through the last street, and just appeared. A car door was like a fast-flying spinning card, slashed towards Lu, and in the next second, he would be cut in half. Immediately, Lu Chang's fingers moved slightly, and the fast-rotating door of the flying car was set in front of Lu Chang for a split second. The distance between them was only 50 centimeters. They stopped so suddenly and floated in the air without moving. There are still a few blood stains on the edge. I don't know how many people were cut off before the car door that was originally like a saw blade came to Lu Chang. Lu Chang was also shocked by the huge figure in the distance and didn't dare to move. Hate. He has a huge height of 4 meters, and his muscles and bones are tightly intertwined. There is a row of sharp bone spurs protruding from the spine. There are also elbows, shoulders and elbows, all of which are pierced. Root spurs come. The strong muscles are visible, and the sudden change in the body seems to have made dozens of more bones in the hatred, giving strong protection. He is naked, and a shit yellow bald giant is there to pull over a car. Threw it at the crowd, causing a huge explosion. There were 2 military trucks around. An RPG shot at Abomination from the vehicle. The rocket with a speed of 30 meters per second was grabbed by Abomination and let it explode. There was a violent sound with fire overflowing. In a blink of an eye, the hatred came out of the flame without any scars. At the same time, he was finally attracted by the truck. Grinned ferociously, then he directly blasted a car and walked quickly towards Lu Chang. On the chaotic street, no one noticed the child with a car door floating in front of him. Lu Chang watched the tyrannical figure rushing over, and could not help but stepped back 2 steps. The hanging car door fell down. Gatling on the truck never stopped firing, and the car immediately turned around and fled back madly, while Lu Chang on the side quietly ducked away. Disgusting strode huge steps, everything that blocked him on the road was thrown away, and within 200 meters, he caught up with the truck he wanted to escape, hitting the car in 2 with just one punch, holding one high. The car shouted violently at the camera of the military truck, "Come on!" Boom! When the car crashed down, the 3 people in the car immediately became a pool of meatloaf. Abby just wanted to leave, but the wreckage of the 2 cars in front of him suddenly climbed onto Abby's body and locked them together. Suddenly, Abby couldn't move. At the corner 100 meters away, Lu Chang sat on the suspended car door with his hands folded, facing the direction of disgust. The veins of his right hand burst and pressed down severely. The steel wreck tied his abominable legs together, and a part of the car wreck continued to climb up the rock. In less than a second, the steel covered his head. At the same time, a military helicopter also rushed over from a distance. While disgust was screaming and tearing off the metal on his face, Lu Chang's pink face also had some hideousness. I didn't expect that this time it turned out to be the battle against the Hulk. I thought it would be 5 years before I would be exposed to the official plot of the reunion. This is really an accident. The car door under Lu Chang fell directly to the ground. Standing upright on the ground, and stepping forward a few steps, the blue veins on his forehead also rose a little, but the thin figure had great strength, and his hands opened. It is struggling again. The other 3 cars around Disgust also floated out of thin air, hitting Disgust with a great impact, directly knocking Disgust on the ground. At the same time, a huge billboard was smashed down from a high altitude, and together with 3 cars, it fell on the body of Abomination. In an instant, read www. The steel car frames above yuyuganshu.com showed great deformation and distortion, as if an unparalleled force was pressed down. The ground was cracked with countless small cracks, and the steel bracket was deeply inserted into the ground. Lu Chang's eyes were bleeding a lot, and he yelled softly, gritted his teeth. Why is it today? Give me 3 more days, and I will be able to break through 50 points in my control, and my ability should be improved a lot by then. After being suppressed for less than a minute, a huge fist rushed out of the metal pile, knocking out a lot of metal fragments, but it flew out less than 20 centimeters and reattached to the fist, squeezing downwards pressed. But it was useless. Another fist rushed out, and the huge movement completely shattered the unbroken glass on the street just now. Hideous fists directly tore the upper body apart, and a big bald head rushed out of it, ignoring the fine metal wrapped around it, looking around, and shouting, "Who is it? Come out for a fight!" The surrounding metal rushed up again, and was thrown out with a fist of hatred. With a few hard kicks, the surrounding metal block was kicked out, and the building penetrated several holes. It's useless to play these little tricks on the sidelines. "Seat it!" roared aloud. Lu Chang put down his hands and looked at the tall figure in the distance. He flipped his hands and took out 2 sharp silver flying knives. Damn it! Ordinary metal can't break the defense of Abomination. It's hard to get past the military. The few titanium alloy steel alloys here are really unwilling to use. The feces yellow hatred in the distance began to destroy the buildings everywhere again, demonstrating his incomparable power. At the same time, a small figure appeared on the helicopter above. Chapter 2, Hulk vs. Abomination. Lu Chang stared at the figure closely, and the 1 minute he had just suppressed was enough to make most people leave the neighborhood. Sure enough, there was no fear of the crowd around and the flustered running away, which made the disgust very unhappy. He stamped a big hole in the ground with 1 foot, kicked the 2 cars around him, and prepared to run to the distant crowd. There was a whistling sound in the sky, 1 person fell from the sky, and a word floated in the sky. "Oh shit!" Smashed the ground out of a big hole that did not fit his body shape at all. Lu Chang narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand while disgusting and stupefied. With a light movement of the silver flying knife in his hand, it disappeared instantly, and an inexplicable powerful wave appeared in front of him, pushing Lu Chang back 2 times. Step! 100 meters away, a flying knife suddenly appeared on Abomination's face, with a piercing sound that hadn't arrived, and plunged straight into Abomination's eyes, and muddy blood splashed out. A huge violent roar, enough to make the entire neighborhood hear the pain. 2 fists of horror slammed on the ground, and countless small stones splashed out, making Lin Fan in the distance a little unclear. Lu Chang waved his hand gently, and the car door on the side came to his feet again, stepped on it, and rushed to the hatred of the violent chaos in the same place, with a smile in his eyes. It seems that good metal can only be strong enough to break the defense. At the corner of 50 meters, the smoke and dust fell, and the loathing movement calmed down a bit, only to discover that the handle of that small silver flying knife was firmly clamped by the hatred eyelids. lived, mixed with blood and flesh and blood, he pulled it out together. At the same time, one of the eye sockets has been torn into such a hatred, the eyes are slowly recovering, it seems, but a few minutes, it may be recovered. So, Lu Chang also stopped. No, now I can't stop the hatred at all, even Hulk has already come, I'll leave first. Lu Chang, a small man with a slender body, hides aside, looking at the trembling giant pit, a huge green fist rises into the sky. Hulk, I am finally going to see the real you. The huge Hulk crawled out of the pit, his size was not inferior and hateful. Although the muscles were not as hideous as hatred, they were full of beauty of strength. Roar! A huge shock wave of roar cleared out the debris in front of him. Instantly attracted the object of hatred. Abomination, prototype, Emil Bronsky, originally born because of Hulk, he was born to defeat Hulk, so he turned and looked at the Hulk 30 meters away. Hulk! Abomination raised his head with a loud roar, and rushed over. The two giants stepped on the ground with countless cracks and ran in large strides. 10 meters away, they jumped up, and the two muscular giants slammed together in the sky above the street. The collision of strength and beauty deeply stimulated Lu Chang. Lu Chang's heart jumped out with excitement. 5 years, I finally saw this scene, it's too classic. With the violent muscle crash, Hulk unexpectedly flew out of hatred. He rolled over a dozen meters away and staggered to his feet, but one of them couldn't stand firmly and thumped for a while, his body tilted and he was dizzy. Fell down again. Disgust came out of the fire and crushed a burning car under his feet. At this moment, his right eye has almost been repaired, come in. Seeing this, Lu Chang slapped his head fiercely, damn, I almost forgot. The current Hulk was forced out by Dr. Banner. In fact, most of the power was suppressed by the inhibitory medicine. I have to help him. Just wanted to step forward, but saw Hulk's quick punches knocking the hatred to the ground, and directly crushed the whole body of hatred to the ground, as if everything around him was as fragile as tofu. Hate being beaten by Hulk with a heavy blow, but he spit out a few broken teeth in disdain, are you capable of this? Kicked Hulk out, and flew straight to Lu Chang, and he was about to press on Lu Chang's body. The door behind him naturally rushed forward to withstand Hulk's body. Seeing this, Lu Chang took a few steps back and wanted to leave, I'm just a crispy ADC now. Disgust also caught up, and the two muscular giants just so coincidentally and cleverly hammered each other around Lu Chang. The special metal pillars that he had been carrying with him all the time were immediately attached to a few key points of his body. Before he evacuated quickly, he saw a Huang Qinchin's giant punch hammer coming. Lu Chang only had time to fight with his hands. Although his body had madly retreated backwards, the unparalleled impact force still made Lu Chang fly more than 10 meters away. Click! 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 With a few crisp sounds, the bones of both arms were broken into several sections, and the severe pain hit Lu Chang's brain, almost making him faint. The metal piece behind him made a great cushion, supporting Lu Chang to 50 meters away, or even farther away, with his hands drooping weakly, and every time he shook his face, the pain of bone stubble piercing was heard. Lu Chang's face, the upper part was pale, cold sweat covered his forehead. Really, an unstoppable force. Looking at the two scuffled together, hatred once again pressed Hulk to the ground, beating wildly. Lu Chang forcibly calmed down, looking at the silhouettes of these two avenues, hurry up, think about it, yes, weapons. The two metal strips and some metal wires that carried with him had already fixed his hands and looked around in a hurry. But in just a few seconds, the two giants have already crossed several buildings and don't know where they are going. Lu Chang soared into the sky and flew to a building. From a distance, he saw an armed helicopter shooting frantically at Abomination, but even the heavy machine guns on the plane did not cause much damage to Abomination. On the contrary, he was even more irritated. Up him! One jumped up and grabbed the helicopter. Hulk grabbed the abominable calf in time. As a result, the two big men were hanging on the helicopter and fighting, and the aircraft was forced to land on the ground, and the wings fell. Scattered, the fuselage also cracked a few holes. Lu Chang rushed over, the weak Hulk was thrown aside, and the Hatred was stepping on the helicopter, looking at Hulk from a high level, but the helicopter's oil drum had broken open and it was flowing continuously. Disgusted Hulk directly and slammed Hulk on the wall. No matter how much Hulk struggled, it was useless. Beta looked at Hulk helplessly in the broken cabin of the helicopter, with despair in his eyes. "You don't deserve to have this kind of power, just watch her die." Emil Bronsky, who has been pursuing power all his life, became abomination. He looked down on Hulk, who was bound by ordinary people, and his mouth was dirty. His saliva flew wildly, and his eyes were full of cruelty. Hated the bone spurs on his elbows, blood had penetrated into Hulk's chest muscles. And an electric spark produced by an electrical short circuit ignited the kerosene outside the aircraft, and the flames raged, instantly covering the entire helicopter. Lu Chang forced both palms to hold, his left hand controlled the helicopter's metal shell to close and open as much as possible, and his right hand controlled the flying knife to stab at the back of the abomination head. I saw the Hatred head rushed forward, and a silver steel knife was deeply inserted in the back of his head. At the same time, Hulk, who was already angry to the extreme, turned green again. Minute. Hulk's muscles swelled again, and the skyrocketing power made his left hand break his abhorrent hands directly, lifted the spine on his back, and slammed it against the wall of the factory, knocking down several walls, and disappeared. A trace. 2 steps forward, the fan-sized palm slapped hard and let out a rough roar, Hulk palm. A huge air current shock wave rushed towards the helicopter, and instantly the 12th level wind blew away the oil stains, and flew to the rear with countless dust, blowing off the flames on the fuselage, and the Beta in the helicopter was also climbed out from the gap at the other end. Be careful. Disgust is at the rear, holding a huge iron chain with a stone pier in his hand. It was originally used by the factory to anchor large ships, but at the moment he was used as a weapon by Disgust. There are 2 large stone counterweights at the chain end, which add up to a total of thousands of kilograms. If this kind of thing is shaken, even a tank can be smashed. Slammed Hulk with his back facing him. Lu Chang, who was dazzled by the dust, saw the scene in time. No. A certain point in my mind exploded, and the iron chain with great strength became slower and slower in the air, hanging over Hulk's head. Hulk smash. Hulk smash hit the ground with both fists. The huge crack spread to the Hatred. Hatred stepped into the crack, his hand loosened, and the iron chain fell directly into Hulk's hand. Seeing this scene, Lu Chang, who was covered in dust, finally laughed. Lu Chang, who was exhausted his last strength to stay away from the coming army as much as possible. After crossing 2 blocks, he fell to the ground without a wake. Chapter 3, Treatment of Broken Arm. When Lu Chang woke up again, he was already in a Manhattan hospital, his hands were fixed by splints, and there were many wailing wounded on the surrounding hospital beds. Looking at it, Lu Chang was either missing an arm or a broken leg. The situation is very lucky. A nurse lady walked in with a report. Her short blonde hair was very clean and neat, her nose had little freckles on both sides of her nose, and her plump body with a protruding and curving front made the voice of the wailing wounded a little weaker. Looking at Lu Chang, who was already sober, the nurse sister grinned, "Little guy, you are really lucky. You appeared near the craziest streets of those 2 monsters, and you only suffered so little injury." After looking at the report in his hand, he lowered his head and touched Lu Chang's little head. "By the way, the police were supposed to go to your parents, but they didn't seem to find them. It seems that you can contact them and ask them to come and pick you up. By the way, pay the medical bills." "Miss Nurse, when is it now?" Lu Chang glanced at the window, it was still pitch black. "At 4:15 in the morning, I only sent you last night. You were in a coma for 6 hours. Penny looked at her watch and leaned down and said cordially to Lu Chang, "But your medical expenses there are $237. You can go to the nurse's desk and make a call. My sister has something to do. Bye." "Well, Nurse Penny, bye." Lu Chang glanced at the name tag on Penny's chest and responded. The departure of the nurse attracted the attention of most people, but Lu Chang was not included. Who was no more than 1.2 meters tall, jumped out of the hospital bed and came to the window. It was clear that there were many ambulances transporting the wounded in front of the hospital. Took out his pocket, there was almost $300 in it, and he came to the office where he paid the fee by himself. After paying the fee, he hurriedly left the hospital. Before leaving, I heard the head nurse call at the front desk. "Yes, the bed is full. Please send to another hospital if you have serious illnesses, don't send it to the nearest hospital. Don't you know? Those two monsters destroyed several buildings. There are already more than 100 serious patients in our hospital alone. According to the police, more than 80 people and more than 100 vehicles died yesterday. Thousands of people have been injured, what can we do about this?" Went out and stopped a taxi, Queens, Forest Mountain Road. "Hey, kid, isn't that close, do you have money?" The black man who drove looked down on him. "You are indispensable." Lu Chang turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the window, and said grimly. The car started moving gradually. It didn't take long before I saw it. At the place where the accident happened last night, several police cars with their horns and flashing lights were parked, pulling the yellow cordon, and no one was allowed to approach. Lu rushed to see this. He also let out a sigh of relief, leaning on the car seat. 5 years, it seems that the plot is about to begin, but why is this body only 10 years old? Many things are very inconvenient. 5 years ago, Lu Chang, who was watching Spider-Man, Hero's Expedition in the movie theater, had just seen the end of the film and was enthusiastically waiting for the end of the Easter eggs. As a result, the eggs did not arrive, but a bullet came. At that time, a man rushed in angrily from outside the theater, holding a handmade clay gun in his hand, and shooting at a pair of men and women sitting next to him, still muttering desperately, "You still dare find a man outside? I killed you." Unbiased, all the bullets happened to crash on Lu Chang's head. The last thought of Lu Chang, who was bleeding and lying on the ground, was, "So what's the last egg? There is another if the bullet can turn." As a result, in a daze, he came to the streets of New York and became a 5-year-old child who has been living in the home of his adoptive parents. But, Lu Chang looked at the screen in his mind. Control point, 49. Strength 7, Defense 5, Speed 8, Spirit 17. Note, a healthy adult male has a value of 10. Skill, D-Class Metal Control. The 3-line light and quiet words completely changed Lu Chang's life. Relearning English, accepting a new family, accepting the fact that his body has become smaller, and slowly accepting the fact that he can control metal. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped on Forest Road. "Hey, boy, $29, pay." Lu Chang took out $30 from his pocket again and handed it over. The black driver snatched it over and said, "Wow. The remaining $1 will be used as a tip. Here is a piece of advice, sir, don't hang around outside at night." He drove away in the car. Looking at his back, he resisted the urge to unload 2 bolts from his wheels, walked towards the door of his house, looked at the splint in his hand, moved his finger slightly, and the last knife in his trousers flew away. He came out, cut the bandage, and threw it in the trash can on the side of the road. Only the last flying knife is left. This time I lost it too much. Not only did I gain nothing, but also got all the belongings. What a pity. Lu Chang stuffed the knife back into the knife bag and silently went up. Lu hid in his room. First of all, a large box full of high-calorie snacks, chocolates, compressed burgers, canned beef, etc. floated down from the cabinet and stuffed my mouth. At the same time, a solid iron rod weighing nearly 6 centimeters in thickness was pulled out from the iron rack on the side, and placed on the knees until the last bit of beef in the mouth was swallowed, and his hands were gently placed on the iron rod. The broken arms that have given up on the splint have been slightly bent. The huge pain caused by these actions has made the arms tremble all the time, and the palms can't even be closed, relying on some metal pieces around them to assist. I saw that Lu Chang's hands placed the iron rods, sinking a little bit, and although he couldn't see it, he felt that the broken part on his arm was wrapped in an inexplicable energy. Yu.Yukansha.com is slowly correcting the broken bone. This is an ability that Lu Chang discovered when he was 8 years old. Because he flew too high, he fell from the air and his legs broke apart. On that night, Lu Chang, who was barely sensible, relied on his instinct. He pulled a heavy iron frame over and put his hand on it. That night, Lu Chang lay in the yard and swallowed half of a large iron frame before healed his legs. The severe pain made him unable to sleep all night, and he also caught a cold. Since then, he has not dared to do this. Waves. The sky outside the window has turned pale. I glanced at the wall clock. It was already more than 5 o'clock. The iron rod in my hand had disappeared halfway. Yes, it disappeared, completely disappeared, without a little residue, disappeared out of thin air. This kind of treatment Lu Chang thought about the way for a long time. Is it absorbed? Not really. Is more like exchanging the disappeared metal for healing energy. As for how to do it, Lu Chang still didn't understand. There has been a movement outside the door. It seems that the uncle and aunt have got up. Lu Chang is not hesitating. The 5 hearts are up to the sky, and the whole body emits a slight golden light, and the iron rod in his hand trembles uncontrollably. Then, the small golden light spot visible to the naked eye emerges from the iron rod and melts into the larger one. Luminous body, in Lu Chang's body. After less than 10 minutes of effort, Lu Chang slowly opened his eyes. The whole room was dim again, and he threw the iron rod that had not changed much into the big iron box behind him. Click! With a soft sound, the metal rod that fell naturally fell into 2 pieces, like a piece of fragile glass. Stood up and glanced at his undamaged hands. I feel that I'm stronger. Chapter 4, New Ability, Physical Strengthening. Control Point, 50. Strength, 7 Defense, 6 Speed, 8 Spirit, 17. Note, a healthy adult male has a value of 10. Skill, D-level Metal Control, E-level Physical Enhancement. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 8%. The layout in Lu Chang's mind has a few more interfaces, and a full body projection of himself appeared in his mind. Among them, there is a different kind of golden light on the eyes. Squeezed his right hand out of thin air, and a brand new big iron rod flew over from the iron frame on the side. Golden eyes? Let me see what it is. Leo. Come down to eat, and I'll take you to school soon. Aunt Jenny shouted downstairs. Get down now. Lu Chang's eyes widened. The iron rod in his hand was broken into 2 pieces, and his hands were gently wiped upwards. The 2 iron blocks turned into 2 circular weights, which were fixed on the calf. I took a new coat, put on my school bag, and hurried downstairs. Aunt Jenny is still busy in the kitchen, and Uncle George is already sitting at the dining table and flipping through today's newspaper. Jenny, Leo, the newspaper said that 2 monsters attacked Manhattan last night and killed hundreds of people. It's terrible, and it's really unsafe outside now. Uncle George put down the newspaper in his hand and touched Lu Chang. Leo, you can't go out alone at night. If you have something, you must tell us and I will accompany you out. George, Leo has been very independent since he was a child. I don't worry about him. Leo is so good that he won't run around. Jenny came out with fried eggs, ham and bread hot dogs, 3 large plates full, even 5 people can't finish it. Lu Chang patted his stomach, and said obediently, Don't worry, I won't go out casually. I recently picked up several model orders for hundreds of yuan. Uncle and aunt, I'm hungry, I will eat first up. Said, he picked up 2 slices of bread and ate it with ham and fried eggs, as if the previous snacks did not exist, like a hungry young man. George looked at Lu Chang, who was eating food. Leo, it's good to have a hobby, but it can't be too hard. You're only 10 years old now. Although we can't make much money, there's no problem raising you this little guy. Although Leo eats a lot, Leo earns no less than us, isn't it, Leo? Jenny also sat down and touched Lu Chang's head with a smile, and preached excitedly. George and Jenny are an ordinary couple, a company employee, an electrical engineer, who fall in love and get married. The two have been married for 10 years, but they have never had any children. The results of the examination revealed that both of them had fertility problems, and they still persisted. Discussing about adopting a child, on the way to the adoption home, I ran into a 5-year-old Lu Chang who had passed out of hunger. He thought this was a child given to them by God, so he took him home. Until now, he is still a son. Treat Lu Chang the same. I still wanted to be called Lu, but when I screamed it became Leo. Leo continued to eat the bread. Even if he had eaten 2, his stomach was still empty. All the food that entered the stomach, except for the part used to maintain physical movement, all the energy rushed into his brain. Turns into a burst of energy, and the combination of this energy with metal can slowly improve one's control. This is also a training method that he has figured out. Therefore, Lu Chang's calf is still slowly absorbing the metal energy. A warm energy slowly soaked in the eyes, and the progress of the golden eye changed from 8% to 9% in such a short period of time. Leo, incarnate as a big stomach king, ate up the rest of the food, picked up a small school bag, and Uncle George took him to school. George drove down 2 streets, and Jenny saw a young beauty on the side of the road and walked towards the elementary school with a little doll. Hey, that's my colleague, May. Drove over happily. Hey, May, where are you going? What's the matter with this baby, May, are you? Hey, Jenny. This is my sister's son, who lives in my house now. His name is Peter. Peter said to Aunt Jenny, hello. May hugged Peter and said to Jenny, oh, baby, you are so cute, what is your name? Peter, Peter Parker. The little boy shrank his neck and whispered. Jenny opened the car door. May, come up, let's go together. Leo also belongs to that school. Leo can play with Peter in the future. Lu Chang looked at the 6-year-old, first-grade child beside him, and slapped his head hard. Oh my God, Aunt May, Peter Parker. I met Spider-Man as a kid. Looking at little Peter, who was a little scared, Lu Chang grinned and stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Leo, I am 10 years old this year and I am in the 4th grade. From now on, you will call me Brother Leo. I can take you. Go to school. Peter turned his head to look at Lu Chang, and the 2 little guys have become so wonderfully married. In the evening, Lu Chang lay down on the bed happily. Today, his mind is full of Spider-Man's shadow, Peter Parker. It's really Spider-Man, so lucky. Boom boom, 2 pieces of metal came out from under the trouser legs, and consciously flew into the scrap metal box, inexplicably broken into several pieces. Lu Chang waved his hand, and a small piece of silver steel flew out from the iron shelf in the room. In his hand, this piece of steel with a Brinell hardness of 500 was almost like a piece of plasticine. After a while, he kneaded it into a humanoid mold, and then sculpted it carefully, but within a few minutes, a metal villain model of Spider-Man was completed. Is very exquisite and beautiful, with a smooth and comfortable touch, as if it were cast, but it will be more vivid and beautiful. If it is sold, it will cost at least $100. I opened my bookcase, and it was filled with all kinds of metal villains, many of which were items to be sent, and some were purely memorial works, such as this Spider-Man and Mark I metal model. Closed the cabinet door and tried to calm herself down. At this moment, Jinjing has reached 49% of the progress after a day of hard work, but the 2 pieces of iron on her feet have been absorbed. Pulled out a piece of iron again, pressed his hands on it, and countless golden lights came out and slowly merged into Lu Chang's body, and it rushed to his eyes again. From the depths of the black pupil, a small golden light spot appeared, and it slowly bloomed until it filled the entire eyeball, opened the eyes, and actually shot out 2 feet of light out of thin air, and then slowly dissipated. Come. Control point, 50. Strength 7, Defense 6, Speed 8, Spirit 17. Skill, D-level Metal Control and D-level Physical Enhancement. Strengthening, Gold Eye, 50%, Copper Skin, 3%, Steel Bar, 0%, Iron Bone, 0%. At the same time, Lu Chang's eyes changed slightly. When he returned to the room, he did not turn on the light. Now the sky is slowly getting dark. The room is already very dark, but for Lu Chang, it is clearly visible, even more clearly than during the day. Looking out, it is like the daytime scene, and the night has no effect on Lu Chang anymore. But not only that, Lu Chang stared slightly, a little golden light appeared in his eyes, and the surrounding walls seemed to disappear out of thin air, and he could directly see the people in the house. Uncle Kai next door is cooking. I always thought Aunt Jing was cooking. Hey, isn't that Xia Rui in the same class as me? Why are you rolling on the floor? Oh, is Aunt Aida hiding her private money? Sister Davy did her homework as soon as she got home. Aunt Donna doesn't seem to be sleeping next to Uncle Fitz, terrible. Lu Chang looked around at the neighbors around him. Golden eyes not only brought night vision, but also enhanced the field of vision. Even a room 100 meters away could see clearly. Was taken aback suddenly, that is, someone is robbing with a gun. Chapter 5, Peter Parker at 6. Just in a street alley 200 meters away, Lu Chang clearly looked through the 3 houses and saw the black brawny pushing a young girl deep into the alley. Glanced at his watch, there are still 15 minutes for dinner, no problem. He jumped down from the 2nd floor, and the 2 steel plates on the soles of his feet made him fall into the yard lightly. Rushed to the destination in large strides. When encountering obstacles, it was like a spring under his feet, and he jumped very steadily. This is the flying ability that Lu Chang has been familiar with after 3 years of training. Is like stepping on those Volto float boots on the Karma Taj Mahal. Although he can't fly very fast, he can surpass obstacles at will. The speed is not slow, but at a distance of a few hundred meters, in less than a minute, Lu Chang is already standing at the entrance of the alley. The golden eye is also always on, watching that the black man has successfully grabbed her handbag, but he seems a little dissatisfied, rubbing his black hands, looking at the girl happily. Lu Chang patted his head and knew that it was not that simple. Just brought out a metal baseball bat from home, it was Uncle George's, so I brought it out. Just carried the baseball bat and walked in generously, but in fact, every step he stepped on was 1 centimeter above the ground in the air, so there was no sound under his feet, like a ghost. The sky under the setting sun was dark, and the alley was extremely dark. The woman could see the movement of the alley, but the robber could not see. He only had the delicate little sister in front of her, like a hungry wolf staring at a piece of plump meat, holding a pistol, and gestured in front of her. If you don't want to die, just be obedient. I just came out of prison, you don't want me to go in. Drooling, he tore the girl's skirt directly, and touched it. The woman thought she was going to explain here today, she bit her lip, she didn't know if she was going to resist or obey, but now she saw a figure at the alley, and there was a glimmer of hope in her heart, but she saw it was just one when I was a child, hope became despair again. Kept winking, go quickly, go to the police, and call other adults to come and help. Lu Chang put a finger in front of his lips. This silent posture seemed to be universal. Signaled the woman not to say anything, and walked behind the black man within a few steps. The woman widened her eyes and looked at Lu Chang in horror, with a somewhat unbelievable appearance. The little boy was so bold. The robber seemed to have noticed something wrong, and turned around and looked back. Go! Oncoming is a big iron rod, which directly hit his shiny forehead. There was a crisp sound of boom, and the robber did not have time to say a word, and lay down neatly, with the gun in his hand also falling aside. At this time, the older sister dared to stand up and tugged at the skirt, but it was a huge opening, unable to cover the base of the thigh, and looked embarrassed. Lu Chang also saw his sister's face clearly. Aunt May. Aunt May, who was flustered, also relaxed. Leo? Why are you? No, you, Aunt May, why are you blocked? Lu Chang was also a little flustered, originally thinking that he was someone he did not know. Leo, I wanted to find Sister Jenny, but on the way here, I was stared at by him. It's really disgusting. After that, May kicked the black man fiercely. The black man moved a few times, as if there was a sign of being sober. Lu Chang knocked down with a stick again, boom, knocking it out completely. Aunt May, let's go, it's not safe here, it's better not to go out at night. Okay, I think I'm going to change a suit quickly. Aunt May also pulled her skirt, picked up her bag from the ground, and followed Lu Chang to leave this place of right and wrong. Lu Chang, who took the lead in the front, moved his fingers slightly, and the pistol lying quietly on the ground broke into several pieces, and the bullets turned into copper beads. As for this black man? Since then, there has been a foolish tramp with a big drum on his head in Queens. On the way, Aunt May asked, Leo, why did you appear in that remote alley? Aunt May, I just go around, yes, just around, yes, Aunt Jenny has been talking about you at night, I didn't expect your house to live in that building. We are very close. Lu Chang hurriedly changed the subject. Oh, it's hard to say a word, Peter's parents, let's talk later. Aunt May seems to be worried about this too. When came home, Aunt Jenny didn't expect Aunt May to come. She was very surprised and invited May to dinner. At the dinner table, May said something that shocked everyone. Peter's parents are both from the CIA, so they often leave Peter at my house, but the CIA sent news a few days ago that they all sacrificed during a mission. May's eyes were red. Stand up. So, Jenny, I don't know what to do. Both my parents died young, and now even my dearest brother is gone. May Parker said the news very sadly and hugged Jenny. Crying, very sad. George and Leo were also a little at a loss. May, who had lost everything, really had no place to vent, and it was impossible to tell the 6-year-old Peter this cruel fact. Now only 26-year-old Aunt May had to tell this. Jenny, who has always been the big sister in the company, came crying. Leo also became silent for a while, ate a few bites of food, returned to his room, and lay down. The movies I have seen before are only a small part of the whole world. You read www.yuyuganshu.com, but when I really came here, I faced a real person and I came into contact with more. No more. Peter here is not the one in the Spider-Man trilogy played by Tobey Maguire, nor is he the extraordinary Spider-Man of Andrew Garfield. Is Peter Parker who does not have Uncle Ben and the sentence of the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But he said to Tony Stark, who met for the first time, if I have power and I don't do anything, then anything bad happens is my responsibility. This sentence not only said in the heart of Iron Man, but also deeply penetrated into Lu Chang's heart. This is one of the reasons why Lu Chang will go everywhere to troublesome places after he has power. Tony is the same as Peter. Unlike other superheroes, Spider-Man and Iron Man could have chosen to be ordinary people. Before Iron Man became Iron Man, he never thought about saving the world, just like Tony Stark is just a pure arms dealer, and Peter can also choose to hide his power to be an ordinary person, or even use his superpowers to do it. Anyone can get something for nothing. But they didn't choose to be an ordinary person. No matter whether the acquisition of superpowers was accidental or inevitable, they did not hide, did not use them to do their own profit, but chose to do what a hero should do. Thinking of the good boy in the future who will face Thanos at the age of 15. He was once one of his favorite superheroes. Liu Chong also smiled faintly on his face. Peter, I will help you grow up. From now on, I will not let you face the enemy alone. Chapter 6, Full Metal Model. Snapped. With a light snap of his fingers, the lights in the room turned on, and Liu Chong sat at the computer desk, watching the messages in the two-dimensional model group. Leo, I have a friend who wants a Gundam model, is there a way? K, you don't believe Leo too much. You don't have to make 1 or 2 models anymore. Just say no. Yeah, Leo's technique is the best I've ever seen. K, it's not the first time for you, why would you ask such a stupid question? Oh, wait for me to finish, this time I want a big guy. This friend has suddenly become obsessed with Mobile Suit Gundam recently, and he is also rich, and he wants a big all-metal model, saying that he will put it in his private collection villa. Hey, K, you still know such a rich man? K, let's be friends. Watched the topic in the group gradually become crooked. At Kai how big he wants? Liu Chong also responded directly in the group. Leo is out. Leo is big, do you accept apprentices? Leo, there is an offline meeting on the weekend, come out to play, I will reimburse all the expenses. Leo, you. Liu Konggai went online and exploded a lot of people, and all at once attracted everyone's attention. There were only about 20 people in this group, and they were basically second-hand dealers in the modeling industry. Fans of money metal models, but they are basically seldom bubbling. Everyone be quiet, how about I just pull in that friend? At Leo. It's okay, it looks like it's really a big order, you don't dare to quote anymore, hehe. At Kai. Liu Chong smiled and replied. Not long after, a person named Harry entered the group chat. Welcome. Welcome to join in. Hello, boss. The people in the group are a group of human spirits, relying on these rich people, of course, they are crazy to show their favor when they appear. In any case, it is good to be familiar, in case you have a chance to meet in the future. Kai doesn't make jokes casually. Regarding money, everyone is well aware of it. Everyone is playing on this issue unless he doesn't want to get confused. I heard from Kai that there is a master here who is very good at making models, really. Of course, Leo is very powerful. He has produced more than 100 different metal models, each of which is a classic. The price in the circle has doubled several times, at Harry. Leo is the person who has seen the best model making, and the price is very fair. Fortunately, the output is not a lot, otherwise the other model makers will have nothing to eat, at Harry. At Harry, this group is basically the gathering place of all the model elites in New York. You can always find us if you need it, as long as you have money, you are not limited to models. Liu Chong looked at the news in the lively group, smiled and shook his head. At Harry, what kind of model do you want? But let me say first, the all-metal model over 1 meter high is already very big. I want a truck to pull. Really, I want someone taller than me. Harry replied in the group. The full metal of one person's height can weigh 1,000 caddies, so you should think carefully, or make the inside wood and the outside gilded. Someone persuaded it. No, I want all metal, I want one that is 1 meter tall. At Leo. All metal, 1.3 meters, the price is not cheap, how old are you? Harry only Liu Chong dared to ask that. How much is it? I am 8 years old already. Liu Chong became speechless in an instant. The 8-year-old kid wanted a 1 meter high all-metal model. Is that kidding? At Kai. Leo, he paid for it. Kay quickly replied. How much is it? At Leo. Probably, $50,000, at Harry. Lu Chang thought for a while, including the 5,000 commission to Kai, and gave a reasonable price based on the market. Oh, I thought it would cost more than 100,000, but I almost thought my pocket money was not enough. 50,000 is not expensive. When can it be done? Harry said lightly. A series of exclamation marks popped up. Is this the world of the rich? Is $50,000 just pocket money for an 8-year-old? Lu Chang was also taken aback, but still calmly said, "Okay, first give Kai half of the deposit, and then send me the model style you want. I'll go and make some preparations." After finishing speaking, he pushed the computer aside, glanced at the few iron rods left on the shelf in the room, turned and walked towards the garage. There is his studio, which was specially organized for Lu Chang by Jenny and George. Aunt May has been sent back by Aunt Jenny, just 2 blocks away, only 10 minutes away. Lu Chang entered the garage alone, closed the door, and it became a closed space, which is also Lu Chang's favorite state. Everything here is done by himself. The bright light bulbs are surrounded by countless metals. Accessories gave him a great sense of security. Sat on his work chair, and casually attracted a few silver metal blocks and flew onto the workbench. The last time I fought in Manhattan, I forgot to take all the knives back and I had to make them again. Lu Chang's hands were like squeezing rubber. Soon, 3 bright flying knives appeared in front of him, and they picked them up and gestured. Sighed, ordinary metal still doesn't work. It's okay to deal with ordinary people, but it's okay to deal with hatred of these characters, but you can't even break the defense, but you can't get high-end metal. Or, go to the military to see it. Throw it casually, and the 3 throwing knives automatically flew back into the knife bag on the calf. Metal wire, metal rod, and joint protector, Lu Chang pointed out one by one. The metal in front of him changed so quickly. In such a minute, a small piece of metal turned into a roll of metal filaments with a diameter of less than 1 mm, and flew into Lu Chang's waist pocket. One piece of metal turned into 2 metal rods that were no more than 1 centimeter thick, and they were put aside with several auxiliary devices on the same side. Lu Chang was still complaining, "I really want to know the taste of Edmund alloy, as well as Genjin. I must go to Wakanda if I have a chance, it must be great." Drooling again. In fact, Lu Chang also understands that his current self, with control of 50 points, has absolute control over most metals. But for those more advanced metals, they are now placed in front of him, and they may not be able to completely control and deform them. As he said, Lu Chang's eyes lit up and he came to his small warehouse, and pulled out a small box from the bottom. Inside, there was a metal block no more than 5 centimeters in diameter, but it was shining. Gold titanium alloy. The last time an ordinary vehicle passed by Lu Chang, he immediately felt that there were more than 100 pieces of such high-quality metal in it. Lu Chang, who was drooling, secretly followed all the way, and finally let out when he got off the car for transportation. 3 pieces of gold titanium alloy come out. The 2 throwing knives that have been transformed into have been dedicated to hatred. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com is gone, but this time, it is not going to make this piece of metal a tool. Or, try new abilities. My defense is too weak. If I don't take care of it someday, an ice bullet may solve me. Lu Chang looked at the shiny metal in his hand, his eyes gleaming. The gold titanium alloy was brought together with both hands, and he immediately began to absorb it, and a wonderful energy flowed out of his mind, gathering the golden light emitted by the gold titanium alloy. A wonderful light film was attached to Lu Chang's skin and slowly penetrated into it. Strengthening, gold eye, 54%, copper skin, 4%, steel bar, 0%, iron bone, 0%. The copper skin item began to slowly increase, 5%, 6%, 7%, and rose to 8%. The golden light on the whole body gradually converged, and the shiny metal block in his hand also became dull, and its size was reduced by a point. When it was thrown into the waste bin, it was directly broken into 7 or 8 pieces. The look of metal squeezed his small face, it seemed to be tougher. When the phone on the desk of Ding Dong rang, there was a message reminder that the bank had arrived at $25,000, and there was also a picture of a handsome Gundam. Leo, all the money is transferred to you. This time I can draw 3,000. By the way, this time the buyer is the son of the chairman of the Osborne Group. I have a hard time getting on this line. Don't screw up, please. Looked at the news from Kai, smiled, and shook his wrist. 1m3. It looks like it will take a bit of work tonight. What? You said the students' homework? Stop joking, 4th grade is still learning number addition and subtraction, and only the United States can do it. Chapter 7, Source of Metal. 2 hours later, a shiny 1m3 5-meter high gunpla was completed, towering in the center of the garage, and cracks appeared on the ground. The cold body stands, surrounded by mechanical parts, holding a short gun, and carrying 2 pairs of giant wings on its back, full of mechanical and precision. Even a small exhaust hole is carved. I carefully figured it out, and every scratch, edge, and corner is full of texture. Took out the non-ferrous metal coating specially prepared for modeling, and made the final decoration on the appearance of this pure silver. Lu Chong patted his palms, finally done. Easily raised the phone and sent a message, K, this model will take about 10 days. After 10 days, I will leave it in the same place, so I won't contact Harry. Kai immediately replied, okay, thanks Leo, I need to call me for anything in the future. Yet. Gently raised his hand, and the entire model floated up with the support underneath. It weighed 700 or 800 jin and placed it in a corner randomly, covered with a layer of black cloth. It's okay, the task is complete, go back to the room. Raised his leg and walked into the room on the 2nd floor. Behind him were 12 metal iron rods weighing 20 kilograms and the finished equipment. Took a look and confirmed that the uncle and aunt had gone back to the room to sleep before they walked out. It seems that metal rods have been consumed a lot recently, so I need to replenish them. Lu Chong thought to himself, and returned to the room. The metal rod was naturally placed next to him, and at the same time, the iron box containing the food also flew down, and began to eat and stuff. In fact, Lu Chong is really pitiful. He can only feel pleasure when the food passes through his intestines and stomach, and he has not experienced the feeling of full stomach. Every time in less than a minute, his stomach is empty, only the energy in his mind. To show that he has eaten these foods. Rubbed the still hungry belly, put the empty box back on the cabinet. It seems that the food needs to be replenished, but fortunately I have a sum of money, otherwise the money is not enough. Lu Chong sat on the floor, and the surrounding metal surrounded him. The moment he closed his eyes, the whole room was completely dark. Suddenly, in the middle of the room, a little bit of golden light emerged from the surrounding metal blocks and poured into Lu Chong's body. Time passed slowly, and 1 night passed, and the 9th metal rod beside Lu Chong exploded numerous cracks. When the first ray of sunlight hit him, he opened his eyes, the golden pupil light slowly dissipated, and he got up and placed the remaining 3 metal rods on a shelf beside him. The 9 cracked metals behind him flew to the bottom waste bin automatically, and they broke into several pieces. Flexed his muscles and bones, and was about to go downstairs for breakfast. The attributes in his mind had changed. Control point, 51. Strength 7, Defense 6, Speed 8, Spirit 17. Skill, D-level Metal Control and D-level Physical Enhancement. Strengthening, Gold Eye, 64%, Copper Skin, 10%, Steel Bar, 0%, Iron Bone, 0%. It was still Uncle George who took Lu Chong to school and stopped smoothly downstairs at Aunt May's house. After a while, Aunt May hugged Peter and walked over. In the car, Aunt May put on delicate makeup, as if nothing had happened, and smiled happily with Peter. "Peter, this is brother Leo, I will let my brother accompany you to school from now on, okay?" The thin, white and clean Peter looked at this older brother who was about his height somewhat curiously. He stared at his big eyes, smiled and nodded, Leo looked at Peter, who was 1 meter tall, a little embarrassed. He seemed to be 10 centimeters taller than Peter. But he touched Peter's head and took him to school with him. After school, Leo sent Peter to the school bus home. Aunt May would pick him up downstairs, but he slipped away and drove to the junction of Brooklyn and Queens. There is a small warehouse here. It is a small warehouse where Kai and the others store metal, and it is also a place where metal materials are specially prepared for Leo. Closed his eyes and checked, he confirmed that there were no strange metal products around, and walked in comfortably. Looking at the dozens of tons of various metal materials in the warehouse, he smiled happily, because it gave him great convenience. In order to obtain the metal, he had to go to the Staten Island to get the supply. Now, here it's only 5 kilometers away from my home. Was carrying a small suitcase full of 500 kilograms of metal materials. Without Lu Chang's special control, this box would definitely not be able to bear such a weight. Lu Chang was so cautious. He took the box and got on the bus to go home. He suspended the box slightly on the ground along the way. It was very easy for him with 51 points of control. Returned home and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Successfully shipped back a batch of high-quality steel, which is much better than the ordinary iron bars ordered by Uncle George on the internet, and it can also slightly increase Lu Chang's cultivation speed. Sent a message to Kai on the phone. "Kai, I went to the warehouse and took 500 caddies of materials, let me tell you. It's okay, it's not enough. Tell me, by the way, Leo, do you know the 2 monster incidents in Manhattan the day before yesterday? Of course, it's all in the newspaper, what's the matter?" Lu Chang was a little confused. "I have a gossip. The police found a gold titanium alloy flying knife at the scene. The metal used to make satellites appeared on the scene. Now they are investigating this matter everywhere. I heard that there seems to be people on it. Check it down. So. It's okay, just to tell you, but Leo, you have such a great ability to manipulate metal, you reading www.yunsha.com doesn't know if it has anything to do with that knife?" Kai asked casually. "I don't know, I just know about this. Is that metal stolen? Even if you give it to me, I can't polish it." "Yes, okay, Leo, I'll leave it to you about the model, I'll be busy. Well, goodbye." Lu Chang tapped these words, but his eyes became serious. "Fortunately, I left the scene in time, and also took concealment measures, otherwise I might also be discovered." Far away in a basement on Staten Island, surrounded by all kinds of metal models, a strong white man walked in and picked up the 20-centimeter high fine metal figure in the center to play with up. "Leo's craftsmanship is really amazing, it's natural, but how can Boss Crow pay attention to this issue? The last batch of goods was indeed a few pieces lost in Queens. As a result, let us inquire about the news, forget it. I still don't know." Picked up the phone and called Ulysses Crow. "Boss, I just play some ordinary metal models. If there is this channel, I should ask other people. I really don't know how gold titanium alloy appears there. FK, it's all right now. Even the FBI is eyeing that piece of metal. The CISC company might have to cut it off, FK." A roar came from the phone. Directly hung up the phone fiercely. The strong white man also touched his head. "Isn't it good to sell Vibram? I do other things. I really don't understand the boss." Kept wiping the model in his hand, still muttering, "Leo, I must see you. Your skills are very attractive." A trace of blood flashed in his eyes. Chapter 8, Broken Golden Eye. Lu Chang calmed down. "The last time I encountered a gold titanium alloy, it was a van with an ordinary appearance, but it was carrying so many high-quality metals, and it stopped at the border of Queens and Staten Island. There was a small factory there, but Lu Chang was nervous and left with 3 pieces of metal. Kay actually asked this question just now to test me. Is he related to these metals? Threw away the metal rod in his hand, looking at the golden eye enhancement that only increased 2%. If Kay really has gold titanium alloys, the lifting speed of these steels is too slow. It looks like this, even if it takes 15 days to fully upgrade the gold eye. Shook his head, maybe because of Hulk, the patrols on the street have increased a lot. It seems that I can practice well and grow up soon. The little man is so uncomfortable. After dinner, I started practicing. In the calm night, 6-year-old Peter Parker was still watching cartoons on the sofa. Uncle George is watching a baseball game while Aunt Jenny is cleaning up. And Tony Stark glanced at the news, drunk, and opened a bottle of red wine casually. "Jarvis, are you awake?" "I'm at your service anytime, sir. I want to create a new project folder. The index is called Jericho Missile." After half a month, Lu Chang and Peter quickly got acquainted. In the same elementary school, Leo became the only partner of Peter who was afraid of life. Even though Peter Parker is not Spider-Man, he is still a likable kid, very sensitive to numbers. Even Aunt Jenny praised, "Little Peter is smarter than Leo before." Leoben was still a little dissatisfied, but he touched his head. "It's roar, Peter's silk was invented by himself. I don't seem to be smarter than him." Apart from the progress of the relationship between the two, Lu Chang's eyes became brighter and brighter during this period of time. This is still a question raised by Uncle George. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at his piercing black pupils, like 2 warm black pearls, they kept emitting a touch of golden light. Glanced at the golden eye that had been strengthened 99%, Lu Chang's eyes widened, and the golden light between his pupils lit up. 2 golden beams shot out from the eyes and rushed straight towards the mirror. A part of the golden light reflected on Lu Chang himself without any problems, but the golden light touched the mirror surface, but it quickly dimmed. An inexplicable trace appeared, and slowly spread, and after a while, it stained most of the mirror body. His eyes closed, the source of the golden light disappeared, and the traces stopped spreading. When Lu Chang opened his eyes again, the eyes returned to their original state. At this moment, most of the mirror in front of me has become a metal plate, and it fits closely with the rest of the mirror. Lightly tapped with his fingers, and after confirming that it was the most popular iron plate on the market, Leo thought about it. Silently took out his mobile phone, and placed an order to buy an interview mirror. By the way, the mirror was removed. Then, tonight, finish the strengthening of the golden eyes. After eating a whole box of Dove chocolates, wiped his mouth, sat down calmly, full of energy surrounding Lu Chang's mind, feeling the chocolate disappearing quickly in his stomach, and couldn't help licking his lips. Took 2 metal rods in his hands, closed his eyes, and felt the power of the metal. A little bit of golden light came out again, merged into Lu Chang's body, followed the thought, and flooded his eyes. Golden light penetrated in, and all the power accumulated in his eyes also poured out, directly rendering the entire eyeball into gold. Lu Chang felt that the energy in his mind was pouring out. His eyes were like a dry sponge, not enough energy to absorb the accumulated energy. The metal rod in his hand began to gradually crack, and the color became more dim. With a soft click, the 2 metal rods broke apart at the same time and fell on the carpet. 2 dazzling golden lights also shot out, illuminating the entire room. Control point, 52. Strength 7, Defense 7, Speed 8, Spirit 19. Skill, D-level Metal Control and D-level Physical Enhancement. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper Skin, 11%. Steel Bar, 0%. Iron Bone, 0%. Derivative Technique, Destroying Golden Eyes. Don't be fooled by any abilities, see through all illusions, enhance visual observation, metallize objects. The golden light suddenly dissipated, and in an instant, Lu Chang's eyes returned to their usual appearance. But deep in the dark pupil, there is a small golden spot hidden. This little light movement in the middle of the night did not attract anyone's attention, just like someone in the room turned on the light and immediately turned it on. Only Lu Chang laughed. The 2 additional points of mental power made him see the world differently, basically twice the mental power of ordinary people, making Lu Chang a little overexcited. Say something silently in my heart, breaking my golden eyes. The 2 golden lights in his eyes exploded, and the pupils were dyed golden yellow, which contained a strange light. Looking around, with a thought, all the walls of the house disappeared cleanly, and everyone within a few hundred meters around him could be seen clearly, and even the characteristics of living bodies would be automatically marked. I can see my skin through my clothes, my eyes condensed slightly, and even my skin disappeared. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com can clearly see the subcutaneous muscle tissue and the blood flow, and you can see clearly own bones, meridians. Blinked his eyes and immediately returned to normal. Lu Chang clutched his beating heart, a little irritating. Picked up a porcelain cup, thinking in his heart, a golden light shot out of his eyes, and concentrated on the cup. In less than 2 seconds, when the golden light converges, the cartoon porcelain cup in his hand has become a metal cup. With a virtual grip on the right hand, the cup body can be twisted, it's really metal, manipulable metal. But I felt it carefully, this material is too common, it's a bit inferior than the one bought online. For Lu Chang, it was of no use, so he restored it to its original state. He stretched out a finger and tapped it slightly. With a strange wave, the cup returned to its original state. Came to the metallized mirror, but could not restore it to its original state. It turned out that after more than 3 minutes, the metallization can no longer be restored. Accurately measured his new skills, and Lu Chang's previously exhausted spirit was refreshed. Keep practicing. Took out a few metal rods, and in the dark room, a little golden light appeared again. Kai looked at the 1-meter-high gunpla on the truck, and touched it with trembling hands, touching the smooth and tough metal lines, row upon row of accessories, bumps, and natural appearance, just like a real Gundam. The robot is average. Ah! Kai yelled comfortably, as if sucking white powder, and his whole body was shaking a little. Sure enough, big. It is the kingly way, I also want a big model, a big one. Chapter 9, K and number 039, S Plan. Early the next morning, Lu Chang's phone kept vibrating. When he opened it, dozens of messages were sent by Kai. Leo, I also want a big model, a big one. The big model is the truth. Why didn't I think of it before? Leo, I want a big one, how about a 2-meter one? I'm going crazy, Harry has come to remind me, I don't want to give it to him. But my boss has to contact Osborne, shit. Lu Chang didn't understand, what's wrong? Isn't it just a metal model? It was put in 5 days ago. Why did you send me a message today? I don't understand the hearts of model enthusiasts like Kai. For Kai, he loves models more than women, which is a bit sick. Kai kept stroking the exquisite gunpla in the car, and her soul trembled from time to time. The flying feeling made the little brothers around leave with interest. No problem, Kai, what do you want? But 1 meter and 5 is almost the same, if it's high, it's too much. Lu Chang replied indifferently. Kai sent the pictures that he had prepared long ago, and paid $50,000 directly. Leo, this model is really wonderful. Quickly, make it as soon as possible. It will be completed in 3 days. I will add $50,000 to you. Lu Chang was surprised when he saw this news. Kai should be the first senior model player he knew. After he bought the first model from him, he kept buying back and he had already purchased 40 or 50. A small all-metal model cost tens of thousands of dollars. Is also so obsessed with the model, countless times want to meet Lu Chang, but was rejected, so he took the initiative to provide the metal, and also very according to the rules without installing a camera. Okay, I will try my best. After Lu Chang finished speaking, he put his phone aside. After all, making models is just a source of money, enough is enough, there is no need to work hard. Packed his school bags, ready to go to school. Kai is still in the truck box, stroking the model and can't help himself. A big bearded man with sunglasses walked over in a hurry, and asked the younger brother who was standing by, "Where is Kai?" "Car, in the car." The bearded boom boom kicked the two-legged carriage. "Kai, come out for me." "Boss, why are you here?" Kai walked down reluctantly, somewhat strange. "Shit, because of the broken knife, the cable of Sisk has been broken, and it will be on me if I don't leave." As soon as Crow mentioned this, he smashed the sunglasses in his hand. "Hurry up and follow me to Osborne to see if I can pick up Osborne's medicines and weapons. The water in New York is too deep, so I should do it anyway. We are all done. Tomorrow we will go back to Africa. Stark Industries will provide us with weapons. Selling weapons there is more profitable than New York. And the people from Wakanda have contacted me again. It seems that there is a big deal this time, so I won't stay in New York." Crow walked to a tall Hummer. Go to Osborne Company." Kay was taken aback. "My model is not ready yet, I want a big model." At night, Crow was thinking about the idea of vanadium metal, but he saw Kay walking by himself. "Boss, if you want to keep someone in New York, I can stay." "No need, the price has been negotiated, especially for Stark Industries. Although the price is a bit more expensive, but the goods are good, those old will definitely like it. Rockets manufactured by Graham Industry." Kay is also a little curious, the world-famous Stark Industry is willing to sell it to us. Tony Stark doesn't seem to be like it on TV. "Who would talk to Stark? I'm looking for Obeyday, he is a well-known arms dealer in our circle. I heard that he also has a deal with those people in Afghanistan, so the talk is very easy. By the way, what do you want to stay for?" "I ordered a large model, it may take a few days to complete, I want to take the model back." Kai said frankly, after all, everyone knows his hobby. "FK, I have so many women on the boat, you are still playing with those models, you just take that person back. He can make models for you in the future." Crow cursed and drove Kai away. Kay's eyes lit up when I heard it. Yes. It's not enough to take Leo away directly. In the future, he can make a model for me alone. After 2 years in New York, I almost forget that I am a bad guy. Took out the phone. "Leo, I have prepared a big surprise for you. It's already in the warehouse. Come get it tomorrow." Lu Chang, who continued to practice, felt the vibration of the phone, and his hands did not move. The phone floated over, saw the message above, did not think much, and replied, "Okay." Continues to absorb the metal. The progress of the copper skin is already 14%, and it seems that there is hope to be 15% today. Early the next morning, watching the progress of the copper skin that had only slowly increased by 2%, and the residue of 9 broken metal rods around him, he sighed helplessly. The progress is not too slow, but comparing the efficiency of that gold-titanium alloy, it is a bit uncomfortable. By the way, why would Kay send me this kind of news? It's strange, is it really a surprise for me, isn't it a high-grade metal? Lu Chang thought about the high-quality materials mentioned several times before. But there are still some doubts in my heart. Okay, let's check it out after school. Hope Kay will not lie to me. At noon, Kai brought 7 little brothers to this small warehouse. Everyone wore a pistol around his waist. Even Kai held an Uzi submachine gun in his hand. A metal figure 10 centimeters tall came out to play with. "Brother Kai, are you really going to kill the modeler?" a little brother asked indifferently from the side. Kai's eyes went round, and the metal man in his hand swung over, and the slightly sharp metal base slammed the little brother's head. A spatter of blood came out and stained Kai's face. The little brother was knocked to the ground in an instant. After a few twitches, he fainted and the blood flowed from his head. Read www.yuyugonshu.com for a while, on the ground. A pool of blood gathered. Kai stared fiercely at the 6 people around him. I told you. Is to take him away, not kill him. You are not allowed to shoot, have you heard? Yes, yes. The remaining 6 little brothers said tremblingly. I have heard of this model lunatic under Crow a long time ago, but I didn't expect to be so mad. He would kill if he didn't agree with him, so just stay quiet. Kay didn't care at all. The model wiped the clothes, still thinking about it. When Leo is tied back, I must ask him to make me a 2-meter model. Ah, awesome. Just thinking about it, Kai's body was trembling a little, and there was an obsessive smile on his face, with a trace of blood stains, but it was so hideous. Around 4 o'clock. Lu Chong came to the alley of the small warehouse again, but unexpectedly sensed that a small surveillance probe was set up in the corner of the wall. Frowned, the probe was instantly distorted into a small ball, and at the same time, the screen of the computer in the hands of a younger brother in the warehouse also shook and went black. The little brother who was dozing off suddenly woke up, glanced at the computer, and hurriedly said, "Brother Kai. The monitoring has been broken. Maybe someone is coming." Kai has been thinking about it all the time, going back to make a set of real-life models, and sealing people in metal models. It would be more exciting, but the little brother disturbed his dreams. Picked up the gun on the side and smiled tremblingly. "Hurry up, Boss Crow's boat is already waiting at the pier, and quickly take Leo away. I'm all a little excited." Lu Chong had already sensed something was wrong, his eyes blinked, and a slight golden light appeared. He looked through the walls and saw the scene in the warehouse. Chapter 10, Crazy Model. In the small warehouse, there are 7 burly men with pistols standing, and one person is lying on the ground, but the breath of life is already very weak, looking like they are about to die at any time. What's the situation? Lu Chong frowned tightly. Could it be that the man lying on the ground is Kai? And the other people were robbers who had conspired against Kai. They happened to run into Kai, who came out alone and gave Leo a surprise, and killed him? Lu Chong thought about it carefully, and he hesitated very much. If he could not get in, if he exposed his superpower, there would be no days for steady cultivation. Picked up the phone. "Kay, you won't be in the warehouse." Still decided to try it out first, but he watched one of the brawny guys holding the AK, skillfully took the phone out of his pocket, opened the password, and replied. "Leo, we had an agreement. You said that if I don't see you, you will always make models for me, right?" Looking at the news from Kai, Lu Chong lowered his head in disappointment. "Kay, you lied to me, and you showed up here with a weapon. What do you want to do?" Looking at Kai, who was still raising his gun at the door, and 3 people ambushing by the door, Lu Chong's eyes instantly became cold. A piece of metal melted into a small thin mask, which was gently pressed on his face. The small school bag was thrown aside, and he strode towards the warehouse. In the warehouse, a younger brother said to Kai, "Brother Kai, I feel a little uneasy. What if he doesn't come alone? Kill other people, I just want Leo, I want him to make a model, no one can stop it. What if he doesn't want it?" Kai's eyes reddened slightly. "I have to give me whatever I want, whether he wants it or not, and tie him back to me first. I have a way." The small iron gate hit the wall and aroused a lot of dust. The sunlight shone through the gate and pulled out a long shadow. Even if the 2 people near the door didn't see clearly, they immediately jumped up, and the remaining one quickly went out and looked at it twice, confirming that only Lu Chong was alone. In the smoke and dust, the 2 younger brothers who wanted to throw Leo may have estimated his height, and they collided face to face and smashed against Lu Chong below him. With the thought, a piece of iron pushed the two of them back vigorously. They rolled a few times before hitting the steel on the side, and they looked like they could not get up. Gently raised his hand, and the iron door suddenly closed. Click! With a soft sound, the door was locked, leaving only a dim fluorescent tube hanging high on the roof. One person behind and 6 people in front surrounded Lu Chang. When the dust fell, Lu Chang's small figure appeared in everyone's sight. However, his small body of 1.2 meters was extremely weak among a group of big men over 1.8 meters. Looked at the big white man standing in the middle with a silver mask. K. Who are you? Where's Leo? K looked at the little bit in front of him and was a little confused. What's the situation? I am Leo. K. What do you mean? A slightly distorted voice came from under the mask, but the tender voice was still audible. Are you Leo? Will you make a gold model? A somewhat neurotic Kai said to the people around him. Haha, he said he is Leo. My kid, I'm not kidding you, what about Leo? K's muzzle was aimed at his head. K, you disappointed me so much. I thought we would become friends. The model in your pocket is the last time I made ace by myself. Lu Chang said dully. K looked at Lu Chang but laughed. Ahaha, it turns out that Leo is so small. I said why you don't want to come out to meet, haha. At the end, the conversation changed, and suddenly he said, tie him up. The person behind him suddenly hugged Lu Chang, and several people around him surrounded him. After a while, they tied him tightly with a rope. He was pulled in front of Kai without resistance. Kai held his head and said a little savagely, I don't care if you are Leo or not, and now I can't wait for him to come. I only want a model. You are the best. Can make metal models, otherwise. Grabbed Lu Chang's head and smiled cruelly, I will melt you into the metal to make a model, hee hee. Let's go, Boss Crow has sent a message, time is running out. Kai took the lead to leave. A little brother stopped Kai, Brother Kai, he is still angry, do you want to take it back? Kai looked at the little brother who was still lying on the ground, stretched out his hand and took out a pistol equipped with a silencer. Let him die. He was about to pull the trigger. But a huge force took his arm to turn a few turns, boom, 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 a few soft sounds, like a person knocking on the door hurriedly. In just 2 seconds, all of them were shot in the heart by Kai. The 6 younger brothers looked at Kai who raised their guns and shot them at them. Finally, before dying, they didn't think about how they had offended Brother Kai again and even wanted to kill them. Kai looked at the 6 people who had fallen in front of him, and his arms trembled. Why is it like this? It was not my shot. I do not have. Shouted in a sharp voice. Lu Chang, who was standing on the side, pushed his arm hard, 2 silver lights flashed from behind, all the ropes that tightly bound him broke, and fell to the ground. It's you. It's you. Kai turned the tip of his gun and aimed it at Lu Chang's head again. This time, his index finger gripped the trigger tightly, you're the one who killed them. I didn't see any movement of Lu Chang either. The pistol in Kai's hand trembled, and the magazine fell out directly. As soon as the barrel was retreated, the loaded bullet also flew out and hit Kai's forehead. You guys wanted to kill me first. Kai, I really don't want to kill you, you are my biggest customer. Lu Chang said distressedly, but you have touched the bottom line in my heart. No. Leo, I didn't want to kill you, I just want to take you to Africa with me, make a model for me, I didn't want to kill you. Kai felt the bullet on his forehead, shaking a little said. Model? K, you are really a lunatic. Lu Chang's eyes were full of disappointment. He thought he could meet a new friend after a transaction for more than a year, but because of the model, his life was needed. Threaten him. Lu Chang turned to the injured person on the ground, turned him over, looked at the big cracked wound on his head, patted his face, hey, hold on. Sober up. Although I don't know who he is, he doesn't seem to be with Kai. Yu reading www.yuugonshu.com was beaten so badly after all. Kai saw this, drew a knife from his waist and slammed it into the back of Lu Chong's head. Without advancing a few centimeters, he could not control the knife in his hand, and was firmly pulled in the air. Lu Chong turned around and looked at Kai, who was crazy and a little scared. Who is he? Innocent passerby. If you let me go, I'll tell you. Kai let go of the hand holding the knife, put it in his pocket, and looked at Lu Chong in front of him, but he felt a little broken. Ah, the man on the ground groaned feebly, very weak. Lu Chong just glanced with his head tilted. Kai took out the metal model from his pocket in the blink of an eye and threw it at Lu Chong with all his strength. This action completely angered him. Turning his head to stare at Kai, two dazzling golden lights suddenly appeared in his eyes, shining on Kai's body. The clothes and the flesh are all metallized, starting from the chest, and quickly extending up and down the whole body. Since you like models so much, stay with it forever. 5 seconds later, a shiny metal figure was born, standing in the middle of the small warehouse, holding up the metal figure in her hands that could no longer be put down, and blending perfectly with it. The extremely delicate metal face was full of despair and horror. Hey, man, who are you? How come you are here? Lu Chong knelt down to look at the injured person, and took out his mobile phone to make an emergency call. The man opened his mouth and several syllables appeared. What did you say? Lu Chong fell down and listened carefully. G, claw, U, lisai, S.C. Claw. Before finishing speaking, her head tilted and she was out of breath. Chapter 11, Immobile. Confused the name, and put down the phone in his hand. Looking at the messy warehouse and this huge metal model, Lu Chong couldn't help sighing. Waved his hand, all the guns in the warehouse fell apart and broke into several pieces, a few pieces of metal kept all the bodies together. Turned around and prepared to leave, the door opened, and as Lu Chong left, the door closed again, and the whole warehouse fell into endless darkness. With a light turn of the palm of his hand, the old door lock was completely twisted and locked, and it could no longer be opened normally. Picked up his little school bag, turned a few turns, and fell into the crowd. Lu Chong, who returned home, did not have any desire to practice today. He sat at his desk in a daze. Aunt Jenny knocked on the door and walked in with a cup of hot milk. Leo, I saw something wrong with you during dinner today. Did something happen in school? A thick and rough arm was put on Leo's small shoulder, and Uncle George came to Leo. No, the school is pretty good, but some kids don't want to play with me, but I don't care, they are too naive. Leo rubbed his stiff little face and responded with a smile. No. Aunt Jenny brought a stool and sat next to Lu Chong. Leo, my little baby, it's been 5 years. The first time I saw you so unhappy today, my aunt is very sad. Stretched out both hands and pulled up Leo's right hand, his eyes were a little red, as if he was about to cry. George also put his other hand on Aunt Jenny's shoulder, and embraced the two of them. S deep voice whispered, Leo, from the first day we brought you home, Jenny and I have regarded you as my own son. You are very good and sensible. When you accompany us on our first birthday, it is the best time we have experienced. I am very grateful to God for making my life so beautiful and giving me such a well-behaved son. Let me turn 40 years old, and have a beloved baby, we are willing to give everything for you. In the past year, we have been busy and did not accompany you well. I heard the sound of the grinding wheel spinning in the garage. Jenny has left tears several times. Leo, it's not that I said you. We want you to be like an ordinary like children, watch TV shows with us, go shopping with us, not making money, or in other words, not working so hard. Jenny also wiped her tears with a tissue, and nodded, Leo, in the past year, I feel that after you fell in love with making models, you have alienated us a lot. We don't want you to make money. I just hope you will be happy. Big said. He took the little Leo into his arms. Leo reached out and hugged them. Well, uncle and aunt, I'm fine, but on the way home today, I saw an accident and someone died, but it's fine, aunt, let's go watch TV. Uncle George touched Leo's little head. Leo, you must be careful outside, and you must hurry up when you encounter bad things. You are only a child. Leo took the hands of the two of them, went out of the room, turned off the lights, and walked downstairs, while saying, Aunt Jenny, is the Big Bang Theory starting to update again, as if Sheldon was talking girlfriend. Well, Leonard and Petunia are together again, it's interesting, let me tell you. If you don't listen, I want to watch it myself, hee, it's been a long time since I watched TV. Jenny, Leo, I'm going to get a drink. Would you like a pizza to take out? Eating cheese and sausage flavor, I want to. The voices of a few people were getting farther and farther away, and they could no longer hear them clearly, except for happy laughter. Moonlight spilled on Leo's desk through the window, and a pen on the table was shining brightly. A photo of Leo's 6th birthday family was neatly placed in a corner of the table. The three people in the photo, there was an extremely bright smile on his face. Just like now. 6 months later, in February 2008, Leo, who had just celebrated his 11th birthday, wanted to go to Las Vegas. Although Uncle George disagreed very much, he couldn't hold Leo's hard work. Okay, but I still warn you, you can go, we are just like traveling, not allowed to enter the casino, cannot go to the bar, can only stay at most for 3 days. Well, I just go and have a look, and I won't run around. Leo agreed firmly. Jenny also seemed to be a little excited. Seeing George agreeing, she cheered, oh. I'm going to ask for leave, George, I can't wait to book the flight ticket soon. George rubbed Leo's head with a smile, your Aunt Jenny has long wanted to see it again, and it is considered to have fulfilled one of her wishes. Go, kid, pack up, our family is going to travel. With a tap on the back of Leo's head, George said with a hint of excitement. Leo returned to his room, and pulled out a handwritten report from the drawer on the side, with some strange timelines written on it in Chinese. Iron Man 1, February 11, 2008, Las Vegas Casino. February 13, Afghanistan, Jericho missile experiment, Stark was tied up. In October, the exact time is unclear, Stark Tower, war. November. There are always a few timelines written down below, but only the line in October is marked with key points. Took a closer look, hesitated, took the eraser and cleaned it. Looked at the panel in his mind. Control point, 73. Strength 11, Defense 17, Speed 9, Spirit 19. Skill, D-level Metal Control and D-level Physical Enhancement. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper Skin, 100%. Steel Bar, 1%. Iron Bone, 0%. Derivative Technique, Destroying Golden Eyes, don't be fooled by any abilities, see through all illusions, enhance visual observation, metallize objects. Don't move the golden body, enhance great defense power, stand on the ground with both feet, you will have infinite physical strength, the body will recover faster, and will not be moved by external force. Touched the still soft skin on his body, it was not like last month at all. At that time, my body was as hard as iron, so I had to wrap it up with clothes and wear a mask in class. The body shook, and a golden light appeared from all over his body. An inexplicable layer of golden energy surfaced on the surface of Leo's body, covering the clothes on his body. At the same time, a warm current surged from the soles of the feet, the body was connected to the earth, and the whole body was full of strength. I have tested it in the garage. This layer of golden light can't be broken by himself, and can only shake it reluctantly, whether it is smashed with 2,000 kilograms of metal blocks or a giant metal warhead that breaks the sound barrier. Walking around at random, Jin Guang dimmed with Liu's thought. In his normal state, the defensive power of the surface of the body has also been greatly improved, and when he slashed hard with a knife, only a white mark appeared. Although he can't fight bullets, Liu can confidently say, "No bullets can come near me." Such self-confidence finally made Liu a little dared to contact the mainline characters. Aunt Jenny ran up with excited footsteps, holding Uncle George's cell phone in her hand. "Liu! Liu! The ticket has been booked, look, the ticket for the morning of the 9th, the day after tomorrow." "Aunt Jenny, I heard Uncle George said that you seem to have been to Las Vegas, right?" Liu looked at the ticket message on the phone and gave Jenny a smile. Aunt Jenny brought Leola to her side and said as if recalling, "Uncle George never told you." "Then I will tell you, it is interesting. That was 12 years ago, at that time." Liu was by Jenny's side, listening with interest to their previous love history, the scene of their first meeting in Las Vegas. George was packing his suitcases in the room, listening to the laughter coming from next door, shook his head, showing a slight smile. 3 days later, a family of 3 boarded a plane from New York to Las Vegas. Chapter 12, Meet Tony Stark. After 3 hours and 40 minutes of high-altitude flight, finally reached the destination. Liu looked at the neon lights and drunken lights below on the plane, and couldn't help but get a little excited. But looking at his height of 1.25 meters, he wilted again. After getting off the plane, the 3 of them went straight to the booked hotel and put down their luggage. Jenny and George looked at the sky tower outside the French window and hugged each other fiercely. There are 2 rooms in a small suite. Liu lives in the one inside. He has to go through Uncle George's room to go out. George glanced at his watch and lay down on the bed. "Liu, rest early." "Uncle George, it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Las Vegas is a city that never sleeps. At night is the busiest time. At this point, many projects are not open." George stretched his waist. "I have arranged everything. I will leave at 6 o'clock, after eating a delicious buffet. I will show you the musical fountain. There are pirate shows and volcanic eruptions, and roller coasters. Liu, go to bed." Jenny pushed Liu gently into the suite inside. "This is no better than New York. You can't go out alone. Here is known as the Sin City." In the room, Liu took out the map prepared by the hotel. Tony Stark shouldn't go to low-level casinos. There are 7 top-level hotels and casinos. Let me think about where he will come from. Come out. 2 days later, George and the others slept again until 12 o'clock in the morning, and the room service has delivered breakfast, and lunch. Liu, who got up early, had finished eating. He continued to look at the photos on his mobile phone. He was entangled at the entrances of the 2 hotels. The decorations at the entrances of these 2 houses look like they have statues of these fountains. Embarrassing. "Liu, why do you get up so early every day? Yesterday, you even went to the casino door to check out. Are you looking for something?" George asked with a cake in his mouth. "Well, I heard that Tony Stark is also in Las Vegas. Before I wanted to see him, I couldn't enter the door of his company. Maybe I can see him today." "Why do you want to see that playboy? There is no intersection between us and his rich man," Aunt Jenny said. "It's okay, just give him a model. I prepared it for him a long time ago." "Okay, but we can't delay it too long. Will we have to catch a plane at noon tomorrow?" "Well, don't worry." Liu selected a few times and left the last photo, which is the New York hotel in Las Vegas. "I heard that there is a makeup party tonight." At 7 o'clock in the evening, Liu and his uncle and aunt came to the entrance of the New York hotel, the fountain in the center, and the human statues carved out of white marble around them, the most important of which was the blonde reporter hiding aside. Liu also a smile appeared. Strode over to the reporter. "Hello, Sister Reporter. Christine Everhart looked at the child in front of him, then glanced at his chest. He didn't bring his ID with him. Squatted down and looked at Leo. Hello, little brother, how do you know that sister is a reporter? My sister is so beautiful, I remember it when I saw it on TV. Christine smiled and looked at the little brother in front of him. Why are you here alone, your parents? It's dangerous here, go back. Leo waved his hand and greeted Uncle George on the side of the road. Is my sister waiting here? This is a secret, you go back quickly, this is not suitable for children to play. Christine looked at the manuscript in his hand. Leo also smiled, and stood silently behind Christine. Christine didn't pay too much attention to Leo. He looked at the manuscript in his hand intently. He couldn't be influenced by Leo, who had only found out the news with difficulty. Leo was excited, and he was about to see the real Tony Stark, the Iron Man who was like a mortal and a god. The minute passed by, and finally at around 11 o'clock in the evening, when Jenny wanted to come up and take Leola back, there was a movement at the door of the hotel. Tony Stark walked out with a sulky burgundy shirt and black suit jacket, a pair of light red sunglasses, a big back and a mustache. Harpy walked in front, followed by 3 big bodyguards in suits, striding towards the black Rolls-Royce not far away. Leo's eyes lit up, and he gently pushed Christine, who was still reading the information. Christine also reacted and hurriedly stuffed the information into the bag, and hurriedly followed in high heels. Mr. Stark, excuse me, Mr. Stark. At last he called out Stark before getting into the car. I'm Christine Everhart, a reporter for Vanity Fair, can I ask you a few questions? Leo followed behind, like a little follower. Tony has no intention to look back. Happy leaned forward and said, it's punctual. Really? Hearing this sentence, Tony, who didn't want to bother, turned around with interest. Hi, Stark has a smile on his face. Hi, Christine replied. Well, let her come over. Stark waved, and the bodyguard let go. Leo also followed smoothly, but the little man firmly caught Tony Stark's eyes. Christine had just arrived in front of Stark, and hurriedly interviewed, some people call you a modern Leonardo, what do you think of this? Stark turned his gaze from Leo to the reporter, looked at her beautiful face, smiled and said, I don't know why, I don't paint. What about another nickname, Death Merchant? What do you think? Stark lifted his chin slightly, that's not bad, I guess you are Berkeley. It's Brown University. Well, Miss Brown. Stark looked at Christine and said solemnly. This world is not perfect, but we have no choice. I promise you that if one day we don't have to trade weapons for peace, I will rebuild the children's hospital. A serious way of speaking made Leo on the side cover his mouth and smile. Christine narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you practiced this many times? Practice in the mirror before going to bed every day. Stark replied without hesitation. After listening, Leo's eyes narrowed even more, and Stark kept looking at Leo again. Christine replied, I can see it. I want to take you to see with my own eyes. Stark stared into her eyes seriously. Can you answer seriously? Christine flushed. Okay, to answer you seriously, my dad has a philosophy of life, I don't want to be bullied, the stick is thicker than a person. For the stick seller, it is indeed right. My dad helped defeat Asterisk and participated in the Manhattan Project. Many people, including your university professor, many people said that he, wait, is this kid who is laughing all the time yours? Tucker said, but suddenly pointed at Leo who was smiling. Looking at the corners of Leo's mouth, Stark said, I have tolerated you for a long time, kid. Is it really funny? Can't interviews have some professionalism? Christine saw Leo, who had been following him, hurriedly said to Stark, Mr. Stark, I don't know this kid, I don't know who he is. Sorry, Mr. Stark, I came in with the reporter on purpose. I want to chat with you alone. Leo smiled and looked up at Tony Stark. Stark looked at Leo, and the people around him took a few steps back. Only Happy was still with him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was closer to Leo than Stark. Mr. Stark, in fact, I want to say that people only know how to grow when they have experienced it, sorry. Leo looked at Stark, who was still arrogant. What? Tony looked puzzled. Leo took out an exquisite metal model from his pocket and handed it to Stark. Give it to you, Mr. Stark. Stark put his hands behind him, and took a step back. Oh, I don't like people handing me things. Harpy reluctantly stepped forward and took the thing in Leo's hand, then transferred it to Stark's hand, and Tony took it. A small metal model, for you, goodbye, I believe we will see you again. Leo watched Stark take it. After saying this, he hurriedly left and returned to George not far away. Uncle's side. Stark glanced at the metal model in his hand, and was about to throw it on the car, but the exquisite shape and feel made him feel unwilling to throw it away. Christine came forward again. Sorry, can we continue? Of course, you continue. Conceived a bit, and continued, but many people say that he is making a fortune. Tony took off his glasses and said seriously, tell me, why don't we report that we have saved millions of lives with advanced medical technology, or used smart crops to solve famine problems? These are all military funding. My dear. Christine was instantly attracted by the serious Tony under the glasses, and a special light appeared in his eyes. Leo saw Christine getting in Tony's luxury car, looking at the cars going away, but silently said, I look forward to your return, Iron Man. The signed contract has been sent. As the question is, the signing contract has been sent out, and small partners who have not yet invested can invest in a wave. You can invest in 10 minutes and earn some starting currency. Friends who still have votes, don't forget to vote for Bighorn Bull. Ask for recommendation, ask for collection, thank you everyone, hee hee. Chapter 13, Kidnapped. On the way back to the hotel, Uncle George asked. Leo, how did you know Tony Stark? He is a world-famous weapon manufacturer. Uncle George, will change, he will become a hero. Forget it, you kid, give me a good boy, don't learn from him. George glanced at Leo. The two laughed. After the 3-day happy vacation, the three returned to a peaceful life. Aunt Jenny took the dozens of photos that had just been printed out, and she sat on the bed with a smile to select them. She was about to pick some good-looking group photos into the frame and bind them. Leo glanced at the topics in the group. There was a discussion about why Kay didn't bubbling for a while, but he quickly calmed down. I also successfully found a new channel to purchase steel. It was a small warehouse 1 kilometer near home. Although the quality was worse than what Kai originally provided, it was stable and legal. Seeing that the strengthening progress of the steel bar is getting slower and slower, there is also some anxiety in my heart. But there are some things that can't come in a hurry. Leo believes that soon, he will have the resources to come to him. Calmly gathered 4 metal rods around him, and continued to practice. A little bit of golden light slowly merged into the meridians and collaterals on the whole body, as well as the internal organs, giving it a golden light. Christine and Tony rolled over and fell to the ground. Early the next morning, Christine woke up naked from a big bed. The originally dark room slowly lit up under Jarvis's control. Good morning, it is 7 o'clock in the morning, the temperature is 72 degrees Fahrenheit, and the weather is cloudy. A very anthropomorphic mechanical sound rang. The huge French window next to the bed gradually changed from pitch black to transparent, and when you look around, there is a sunny blue sea outside the window. The height of the waves is between the shoulders and the waist, suitable for surfing. The big waves will arrive at 10:52. This is a mansion built on the edge of a cliff in Malibu, California. It is also the home of the billionaire Tony Stark. Ms. Pepper, who was in a capable suit, drove Christine out of the villa very skillfully, and hurriedly left after looking at a bunch of things on the schedule. 3 hours later, I received a call from Larry at the airport and went to the basement reluctantly. Tony drove a high song, doing maintenance work in front of his favorite classic car until Pepper walked in. Smart Jarvis saw Pepper, who was on the phone, and turned off the music automatically. "Don't turn off my music." Stark carefully disassembled the parts of the car. Pepper hung up the phone. "You should be on the other side of the earth at this time. What does she want to do with me? I can only bear it." Pepper thought for a second, and replied helplessly. "Then why do you want to kick me out of here?" Tony looked at the firmware in his hand seriously. "Your plane should have taken off an hour and a half ago," Pepper said, looking at him still playing with the car. "Interesting, that's my plane, I should wait for me." I installed the parts in my hand, confirmed that there was no problem, and stood up. Pepper still thought about what to say, but he continued to be snatched up by Tony. "If the private jet is not waiting for the owner, why do we need a private jet?" This kind of cynical character makes her speechless. There are a few more things to say here. Pepper sorted everything out for Tony, and only needed Stark to give a decisive answer at the end. A few minutes later, Tony decided to buy an expensive painting and signed a document. Besides, Tony suddenly learned that today is Pepper's birthday. "Did you celebrate your birthday?" "Correct. I know, today." "Well, it's the same day as last year, it's weird." Pepper cocked his mouth, seeming to enjoy Tony's unexpected appearance. "Buy yourself a present for me." Stark smiled and looked at Pepper. "I already bought it." "How about the gift?" stared at the blonde girl and said. "Oh, great, very tasteful, thank you." Mr. Stark Potts also grinned and looked at Tony. "You're welcome, Miss Potts." Stark stared at Pepper's eyes, unable to move them away. "By the way, I found this in the car. Look at what it is." Pepper blushed and looked at Stark, and suddenly took this out of his pocket, and a small metal piece came out. "Oh, that's great, I was just thinking, where did this model go?" Stark took it and looked at it carefully. "Pepper, you see what this looks like?" Pepper thought for a while, and said, "Where did this model come from?" "A kid, an Asian kid, gave it to me last night. I don't know why. It feels very familiar, but there are some, I can't say it." Tony turned the truncated cone-shaped model in his hand a few times, and there are several electromagnetic waves on the bottom. Coil-like decoration. "Anyway, this is a very good model, isn't it?" Pepper said. "Yeah, that's right, I'm sending you off." Stark stuffed the small round table into Pepper's hand, drank the coffee in her hand, and turned to the garage. She played with it in her hand. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked at the back of Tony and Harpy driving away, and placed the round table on her desk normally. Thought for a while, but turned it upside down. The small side was placed at the bottom, and the large side with the coil was facing the top. "It feels more reasonable like this." In this way, Pepper put a small model of the original arc reactor on his desk. The next night, Pepper was woken up from his sleep by a phone call from the military. "What? Kidnapping?" But at this time, Pepper couldn't leave Stark company. There were too many things for her to complete. Tony could disappear, but Pepper couldn't. Held the head of the bed tightly, the model that Tony gave him last, with blue veins emerging from his slender hands. Tony's good brother Colonel Rod also received the news. Without hesitation, he took a few people and drove a helicopter to the battlefield where Tony was abducted, trying to find a trace. 2 days later, Tony suddenly opened his eyes from the hospital bed. The effect of the anesthetic had not been completely over, and his hands and feet were a little stiff and he did not listen. Struggled to pull out the oxygen tube that was inserted into the respiratory tract from his nostril. Then, the animal's survival instinct made him try to pick up the water glass from the side, but he was bound by the 2 wires on his chest. If I were you, I would not waste my energy. Ethan was facing a small mirror that was still intact and shaved his chin. Tony pulled off the gauze on his chest, and a simple metal device was deeply embedded in his body. At that moment, Stark looked at the top of the damp and crude dark cave with despair in his heart. Chapter 14, Arc Reactor. Stark sat on the edge of the bed, trying to use the small mirror to observe what was on his chest. In this perilous situation, there was something like porridge cooked in the pot, and Ethan continued to whistle. Leisurely put the taken-out shrapnel into a small glass bottle and handed it to Tony. Even said to Stark, "In our village, there are many such people. We call them the living dead, because within a week, shrapnel will enter their vital organs." Even if this was the case, Stark, who was confused about the situation, did not let Stark hear the grief in the words. "What is this?" "Electromagnet. Connected to the car battery, it can prevent shrapnel from entering your heart." Stark's brain turned frantically, analyzed everything around him, and tied his dirty shirt on his chest. Ethan is a full suit, and the bow tie is also very classic and neat. The left pocket even reveals a little scarf. In this dim cave, compared with the embarrassed Tony, it is like 2 different worlds. People. But he taught Tony to be in danger, looking at the surveillance camera. "That's right, smile." This relaxed state even made Stark suspect that the man in front of him was sent by his kidnapper. "We have seen it at the Bern Technology Conference in Switzerland, 1999. I don't remember." "You certainly don't remember. If I drink like you, I can't stand up, let alone an integrated circuit speech." Ethan's face has always been faintly smiled, bringing Stark a little bit of peace. Before he finished speaking, there was a shout from the door, and Ethan instantly became nervous. Hurriedly came to Stark's side, pulled up the nervous Tony with both hands, calmly said, "Follow me, just follow me." The bearded deputy chief came in with a few gunmen. Through Ethan's translation, they knew that their purpose was to make Stark build the Jericho missile that had just been tested. Stark refused, but was pushed into a bucket on the side, holding his breath, choking water and splashing a little splash on the electromagnet on his chest, causing a small short circuit. A talented scientist who became famous as a teenager and billionaire Tony Stark, where did he receive such treatment? Repeatedly pressed his head into the water, as if he was dead. A voice from Pepper Potts came out in his head, "Tony." Ethan was very unbearable on the sidelines, but he was helpless, unable to protect himself. When was exhausted, but still had to hold the car battery to save his life, Stark felt unprecedented insult and shame. "I have to carry this bulky battery to sustain my life." Then, the sack was pulled out of the cave, and he looked at the heavy weapons, missiles, rockets, bombs, etc. everywhere outside. All the weapons were printed with the logo of Made by Stark. Even the guns in their hands are all made by Stark. The short and chubby Afghan bearded deputy chief seemed to be a little proud and said to Tony, "What do you think?" Translated by Ethan. "You have many weapons I made. We have all the materials used to make Jericho missiles, you make a list." Continued, "I will start manufacturing right away, and when you are finished, I will let you go." After speaking, he extended a hand to indicate. Tony just wants to live now. Hearing the last paragraph of Ethan's translation, he put his hands up and held them together. Smiled and looked at the beard, but said in English, "He can't." Ethan also looked at the deputy leader with a smile, and replied, "Yes, he won't." Looking at the smiles of the two, the beard also laughed. In the cave, only Tony and Ethan are left, and there is a pile of wood-burning bonfires for lighting and heating. Stark stared blankly at the burning flames, remembering the good times before, wrapped in a layer of old and dirty blanket, sitting there shivering. Ethan looked at Tony, but said, "I know your people must be looking for you, Stark. But they will never find this deep mountain." Squatted down and looked at Tony, "You just saw it, those are your heritage, Stark. Stark did not respond, sitting motionless. Your life is in the hands of these murderers, don't you want to give up? The voice gradually increased. Is this the last resistance of the great Tony Stark? Ethan finally stared at Tony and said loudly, or tell me what you want to do. Stark's mind is flashing back countless pictures, Pepper's smiling face, his old car, Obi's voice. The countless models I have slept with, the last cup of coffee that Pepper handed him, the small model he gave Pepper, the electromagnet on his chest, the giant reactor in the company, and the last one I saw at the entrance of the cave sun. Recalling the last smiling face that he gave the model to Pepper, his eyes gradually shifted from her face to her hand, the little model. I moved unconsciously in his hand, recalling the shape of the model, as if the three-dimensional drawing of the model appeared in my mind, gradually broken down into parts, and seemed to collide with the idea buried deep in my mind. There was a strange light in Stark's eyes, and a thought that he had forgotten all along came out of his mind again. Okay, let's get to work. Stark stood up again. Ethan saw Stark regaining his fighting spirit, as if there was a trace of relief in his eyes. He also slowly smiled. One day later, in the cave, all the necessary equipment was sent in. Under the bright lights, the simple cave looked a bit like it at last. Stark finally disassembled the warhead of a missile and took out an internal detonator. Ethan came up. If I help you during the preparation process, it will be more efficient. Stark didn't hear him. He took out a thin piece of metal with tweezers from the device, and threw the rest behind him. What is this? This is metal palladium, 0.15 grams, at least 1.6 grams, so you go to tear down the other 11. Stark looked at Ethan and said. Ethan did not understand, but he followed Tony's instructions, and the smile appeared on his face again. Finally, it is necessary to use a crucible to melt the metal palladium, pour it into a mold, and condense it to form. This is a critical step because Stark is dragged down by the battery on his chest and can only be done by Ethan. Ethan used the clamp to clamp the crucible and walked slowly towards the mold, but Stark held the battery aside and emphasized, be careful, we only have one chance. Don't worry, my hand is very stable, otherwise you think how you survived. Ethan smiled relaxedly, and poured the liquid palladium into the mold steadily and slowly. How do you call it? Stark glanced at Ethan and finally asked the question. Call me Ethan. Ethan continued to pour the palladium. Ethan, nice to meet you. Stark glanced at Ethan, and finally expressed his approval. I'm glad to meet you too. Ethan smiled happily. Soon, a small circle of metal palladium appeared in Stark's hand. 3 days later, a small round table-shaped mechanical device appeared on the table. The power was turned on and it was completely activated, emitting a bright blue and white light. Caused the voltage of the surrounding circuit to become unstable, and the lights flickered. Stark looked at this small model, only it was in his eyes, and his lips trembled slightly. Ethan came to the side. Does this look like a Jericho missile? This is a miniature arc oscillation reactor. I have a big one in my hometown, which powers my factory. Stark touched it lightly. This should prevent shrapnel from entering my heart. How about its power generation capacity? If I haven't figured it out, it's generally not wrong, 3 billion joules per second. Enough for you to live 50 times. Ethan sighed. Yes, or 15 minutes for a big guy. Stark said calmly, thinking about the plan in his heart. How did you think that the compression is so small? Ethan asked, involuntarily looking at the reactor. But suddenly he pulled Stark's thoughts back a few days ago, took the reactor in front of him, and rubbed it inch by inch. Ethan, the day before I came to Afghanistan, a child gave it to I am a model. What model? That's it. Stark raised the reactor in front of him. It's very similar to this, but it's more refined. The funny thing is, I didn't think about it at that time. So strange. Ethan didn't expect it to be like this either. If I can go back, I will find that kid, sure. Chapter 15, Ethan is dead. Stark lay back on the bed, and under Ethan's delicate operation, the small reactor was mounted on Stark's chest. The moment the shiny reactor was installed, it seemed to emit a strange light. Ethan's eyes flashed, and when he looked at Stark, it seemed that Tony was suddenly different. Tony stood up and looked at the car battery that he had been with him for 5 days. Now he finally got rid of its shackles, and it seemed that it was not just the shackles of the battery. Touched the cold reactor on his chest, but it seemed to make his blood boil. This new heart not only gave Tony strength, but also a mission. Mark 1, officially started. In the dark and damp cave, the enthusiasm for building steel parts began. Ethan, who is also a scientist, is enough to save Tony a lot of effort, and the mechanical parts are slowly formed like this. In their spare time, the two of them will use some childish games to relax their tight mood. This time, it was Tony's topic. You haven't told me where your hometown is. Tony glanced at Ethan and asked. Ethan's hand movement paused, he licked his lips lightly, and said, a small town called Gemira is a very good place. Do you have a family? Yes, I will meet them when I leave here. Ethan said without hesitation. Then asked back, where are you? Stark? Stark looked at Ethan for 2 seconds, twitched the corner of his mouth, lowered his head, and whispered back, I have no family. No? So, you have everything, but you have nothing, Ethan said flatly to Tony. Stark smiled slightly, but didn't know what he was thinking. 2 months later, most of the Mark I components have been completed, but during the test, some doubts were finally seen. The leader rushed in with a dozen younger brothers, and the two of them instantly became nervous. Just like the first time, Tony raised his hand above his head. But this time, instead of threatening Tony, he communicated with Ethan in a language that Tony couldn't understand. Why don't you listen to me? We are working, very serious. Ethan explained. The bald boss slowly walked to Ethan's. I'll save you a little life, how do you repay me? Ethan was forced to step back gently 2 steps, trying his best to explain, the missile is very complicated, he has worked very hard. The 2 younger brothers rushed forward, buckled Ethan back, and made him kneel down. The boss used tongs to tinker in the wrought iron stove on the side. Are you an idiot? Don't you say it. The voice was full of threats. Ethan knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, we work very hard. He picked up a small hot red iron ball out, smiled cruelly, open your mouth. Stark also felt wrong, and quickly asked Ethan, what does he want to do? The boss twisted Ethan's head and pressed it on the anvil, do you think I am a fool? What are you doing, tell me honestly. Stark squeezed his fists when he saw this, as if he had guessed what happened. He's building Jericho missiles. The moment Ethan's head hit the anvil, he seemed to give up struggling and said loudly. Frankly explain. The red and hot little iron ball has been handed to Ethan's mouth. He is building Jericho missiles. Frankly explain. The boss seemed to shove an iron ball into Ethan's throat in the next moment. He is building Jericho missiles. Stark couldn't help but stepped forward, what do you want? Do you want to give a delivery date? The boys around immediately pointed their guns at the bald boss and walked to Stark, looking very cautious. The boss also looked back at Stark, wanting to see what he was going to say, and deciding whether Ethan's mouth could still be left. I need him, he is a good helper. This is the first time Stark has said this, and the proud Tony Stark has said that he needs someone for the first time. Tomorrow, you must install the missiles for me. The iron in the hands of the boss fell down, looked at the 2 men, said threateningly, turned and left. Tony Stark looked at the leaving bald head, his eyes were full of anger, and his fists burst into blue veins. 2 hours later, the sound of Jiang resounded throughout the cave. Tony, wearing only a vest, beat a metal part in his hand with a hammer and hammer. Immersed in the coolant, Zi, and a burst of white water vapor appeared. The last part of Mark I, the mask, is complete. Without too much hesitation immediately, Ethan began to assemble the Mark I quickly, and Stark carried out the final inspection and the program correction. The time is tight and the task is heavy, so you can't delay a moment. Ethan put on all the equipment for Tony, and asked, "Have you written down the way out?" This is Ethan staying here for so long, every time he is taken out to get the most useful information. Go straight 41 steps, 16 steps to the door, take the fork on the right, 33 steps, then turn right. Yes, very good, no problem. Ethan was already very tired and gasped. On the other side, Stark and the others were also found to be abnormal. Many people hurriedly came to check the situation. A Hungarian ran to the iron gate and shouted. But Ethan did not speak Hungarian, which aroused their suspicion. He opened the door directly, but was blown away by a bomb that Tony had already placed 7 or 8 meters away. Whether it is the explosion sound or the damage of the surveillance camera, it means that if it fails this time, both of them are dead. This is the last chance. Ethan activated the power supply program of Mark I under Tony's guidance, but as the noise outside got closer, he became more and more nervous. All the hexagonal bolts are tightened. Ethan glanced back at the program progress bar just halfway through, and murmured, "We need more time." Looked at Stark who was fixed in the mecha. "Hey, let me buy you some time. Come according to plan, come according to plan." "Ethan!" Stark roared. Listening to the sound of Ethan's running away, Tony's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and it seemed to be mixed with tears. As the program started, the voltage was loaded, all the lights went out, and the red eyes fell into darkness. After a while, someone broke through Ethan and rushed into Stark's cave. Using the metal armor made of steel, ordinary bullets can't break through the defense at all. The huge kinetic energy of the mechanical movement is enough to knock a person 10 meters away, and the 4 people who broke in are solved in 3 or 2. Relying on the route Ethan told, hurriedly walked towards the exit, hoping to find Ethan as soon as possible. Tony still held a glimmer of hope. With brute force, it was enough to hammer any person in front of him, and he could go forward with a volley of several rifles. In the small cave, Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com did not encounter any opponents. Finally, at the entrance of the cave, I found the dying Ethan. "Ethan!" Tony just called out. Lying on the ground, Ethan saw the bald boss and shouted desperately, "Be careful!" A grenade from the bald boss shot over, and Tony tilted his body and wiped it from the side of his head. Manually fired a micro-missile on his arm, but it did not hit the bald head, and the rock on the side exploded, blasting the bald boss fainted. Tony Stark came to Ethan's side, opened his face mask, sweating, staring at Ethan expectantly. "Hurry up, we have to go, just take it for me, go." We said yes, as planned. In the end, his voice trembled slightly. "I've always planned this way, Stark." Ethan lay on the ground pale, and said weakly, as if the care that had just been used up all his strength. "No, you still have to see your family. Get up." Tony said with staring eyes. "My family are all dead, I'm going to see them now, Stark, it's okay." Ethan looked at Tony. "This is the ending I want, what I want." Tony's nose began to tremble, and his eyes were slightly red, but looking at Ethan, who was crying, he tried to lift the corners of his mouth and smiled to face Ethan, but he moved twice and turned into crying again. "Thank you for saving me." Looking at Ethan with moist eyes, there was dismay and pain in his eyes. "Then cherish life, don't let it go." After speaking, Ethan took 2 breaths and lost his breath. Stark watched for a second, and tried his best to look away, only anger was left inside. Chapter 16, Tony Stark is back. Leo used these ordinary metals to accumulate the reinforcement of steel bars to 34% in these 3 months. With the increase in the degree of strengthening, the change in body weight can be felt very obviously. A small man who is obviously only 1.2 meters tall has gained 40 kilograms. And also very sensitive to discover that my gastrointestinal digestion speed is a bit faster. My stomach is like upgrading from a small boiler to a smelting furnace, any food is quickly converted into energy and disappeared. Therefore, Leo eats a box of snacks almost every day to maintain his body's consumption. Glanced at today's date, and muttered, time should be almost 2. Tony walked out of the cave wearing his armor. A large group of people had already gathered outside. A dozen rifles were aimed at the entrance of the cave, ready to welcome his arrival. The huge steel figure walked out. Before he moved, he was baptized by hundreds of bullets. The impact of hundreds of bullets made Tony unable to move for a while. After a volley, everyone stopped, but unscathed Tony raised his hands and turned on the flamethrower. It's me. 2 huge pillars of fire spurted out, and the attached fuel ignited everything, except for those howling frantically, and there were countless Stark industrial missiles placed around the opening. As the temperature rose and the flames burned, the surrounding hundreds of flats quickly turned into a sea of flames, and all the people inside turned into coke. Only the enemies in the distance had room for resistance. 200 meters away, a heavy machine gun was set up and fired frantically at Tony. The huge impact of the bullet made his actions more difficult. At the same time, the exposed conveyor belt of the leg was also damaged by the gunshot, and the right leg could not move. The temperature around is getting higher and higher. Some ammunition and equipment have exploded, causing more explosive reactions. Even the small missiles not far away have become more and more unstable. Tony saw that the time was almost there, and turned on the last escape equipment, an ejector, an engine removed from a small rocket for the final ejection flight. Just as Tony flew out of the valley, there was a huge explosion in the valley, and all the ammunition was detonated. The huge impact pushed Tony again, pushing the Mark I farther. The fuel-exhausted Mark I lost power in the air, fell into a free fall and plunged into the desert. Half of Tony's body was plunged into the sand. Mark I also completed its mission and sacrificed honorably. Tony took off the mask from his head with difficulty, with blood in the corners of his mouth and scratches on his neck. He looked weakly at the sun in the sky that had not been seen for 2 months. Not bad. Struggled to get up, judged the direction, and left quickly. 4 hours later, Tony didn't know how long he had been walking or how long he had ran. The high temperature of nearly 40 degrees has left him in a state of water shortage. If no one finds him before the night, he may not be able to live until the next day. Because of the way he landed on the ground, his right arm was also seriously injured and blood was flowing. Exhausted Tony has been thinking about what Ethan told him at the end, which became his motivation to continue running. I don't know how many kilometers he ran. Tony's mind has always been refreshed with his understanding of war and peace. Across sand dunes one after another, the sun has gradually set. Crossed a sand dune again, until 2 helicopters flew over his head. Tony slowed to react. Hey! Waved his left hand and shouted loudly. Is a military helicopter, it is to find his own plane. Tony, who had been exhausted a long time ago, weakened his legs and knelt on the yellow sand, holding his direct left hand high, with on top. That is when I took a photo with the soldier who died because of protecting him on the jeep. At that time, I said peace, I love peace, if it is peace, I won't work. At this moment, it is a wish that springs from the bottom of my heart, I love peace. Colonel Rod, who has been flying non-stop over the desert for the past 3 months, rushed forward and hugged Tony. Next time I will ride in the same car, okay? Tony fell into Rod's arms and smiled happily. Pepper also got the news, and he covered his mouth, choked with excitement tears, and leaned on the desk weakly and started crying. Who knows, she has been working under the pressure these days, and finally, Tony is coming back. On May 4, 2008, a military transport plane flew over from a distance inside a U.S. military base. And Pepper and Harpy waited here early. The hatch slowly opened, and Pepper was already staring at the figure sitting in the wheelchair above him, his eyes swollen and rosy again. Stark, who was injured in his right hand, slowly walked down with Rod's support. Pepper also smiled with a few tears. From the inside out, he had never missed someone so much. Tony still has a few scars on his face, but Pepper is the only one in his eyes. Your eyes are red. Are you sad for your missing boss? Happy, I'll look for a job again for the province. Yeah, the holiday is over. Tony did not forget his original intention. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Harpy opened the door, and Tony Stark got in his car again. Where to go, sir? Take us to the hospital. Happy. Not going, Tony said. No, Tony, you have to go to the hospital for a checkup. I will never go to the hospital, I will do nothing. Tony stared at Pepper. I have been detained for 3 months, I only want to do 3 things now, one is to eat a cheeseburger, the other is. Pepper turned his gaze, you are always so lustful. It's not what you think, I want to hold a press conference. The press conference? Why do you want to hold a press conference? Pepper didn't understand, but worried about Tony's body. There are 3 more, Pepper, help me find the kid in Asia, Harpy has seen him. Okay, Harpy, drive, go eat cheeseburger first. The car started slowly, and Pepper still looked confused. Child? Hogan, what child, where is the child? Today is another comfortable weekend. Jenny is working overtime. Uncle George has some work to do. Even Peter was taken to the amusement park by Aunt May and would not come to find herself. Leo, how did you know Tony Stark was back? I just found out that they seem to be preparing a press conference in a certain venue. Leo's cell phone rang, and a message like this appeared in it. Well, send me the location, I promise to make a model for you first. Looking at the message sent to him by his friends in the group, Leo put on his little school bag and went out. Stopped a taxi, go to this place, hurry up, very urgent. Chapter 17, Enter the press conference. This place is an industrial park, a bit remote. How anxious. The driver's brother glanced at the address on the phone. Within 20 minutes, I will pay twice the fare. Oh. With a kick of the accelerator, the car started driving quickly. In the speeding car, Leo saw a lot of cars driving in the same direction around him, and even overtook them, looking like they were all at the same destination. What are these cars? The driver also glanced, these are from those TV stations, as well as the cars of newspapers such as the New York Times and the New York Daily News. How do you know that there are no signs on the outside of these cars? They are on rampage every day, even crazier than our taxis, a bunch of lunatics. The driver seemed to have a big complaint. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, he chased him and bit him tightly behind the car. 18 minutes later, the taxi stopped steadily outside the gate of the Stark factory, and the driver's brother looked expectantly. Leo also kept his promise and gave double the car money. Got out of the car and walked towards the gate. Many reporters also hurried over. Leo's appearance was inconspicuous at all, but he had to admire the methods of group friends. The news was really timely, not worse than those reporters. But Leo's young age still caused him inconvenience. Was stopped by the guard at the door. Hey, kid, where's your family? I can't let you in here. Miss Pepper Potts asked me to come. Leo said boldly. The guard also scratched his head when he heard it. My kid, I don't remember Miss Potts has Asian friends. Sorry, unless you can call her. Leo narrowed his mouth, looked at the surrounding walls, and left. Picked up a wall that happened to be empty, and lifted his hands gently, and the metal piece under the shoes lifted Leo up and flew in lightly. Quickly walked to the official interview venue inside. From the gate to the venue, there was still a long distance. During the period, I saw all kinds of luxury cars rushing in, all to talk to Tony Starr. Meet. Leo also speeded up his pace. After a while, he came to the door of a building and was full of people. Most of them were employees in neat suits, all waiting outside the court for the arrival of the master. There is also a white beard and bald head wearing a light blue striped suit standing at the door, wearing a pair of sunglasses, talking with the surrounding crowd. Leo narrowed his eyes. Abadi. That is Stark's closest uncle, Abadi, the mastermind of Tony's kidnapping, the driver of Iron Overlord, and the last boss of Steel One. Leo glanced at the metal watch he was wearing on his wrist, and he could kill him with just a thought. Of course, Leo certainly wouldn't do this now, and he didn't pay much attention to Obadi, because he believed that Obadi was not a threat to him. Passed through the gate and directly entered the hall, where all 40 or 50 journalists from different media gathered here. In front of the stage, there are many long guns and short cannons aimed at the podium, which will record every detail of this conference. Leo stood silently behind all the reporters, waiting for Tony's arrival, but at this moment he saw a familiar figure. A figure who always smiles kindly, wears a black suit, and has a prominent hairline. The 7th level agent of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Agent Phil Coulson. Leo was still considering whether to make contact, but soon there was warm applause and cheers from outside, and it seemed that the master had arrived. After a while, Tony was surrounded by a group of people and walked in with a cheeseburger in his hand. Padre next to him kindly embraced Tony, and Pepper and Harpy followed behind. Obadiah took Tony onto the stage without stopping, preparing for the next speech. And Collison saw Pepper, his eyes lit up, and he walked over. Leo also came to Pepper's side smoothly and stopped in front of Collison. Miss Potts. Collison didn't expect Leo's intervention. He stood behind Leo and looked up at the kid in front of him. Pepper turned around. The first thing he saw was Collison, and then he lowered his head and saw Leo. Oh, kid, hi, kid, what can I do? Leo didn't know what to say for a while, raised the small metal model in his hand and handed it to Pepper's hand. Oh, you are that kid. Pepper looked at Leo in surprise. She was clever and immediately reacted. After all, the model in her hand was so similar to the one Tony gave him. Pepper is worried about where to find it, an Asian boy I met in Las Vegas 3 months ago. Did not expect that he would come to him on the initiative. Child, what is your name? I need your help for something, can I? Pepper squatted down, looking at Leo with excitement. My name is Leo, Miss Potts. I think the gentleman behind me has something to look for you. I can wait a while. Collison couldn't even touch his head. There seems to be no information about this child in the information. Who is he? But he also stepped forward. Miss Potts, this is Agent Phil Collison. I work for the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Reading www.uugonshu.com. Pepper looked at Collison and said, this name is really sloppy. Collison handed over a business card. I know, we are also working on it. Pepper didn't have any expressions, instead he kept looking at Leo beside him. The Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA have all approached us. We are an independent department with more centralized functions. We would like to ask Mr. Stark to describe the escape process in detail. Collison continued smiling. Pepper sighed helplessly, glanced at Tony on the stage, and said as usual, can I arrange it? Collison was also very witty. He saw that Pepper had no desire to continue talking, thanked him, and left with a smile. Leo, after Tony gets down, shall we talk together again? Pepper said kindly to Leo. Of course, I also miss the current Mr. Stark. Leo looked at Tony in front of him and laughed. Hey, everyone sit down, okay? Tony, who was sitting on the steps and leaning on the podium, said, and proceeded to take out a cheeseburger from his pocket. So everyone can see me, so can I, everyone is free. I took a big bite of the cheeseburger. Obadiah also sat down beside Stark. Pepper and Leo also squatted down. Rod also came to Pepper's side, squatting and asking, "What does he want to do?" "Don't look at me, I don't know what he is going to do." Pepper looked at Tony ahead with a smile. Rod looked at Leo on the side strangely. Leo grinned. Rod was inexplicably smiling. Who is this kid? Chapter 18, Formal Meeting. Stark took a bite of the burger, and looked at Obadiah, who was sitting beside him with a smile on his face. "It's nice to see you." The voice is very deep, from the inner voice. Obadiah smiled and lowered his head, and patted Tony on the shoulder. "I feel so too. I haven't been able to see my father for the last time, and I have never been able to say goodbye to my father." The first sentence was to Obadiah, and the second sentence was for all the reporter friends. Tony looked very serious, suddenly fell into thinking, and Hamburg was also put aside. "I have a question to ask him. I want to ask him what he thinks about producing arms." Paused, and continued to say deeply, "Have he ever contradicted and wavered? Or he is a tough guy like the media reports?" The flashing camera lights shone on Tony's thoughtful face. All his closest people, Pepper, Rhodes, and O'Padre, discovered that he has changed. He is no longer the proud and arrogant Stark who only knows how to make weapons and have with models. Up. Tony looked at all the reporters in front of him. "I saw young fellow Americans being killed, dying under the weapons I originally wanted to make to protect them." He thought of the few American soldiers on the Happy Jeep. "I also discovered that this system is comfortable with irresponsibility, and I have become one of them." Obadiah's face changed, as if he was thinking about something. "Sir, Mr. Stark." A reporter raised his hand. "Please say. What happened to you there?" All the reporters looked at Stark expectantly, expecting him to answer this question. Awakened Tony and decided the decision in his heart. He stood up and said, "I am completely awake. What I have to do to this world is to make more contributions, not just build weapons that will explode. So, I decided to close the weapon manufacturing department of Stark Industries. Until I decide the new direction of the company." Obadiah didn't expect Tony to say this suddenly. He hurriedly got up to stop Stark from continuing to speak, and gently pushed Tony aside. Stark did not stop, and continued, "I will find one that I think fits." Obadiah snatched the microphone, trying to relieve all the shocked reporters below. "And in a direction consistent with the highest interests of the country." Tony finished speaking to the reporter without a microphone. Just walked back, ignoring the questions of the crazy reporters around him. Obadiah said with a quick smile, trying to bring the topic back as best as he could, "The news we should pay attention to is that Tony is back and healthier, isn't it?" Looking at the noisy reporters below, Obadiah's eyes appeared anger and regret. "We will discuss this issue further, and will notify everyone of our final discussion as soon as possible." Tony returned to the car under the protection of Harpy and Pepper, and Leo followed and got into the car. Stark has been thinking about his next mission. "First of all, I have to change to a reactor. The one on my chest is too rough, and then I still need." Suddenly looked at Leo, who was sitting next to him, blinking his big shiny eyes, and Tony's head instantly broke. "What's the situation?" Tony called, looking at Leo. "Mr. Stark, it's nice to see you again. Sister Pepper said that you seem to be looking for me, so I came here by myself. Isn't it exciting?" Leo looked at Tony in shock enthusiastically. Pepper also looked back at Leo curiously, wanting to see how this kid attracted Tony's attention. Could it be because of the metal model? Tony's heart had a question hidden in his heart, but he fell silent, and put his hands on his chest. The coldness stimulated his brain. "Happy, take me to the power generation center." "Okay, sir." Happy turned the front of the car and drove to the power center next to the Stark factory. Leo looked at Tony, feeling the 5 small metal fragments in his body that were adsorbed on the chest reactor, and the one that kept flashing on the arc reactor in his mind, firmly attracting his eyes. Pepper saw Leo staring at Tony's chest, and Tony put his left hand on his chest without bandaging. How can you be interested in Tony's chest under what circumstances? In less than 10 minutes, I passed through a large factory area and arrived at the power generation center. I want to be alone. Tony glanced at Leo again. Leo, come with me, I have some questions I want to ask you. Harpy wisely took Pepper and left, leaving the two of them standing at the gate. Tony walked in first, Leo followed without saying a word. Passing through the gate, the first thing I saw was that huge arc reactor, with huge arcs flashing in circles, full of huge energy. Stark looked deeply at the reactor in front of him, feeling the flashing arc in it, as if he had seen his own heart without speaking. Leo is also the first time to see this intoxicating device, full of technological beauty, enough to provide huge energy. Leo? Right. Yes, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, my name is Leo, Mr. Stark. What do you know? What does that model mean? I think you should tell me something. Tony turned his head and looked at Leo. Yes, sir, you should change to a new set of arc reactor, otherwise, the reactor power on your chest is not very sufficient. Leo's eyes seemed to penetrate Tony's clothes. You know. Tony shook his head and smiled. Can you tell me why? What else do you know? Everything about me, my experience. Yes, sir, I can see a lot, both in the past and in the future. Oh, then please tell me what you see now. Stark looked at Leo, not only curious, but also threatening. Stark, do you remember what Mr. Ethan said? Cherish his life, don't waste it. Leo said meaningfully. When Tony heard Ethan's name, his pupils opened slightly. Impossible, how could he know Ethan? There was no one around at that time. Did you install a bug on my body? Or, you are the one who kidnapped me? Tony looked at Leo deeply, and his left hand was tightly grasped on the lever. No, Mr. Stark. Leo stared at Tony's eyes tightly, with a golden glow in his eyes. I know a lot, just because of my ability. Leo blinked his eyes, and the golden light faded, and the person who kidnapped you, I think you can see him soon. Mr. Stark, I'm waiting for you outside the door. Leo looked at Tony, who was still confused, walked out the door, and just ran into Opadri, who came in. Smiled, and took the initiative to let go. Chapter 19, Contact. Although Obadiah doubted Leo's identity, he did not pay too much attention to it. Now he is full of anger at Tony's decision. With a Cuban cigar in his mouth, he came in to find Tony. Saw Tony standing in front of the reactor, biting his cigar, angrily, some illegible words, "Look at what you did." Tony also turned his head, a little embarrassed to face his uncle. Everyone has drawn a bullseye on my head. Your head? My head. Obadiah put one hand into his trouser pocket and walked over. How much do you think the stock price will fall tomorrow? Be optimistic, 40%. Stark replied very self-consciously. That's the least. Obadiah almost bit off the cigar head. Holding the pole in one hand, persuaded, Tony, we make arms. Obi, I don't want to make a fortune from the dead. Tony looked at his most beloved uncle, with expectations in his eyes, hoping that Obadiah would identify with him. Obadiah said word by word, but this is our old line. We are arms dealers. The company belongs to me, I have the final say. Tony interjected, and Opadri ignored him and continued. Everything we do is to maintain the order of the world. Staring straight at Tony's eyes, as if to put it on his face. What I saw there is not like this. Tony looked at Obadiah with great expectation. We haven't done enough, we can improve, ours do something else. Obadiah didn't care about Tony's eyes and frowned. For example? Shall we make baby bottles? Tony also realized that Obi could not communicate now, and changed his attitude, so he had to say positively, I think the arc reactor technology can be considered. Obadiah laughed, oh, the arc reactor, that's just a gesture. He waved to the huge reactor on the side. Tony, stop making trouble, the purpose of this thing is to shut up the good guys. It has value. Stark said silently. Yes, you can also play as a science project, this thing can't even be collected, we all know it. He walked behind Tony again. Arc reactor technology, there is no way out, right? That's what you think. Am I wrong? This thing hasn't broken through for many years? Ha, it's been 30 years. Obadiah said disdainfully. That's what they said. Tony turned around and looked at his unhappy uncle, can your poker face still be stinking? Don't worry, show me the breakthrough. Obadiah pointed to Tony's face with a cigar. Okay. It was Rod who said it. Tony's eyes were sad and he unbuttoned his chest. Obadiah looked around and made sure that no one was aside, before staring at Stark's chest, he saw the rough small arc reactor firmly embedded in Tony's chest. As if afraid of being discovered by others, he hurriedly fastened Tony's chest button. Okay. Are you satisfied? Obadiah finally showed a smile on his face, and the joy in his eyes was unstoppable, as if he had discovered a huge treasure, secretly ecstatic. Looking at Tony Stark in front of him, he sighed with satisfaction and said with a smile, listen to me, Tony, we are a team, understand? As long as we work together, there is nothing we can't do. Just like your dad and me back then. Tony looked at Obi in front of him, and said apologetically, I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance, okay? Tony, you can't do it like this in the future, do you understand? This is my father's policy. Obadiah pursed his mouth and looked at Tony in front of him. After learning about the arc reactor, his mood has completely changed. Let me settle this matter, we have to make a complete change, and we will become the focus of everyone. Walked out with Tony in his arms, and put Tony in Harpy's car, but did not find another figure in the car. Leo, what did you just mean? I will see him soon. The leader of that organization has been blown to death by me. Tony looked at Leo, who was sitting calmly on the side. You didn't see his body again, how are you sure of his death? If you remember correctly, you only bombed the wall beside him at the time. Leo smiled and looked at Tony, the golden light in his eyes made Tony unforgettable for a long time. Tony rubbed his head and really couldn't understand why this kid really knew the scene at the time, as if he was there. By the way, Leo, I still remembered at the time, did you seem to apologize to me? Why, I didn't know you at that time. Leo glanced at Tony and turned his head back. Mr. Stark, my ability allows me to foresee death, but I can't tell you, so I have to apologize to you. What, you know Ethan is going to die? Stark turned to face Leo. His left hand was still intact and he grabbed Leo's neck, a little angry, shocked, and regretful in his eyes. Yes. Leo didn't deceive Tony on this point. You made me lose one of my best partners, my savior. Tony gritted his teeth. Seeing that something was wrong, Happy stopped the car to the side of the road. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com reached out and took out a swing stick, staring at Leo, even if he was just a child. But, Tony, do you think I told you, would you believe it? If you believe it, can you go to Ethan? Saved him, but will he really come back with you? Leo looked at Tony, who pulled him up, was not angry, even smiled. Tony thought about what Ethan said, this is my plan, I'm going to see my family, this is the ending I want. Tony, cherish life, don't leave it alone. With a soft hand, Leo sat back in his seat. Sitting on the seat with eyes blank, Ethan's words still echoed in his mind, this savior who had lived and ate with him for 3 months. Leo's eyes brightened, his gaze went through his clothes and flesh and blood, and he directly saw the device on his chest. Although it was a bit crude, it still firmly maintained Tony's life. But there is a small piece of copper wire exposed outside. It is fine if it is not opened, but after opening, it is easy to touch the socket and cause a short circuit. His eyes moved to Tony's right hand, which had been tied up, a small sprain, no serious problem. "Mr. Stark, my family lives in Manhattan, Forest Hill Road, number 42. If you have any questions, you can come to me anytime. If you need help, you can also come to me, Mr. Stark. I want to tell you. The future is very exciting, I believe you." Leo patted Tony on the shoulder like a small adult and walked out of the car. Glanced at the alert Happy, smiled slightly, the swinging stick in his hand broke at the sound, and all the pieces were scattered on the ground. And Leo pointed his toes, like a sports car, flew out in a whistling low altitude, and disappeared in a while. Chapter 20, Change Your Heart. Both of them saw this scene, and Happy rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. Tony thought about everything just now, including the way he left. How did he do it? A growing seed sprouted in Tony's heart. After Leo left, he found a place where no one was there and stopped. Before he was completely sure, he didn't want to expose himself. Took a taxi and returned home. Aunt Jenny also returned from get off work. Uncle George was still sitting on the sofa, turning on the TV and reading the newspaper. The evening news reported that Tony Stark's return was supposed to be a day worth celebrating in the United States, but a major news came out: Stark Industries will close the weapons development and production department. This news surprised everyone. Next, let's take a look at the detailed report of the reporter on site. "Jenny, have you seen it? Tony Stark is going to close the weapon manufacturing department of Stark Industries. What do you think?" George put down the newspaper in his hand. "Stark is crazy. A good weapons manufacturing company doesn't make weapons anymore. Fortunately, we didn't buy his stock, or we would lose money." Leo said, "No, Aunt Jenny, Uncle George, now is a good time to buy, and the next time Stark Industries has a new economic pillar, the price will definitely rise very sharply." George looked at Leo with a smile. "Leo, you don't understand, unless Stark restarts the weapon manufacturing department, otherwise, it is estimated that the stock is going to limit down, only fools will buy it." Leo looked at the two of them and smiled helplessly. He still had $50,000 on hand. Although not much, it was enough. As far as money is concerned, Leo doesn't have much desire, he can maintain the cost. According to his own ability, there are many ways to get money, and it is easy and unnecessary, right? Most of the high-end metals are unsellable, or sold at sky-high prices in the black market, and they have caught up with Stark's line. This problem should be solved, and Leo is also relieved. Control point, 77. Strength 15, Defense 19, Speed 9, Spirit 19. Skill, D-level Metal Control, D-level Physical Enhancement. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper Skin, 100%. Steel Bar, 35%. Iron Bone, 0%. Derivative Technique, Destroying Golden Eyes. Don't be fooled by any abilities, see through all illusions, enhance visual observation, metallize objects. Don't move the golden body, enhance great defense power, stand on the ground with both feet, you will have infinite physical strength, the body will recover faster, and will not be moved by external force. With the reinforcement of the steel bars getting higher and higher, my strength gradually increased. A small fist, one punch, about 250 kilograms of power, enough to break an ordinary person's thigh bone. According to the current speed, it may take 2 to 3 years to complete the accumulation of the control value to more than 100 points. At the same time, the strengthening speed of the steel bars will inevitably be reduced. Even now Leo would spend a lot of time on cultivation, This speed still makes him feel chilling. Oh, I knew it was like asking Tony for some high-quality metal. Leo knocked his head. Aunt Jenny, please take a week off for me, I need to go to Los Angeles. Leo, what do you want to do? George put down the newspaper and walked to Leo's side, asking strangely. Go to Tony Stark, I need his help if I have something. Leo looked at the frowning Uncle George. No, Leo, you are already a big child, you are about to enter middle school, and the final exam is about 2 weeks away. You are not allowed to run around now. Aunt Jenny hurried out wearing an apron, there is still unwiped flour on his hands. Yes, George, listen to Jenny, shall we go out after the exam? After the summer vacation, we will accompany you to play for a few days, okay? Looked at the two people who looked at him expectantly, crying and laughing, okay, go out after the exam. 3 days later, Tony finally completed the manufacture of a new type of arc reactor in his basement. The top materials and technical methods were used, both in terms of power and safety, and even the style was more beautiful. Despite this, I still ran into some minor troubles. Pepper is watching TV. It is showing an online channel mocking Stark Industries. Pepper frowned, thinking about how to solve this problem. Stark Industries stock has fallen 47%, and the momentum is very bad. The display phone on the desk rang. Pepper, how big is your hand? What? Why do you ask? Come down, I want you to do me a favor. Pepper came to the basement and saw Tony lying on a chair, with his upper body exposed, with an inexplicable luminous body on his chest, which seemed to be inside Tony's body. S original hurried pace slowed down unbelievably. Let me see your hand. Pepper raised his hands, and Tony was relieved when he saw it. Oh! Great, it's really slender and small. Glanced at the brand new reactor in his hand, I need you to do me a little favor. Oh my god! Is this thing keeping you alive? Pepper stood beside Tony, staring at the one on his chest. Yes, but this is an old antique. In the foreseeable future www.novel.com I will use this new one. Tony looked at Pepper in front of him. I want to change this, but it's stuck. What is stuck? It's nothing, it's just a small obstacle, there is an exposed wire underneath. Tony took the old reactor off his chest and pulled it lightly, and the connection of the bottom line was pulled out. Pepper's right hand tremblingly took it. Me, what am I going to do? Put it aside, this is useless. Oh, my god! Pepper said while looking at the device in his hand. I need you to reach in and take out the wire inside. Is it safe to do this? This is Pepper's biggest concern. Tony pursed his lips. It's safe in theory, just like a minor operation, as long as you don't let it touch the base, it won't strike me. I was shocked by an electric shock just now, which made Tony still feel very uncomfortable. What is minor surgery? Tony looked at the nervous woman with slightly shaking hands. It's like a little game, don't be nervous, just take out the thread carefully, okay? Okay. Pepper reached out his hand tentatively. But I just touched the cold metal shell, like a timid rabbit, quickly retracted his hand. No, I don't think I can do it. It's okay, you can, you are the most capable person to help me. Tony tilted his head and looked at Pepper. It's also the person I trust the most. You can do very well. Pepper saw such a Tony for the first time. Tony Stark, a weak and in need of help, made his heart beat wildly. Chapter 21, Find Leo Information. This request is not too much, because I want to. Seeing that Tony was about to say something to disrupt the atmosphere again, Pepper said quickly, okay, okay. I really need you to help me. Tony said quickly and licked his lips. Pepper faced Tony's most vulnerable moment, stretched out his hand, passed through a layer of electrolyte, and found the wire in Tony's body. I found it, I found it. Pepper said with a grin. Pull it out now, don't let him touch the side. Ah! The words were not finished yet. A sensation of electric shock spread throughout Tony's body, and Tony screamed out shaking. Sorry, sorry. Pepper was almost crying himself, and finally pulled out the wire. Tony, who was still trembling, looked at Pepper and continued, Okay, now, remember not to put the bottom. Halfway through the words, Pepper, who was nervous, had already pulled out the magnet underneath. There is a magnet together. Ah, forget it, you pulled it out. Okay, I didn't expect this to happen. Tony looked at Pepper speechlessly. The machine that detects Tony's body next to him has sounded a di-di-di alarm. Pepper held the copper wire magnet in a daze. Oh, my goodness. Full of worry, he seemed to want to put the magnet back. Don't put it back again. Tony raised his hand to stop Pepper's movement, and he couldn't hold it with another electric shock. Okay, what should I do? The flustered Pepper asked immediately, and now all his mind is on Tony. It's okay, but the heart is going to stop, because you just pulled it out like fishing. Tony is still thinking about joking. Looking at Pepper panicked, Tony quickly handed over the new reactor in his hand. Hurry up, take this, change this one, you must hurry. Pepper panted, okay. But seeing Tony, who was obviously unwell and even had difficulty breathing, he quickly suppressed all the panic in his eyes. Tony, don't be afraid, it's okay. What? Tony looked at Pepper, who said this suddenly. It's in such a critical situation. You don't work, and you still tell me this. It's okay, I can definitely do it. Pepper finished this sentence, forcibly suppressed all the discomfort, stretched the joint of the new reactor to Tony's chest, and devoted himself to this task. Within 2 seconds of groping, he found the interface and plugged it in. The sudden current sensation made Tony yell, but he quickly stabilized and recovered immediately. Tony saw that it was successfully completed, and he regained his personality. It's not difficult, it's fun, right? Let me do it. You did a great job. Tony reached out and fixed the reactor to his chest, while Pepper took a sigh of relief, and the first sentence he said was, Are you okay? Well, great, are you okay? Tony asked, looking at Pepper as if he had run 1,000 meters. Pepper confirmed that Tony was really okay, so he let go of his hanging heart, and smiled happily. Forever, never let me do this kind of thing again. Besides you, I can't find anyone else to help me. Tony looked at her. This was the only person who could safely tell her, and had no other purpose to help her. The two looked at each other, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Tony's eyes crooked, and he seemed very unaccustomed to this. Let's talk about it. Was about to roll over and leave the chair, but Pepper wiped his hands clean, picked up the old arc reactor and started it up. What should I do with this? That? Ruin it. Tony said indifferently, putting on his jacket. Burn it. Pointing to the new one on his chest. Tony, isn't this is the model? The model you gave me is exactly the same as this one. Pepper took a closer look at the reactor in his hand, and said in surprise, This is the model Leo gave you. How could he know this in advance? This is also the question I want to know, why would he know? Tony walked over. Pepper looked at it carefully. Really looks like. Leo is so strange. You said he found you for you before you went to Afghanistan, and you didn't know what it was at that time. But now, you have made a real one. Tony, have you investigated Leo's identity? Jarvis. How about Leo's data collection? Tony said to the empty room. Mr. Stark, the collection is complete. A set of projections appeared on the workbench. The large plane projection not only contains many photos of Leo, but also scrolls a lot of materials. The two came to the projection table together and looked at the photo of Leo smiling happily in the upper left corner. It was a photo from the materials in Leo's school. Tony searched twice, looking for Leo's learning experience, campus videos, and even previous year's test results. He frowned when he saw that the scores were basically full marks. His grades are pretty good. From the beginning of school, he is also a record of a normal child. Nothing has happened. It's so strange. Tony looked at these ordinary information, all of which was aside. The record of flying to Las Vegas is here. Jenny and George also went, and the consumption records are all normal play consumption. Tony, there is no Leo's birth certificate here. His current adoptive parents took him to the orphanage for adoption when he was 5 years old. At that time, Leo's information was not found. Pepper also turned over. See, the information said. George and Jenny's information is also very normal, there is no doubt, so where did this metal model come from? Pepper asked. Here. Tony clicked on a piece of information, pulled his hands outward, and the information occupies most of the screen. This is a bank card that George helped Leo registered. There is still 50,016 yuan in it. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and many people used it in different time periods. Jarvis, find out the consumption record of this card. Yes, sir. Within 2 seconds, hundreds of consumption records appeared in front of Tony. Tell me the result, Jarvis. Tony flipped over the hundreds of dollars in consumption records above and said directly. The largest payment in Leo's card was in July 2007. There were 2 payment records of $50,000. The most spent was in September 2007. A total of $33,000 was spent. The transfer was made to a small company called Fit Steel, and it has a normal transaction record. The total amount of steel is 6 tons. According to the contract, it was delivered to Queens, New York, near Forest Road. Accounting records show that each account is roughly the same, ranging from 200 to 1,000. At the same time, it is found that there are 12 transaction records on the model website platform on the internet. Most of the people who transfer money to Leo are a model lover. At the same time, Jarvis continued, many colorful model patterns appeared in front of him. According to their ID, I found the 732 model pictures they sent out on the internet. The contrast shows that 78% are from the same person. Need to hack into Leo's phone to find other information? Jarvis asked. Tony glanced at Pepper, who hesitated. Forget it. Tony, so Leo is a model maker, and he earned the money from selling models. Pepper looked at Tony and said. Maybe it's just that Leo's family happened to meet you when they were traveling, and then they gave you a model that looks very similar to this one. No, Leo is not that simple. Chapter 22, Summer Vacation. Tony's mind reverberated with Leo's golden eyes and all the words he had said. But, this is really nothing strange. Pepper said. No, this is the strangest place. Tony clicked on a picture of a model at random. Jarvis automatically copied the 3-dimensional model of the same scale of the picture and appeared in front of the two. Pepper, look at this model. The details are well handled. It can be regarded as a very high-quality model. For 500 yuan, it is definitely worth it, but it came from a 10-year-old child. Tony looked at the delicate villain in front of him, his face full of caution. Unbelievably, some details are handled really well. One palm, the projection automatically increases with the change of the palm. The eyes and hair tips, except for coloring, can be cut so carefully. Pepper, this is metal. Although it is a metal with very low hardness, it can be made into this way. It is not easy. Tony sighed, and at his speed, it can basically be done in 4 days to a week, which is absolutely incredible. This seems really strange, but can you prove anything? Pepper realized this too. Leo is very special, I want to see him. Pepper, do you have his contact information? Of course, I will send it to you later. Well, that's great, well. Tony raised his eyebrows and looked around. Pepper holding the old reactor in his hand. Don't you want to keep this? Pepper, I have many qualities, but nostalgia is not among them. Pepper glanced at the reactor that was still bright in his hands. Anything else, Mr. Stark? Nothing, Miss Potts. It feels like it's back to the usual atmosphere. Pepper took the reactor and left, taking a look from time to time, not knowing what he was thinking. Tony looked at the back of Pepper leaving, and fell silent. 2 weeks later, Leo successfully completed the Zia-Sheng-Chuo exam, and it's the summer vacation. Peter. He hugged Peter, who rushed towards him. Go home. Peter, who was in the 2nd grade, also stepped onto the 3rd grade, took Leo's hand, and came to Leo's house together. Today Aunt Jenny made a barbecue at home to celebrate Leo's completion of the exam, and invited Aunt May to celebrate. The relationship between the two families has also been getting better and better over the past year or so. Peter often comes over to eat when he is alone at home. Aunt May also rest assured that Peter will be handed over to Leo and Aunt Jenny, and she will work wholeheartedly. Peter, what are you going to do during the summer vacation, or are you going to play with me in Los Angeles? Leo said while looking at the white Peter. Leo, I want to go to the amusement park. Peter said with a smile, looking like a child. Leo patted his head. That's right, he is just a child. Peter, let's see Transformers. Yeah, watching cartoons, Autobots are deformed. Peter went to watch TV excitedly. Leo smiled and shook his head. I wonder what happened to Tony. Has the Mark I started to be manufactured? Los Angeles, a secret military base. In the combat flight training base, Rod is leading a group of new pilots to visit the fighter jets while explaining. In the future air combat, will drones or manned aircraft be used? For me, in my experience, no drone can have the directness of a pilot, as well as his insight, to conduct situations in chaos. Prediction. Colonel Rod looked at the recruits behind him. This is the pilot's judgment. Colonel, then you don't need a plane. Can the pilot go directly to battle? A voice came from the side. Rod looked over, with a smile on his face, and introduced to the recruits, look who is here, Trapeze, Mr. Tony Stark. Speaking of whether to take people, you have time to ask him about the time he miscalculated. It was during the spring break. Remember, the 1987 spring break. Tony looked at Rod seriously and said, the beautiful girl who slept with you. Stop it. Rod said with a smile. What's the name of that man? Stop making trouble, they will take it seriously, don't be like that. Rod couldn't laugh. Okay, nice to meet you. Tony looked at them. Rod also, everyone, we want to talk alone, you guys have a look everywhere. Everyone else left. Rod looked at Tony very happily. I'm surprised. What are you surprised? I really didn't expect you to come out so quickly and shake everywhere. Tony nodded and looked at Rod. Not only can I come out and shake it. Really? Rod heard it, and Tony is looking for him for something. Rod, I want to do a big project, I'll come to you to discuss it, hope you join. Rod looked at Tony in front of him and laughed all the time. Then you have to coax everyone, because the things you said at the press conference are pretty good. Tony listened, a little embarrassed. This is not for the military, I'm not going to, this time is different. Rod frowned. What? Are you humanitarian now? I hope you listen to me. Tony is looking forward to looking at Rod, hoping to listen to himself carefully. But Rod rebuffed, looking at Tony Stark seriously. No, all you need is to calm down. I mean it. Rod emphasized, looking at Tony's smiling face. The smile on Tony's face also slowly faded, disappointed and a little bit incomprehensible, but he still nodded. Okay. It's nice to see you, reading www.yuyugonshu.com Tony. Rod looked at Tony, stepped back step by step, and finally turned to leave. Tony's previously bright eyes also dimmed, wondering what he was looking at. Back in the basement of the room, Tony also strengthened his determination. At the computer desk, he turned on his computer through the keyboard he designed. "Are you still there, Jarvis?" "I'm at your service anytime, sir." Tony looked at the armor data model on the 3 screens in front of him and rubbed his hands. Create a new project folder with the name Mark II. Should these be stored in the central database of Stark Industries? Tony used a laser pointer to move the armor model on the computer to the side console, instantly forming a half-person height armor model, which was scattered into individual parts. "To be honest, I don't know who to believe now," and stood up to the side of the console. "Save it on my private server first, unless I ask you to change it." "So this is a secret project, isn't it?" "Sir," Jarvis replied. Tony looked at the Mark I data model in front of him, opened the armor mask, took out a bunch of simulated data models, and threw them into the data trash can. "I don't want these to fall into the wrong hands." Began to streamline the clumsy Mark I gradually, and all the cumbersome parts were thrown into the trash can, and there was a simulated impact sound. "Maybe I can do something good in my hands." After finishing the simplification, with a light stroke, a simple armor model rotated, and the prototype of Mark II appeared. Chapter 23, Come to Tony Mansion. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, dozens of heavily armed soldiers were looking for something in the desolate desert. "We're all searching for something with shovels." Many metal parts were dug out and carried to the pickup truck one by one. One of them, scratching something in the sand, has seen a little seedling. 1 minute later, the part was finally pulled out, and there was still a lot of sand in it. Held high, the sand was blown away by the wind. It turned out to be the steel mask of Mark I. A bald head with sunglasses turned around, and he could clearly see that the right side of his head and his ears had severe burns, and he was the bald boss in the cave. Another week later, Los Angeles ushered in a wave of tourism boom. Among them, Leo brought Aunt Jenny and Uncle George here. "Leo, the old rules, do you have any plans in 3 days?" Uncle George touched Leo's head and asked. "Let's go to Universal Studios and Disney to play first, then how about going to Malibu to see the sea?" George glanced at Jenny. "Okay, let's go, the first stop, Disneyland." Hugged Leo, and the 3 ran out happily. Even the tourists on the side opened their mouths and laughed when they saw them. "Sir, it was detected that Leo and his parents arrived at Los Angeles International Airport 3 minutes ago." Jarvis's voice suddenly rang. Tony, who is working on making the leg part of Mark II with all his heart, has a pause in his hand. "Leo? How could he come to Los Angeles?" "Jarvis, please report their trip report to me at any time." "Okay, sir, I found out on the internet that they booked a theme hotel next to Disney Park." Tony was no longer distracted, picked up the soldering pen and continued to operate. Now, it has just begun. 2 days later, Leo accompanied Aunt Jenny for 2 days of fun in Los Angeles. The Walk of Fame at Universal Studios Hollywood, Disney's Princess Castle, and I went to the Chinese theater to watch a very expensive movie. On the 3rd day, Uncle George rented a car and prepared to drive to Malibu to see the beach over there. Of course, this is a request made by Leo, but Aunt Jenny generally would not refuse Leo's request. "Mr. Stark, according to surveillance, Leo and the others rented a black Buick from Mike's car rental agency and are driving towards Malibu." Tony is quickly assembling the second leg part. With previous experience, this part may be completed today. Hearing the news, he put aside his work and stood up. "Jarvis, satellite positioning them, I think he must have come to me." "Yes, sir. Now their position is..." The monitoring picture appeared on the screen, and the other side showed a flat map, and the distance between the 2 points was shortening, 21 kilometers apart. Tony looked at the car under surveillance and arched his nose slightly. Jarvis, do you think he knows here? Sir, the location here has never been announced on the internet, only a few people know it, and Leo has no chance to access this information. He only has a 2% chance to find it here. No, he will find him, we can make a bet. Tony looked at the monitor in a daze. Jarvis, after he has found him, you can let him in. I want to ask him too. Okay, Mr. Stark. Within half an hour, Leo found it on the way according to the navigation of the mobile phone. Number 10880, Malibu Street. Uncle George, who was driving, also looked at Leo with a look of confusion. Leo, what is your address? It looks like a big manor around you. Here. Leo saw the locked door, and thought about going down and ringing the doorbell. But before the car approached, the door opened under the control of Jarvis. Oh. Looks like he knows we are coming. Leo said happily after seeing this scene. Jenny and George still couldn't touch their heads. Hey, Leo, whose home is this? Drove into the gate, and there was still a few hundred meters away from the large building in the distance. George looked a little panicked. Stark, Tony Stark, this is his house, there are not many people who should know, hee, we also came in, I thought we would use some other method. Leo looked at that, said the White Mansion. Tony Stark? Leo, when did you get in touch with him? Besides going back to Las Vegas, did you still have contact with him? Jenny seemed a little angry, not wanting Leo to know Stark. Aunt Jenny, it's okay, trust me. Leo said as he looked at the house getting closer. George didn't know what to say, so he parked the car at the gate, feeling a little at a loss. 5 minutes ago. Mr. Stark, Leo and the others have come here clearly, and they are about to enter the gate. Okay, I knew, Jarvis, I won another round. Tony put down his work, stretched his waist and said. Yes, you are always so unexpected. www.novel.com. No, Leo is unexpected. Go and see, what is he doing with me? Tony put on his jacket and went out. Leo took George and Jenny out of the car and looked at the gate, waiting for the man to appear. As expected, within a minute, the door of the house opened and Tony, wearing a black casual jacket, walked out. Seeing Leo, in front of the two Uncle Georges, they went up and patted Leo on the shoulder, bent over, and whispered in Leo's ear, I thought you would come alone, why did you leave your parents alone? Brought it. Please, I'm only 11 years old, do you think they will rest assured that I will come alone? You are not 11-year-old at all. Tony muttered, and stood up to face both Jenny. Hey, are you Leo's parents? You are welcome to come to my house, walk in and take a look. Entering the hall, there is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, or glass wall, outside, with the most beautiful sea view. Even if there is no light in the room, the lighting is still great. Mr. Stark, sorry, I want to ask, are you and Leo? George stepped forward and said cautiously. Oh, I knew each other then in Las Vegas, right away, Leo is very smart, isn't it? Tony said with a smile. Well, Uncle and Aunt, you guys play here first, I'll go chat with him. Leo stepped forward and said. Yes, you can go to the beach here. In the past 5 minutes, you can go shopping. Tony couldn't wait to walk away. The two came to another room, the smile on Tony's face disappeared instantly, and he looked at Leo calmly, Tell me, what do you want to do? Chapter 24, Stay. Looking at Stark in front of him, Leo smiled, Mr. Stark, I want you to do me a favor. Oh, why do you think I will help you, why don't I help those homeless people on the street? Tony looked at Leo somewhat mockingly. Leo didn't think about getting angry either, but continued to smile and said, I think you should have a lot of questions to ask me, isn't this a deal? Tony's face changed, and he looked at Leo in front of him, what else do you know? There are too many. In addition to your past, there is also your future. Answers to many questions can be obtained from me, but there is a price to pay, but I believe you are willing, right? Okay, great, you can. What do you want? Metal, I want high-quality metal, preferably more. Leo said expectantly. Tony was taken aback. The first thing he thought of was the information he had seen not long ago. Regarding the 6 tons of metal, too, how could he use so much metal to make a model? He must have other uses. Jarvis, help me bring 2 tons of tungsten alloy impact-resistant high-strength steel plate and 2 tons of titanium alloy metal plate to here. Yes, sir. It is expected to be delivered in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Do you want some pure metal? No problem. Tony looked at Leo with a sullen expression, and there seemed to be some sarcasm in his eyes. Leo didn't want to speak while looking at Tony, who was inhumane. It's me, why do you know all this, my home, my business, even Ethan? Tony asked directly. Leo touched his head, a little entangled. This question is too broad. In fact, I don't know all about it, but I know some of the more important and meaningful ones. Ethan is of great significance to you, so I know many things about him. As for how you know it, it's a superpower. You will meet someone who can know the future, but there should be no other people. You can rest assured. The word Ethan reminded Tony of the days in the cave, and looked at Leo a little tangledly. What else do you know about Ethan? Does he have family? Ethan didn't lie to you. His family really died at the hands of those people. He left without regrets, and it's not right. Maybe, his regret is that he didn't witness you. Leo thought about it. By the way, do you know why Ethan thought of putting such a device on your chest to save you? Okay. At the conference in Switzerland in 1999, Ethan introduced his friend, Dr. Wu from China, to you at that time. He was proficient in robots and made great progress in heart disease. All Ethan also understands this. Only one technique saved you. Leo raised his eyebrows and said, oh, yes, at that time, another person came to you, but you still ignored it and went to her room with a woman. You used to offend many people. Tony shook his head. I don't care, it doesn't matter if others are unhappy. At that time, thousands of people wanted to see me every day. How could it be possible if I deal with them every day? Hope. Leo shrugged. Anyway, within a few years, Kylian will find him. Now, at this time, he should have found the first batch of extremis virus trials. By the way, Mr. Stark, did you go to Colonel Rod? Tony heard this question suddenly and was a little startled. Does he know this too? It seems that your Mark II should have been officially manufactured. Leo's words made Tony stand up immediately, and looked at Leo cautiously. In front of you, I really have no sense of security. Leo spread his hands. Mr. Stark, can I stay? Stay? Here? Yes, I believe that if you are there, your progress will speed up a lot, and I can give advice at the appropriate time. Leo looked at him with some expectation. Then first tell me what happened on the day of the press conference last time? Are you flying? Tony remembered the scene that day. To be precise, flying is also my ability, so, yes, I flew away that day. Leo smiled. This is the first time Stark has seen a superpowered person. Although this is dissatisfied with his character, he still endures the discomfort in his heart. Okay, I can find you a room, but I want your blood, let me study how. Said to Leo. No problem, then find a way to get my Aunt Jenny and the others to go back. Leo smiled and nodded. In short, after some persuasion, guarantees, formal certification, plus a salary of $5,000 per month, Jenny reluctantly agreed to Leo staying here, and repeatedly emphasized that the maximum stay is 2 months at most, before school starts. Go back. Then, I asked Uncle George to take Aunt Jenny back, and even the plane tickets were booked for them, and it was still first class. After seeing them off and leaving, Leo yelled, "Yes, you can let go of your hands and feet now." Tony looked at Leo in excitement, as if he saw himself as a teenager, and couldn't wait to get rid of the shackles of his parents, but he couldn't regret it until he lost it. "Leo, they left, are you happy?" Tony asked strangely. "How should I say, I enjoy the love they give me. If the world is peaceful, I may be immersed in this care, but there are some things, I know, I will resist take responsibility." Leo thought for a while and said so. At this time, a large truck drove in. The trunk contained 15 heavy silver and 12 dark grey steel plates. 2 delivery people helped to carry it to a guest room arranged by Tony. The sky gradually darkened. How Tony looked at Leo was a bit unpleasant. There were only 2 people living in my house, Pepper and myself, but now suddenly there is an additional man. Although he is only 11 years old, he still looks very annoying. "Mr. Stark, what do you eat tonight? Pepper will bring food back when he comes back, and you are not allowed to enter my basement," Tony emphasized. "Jarvis, record Leo's information, and give me permission to enter and exit the door." "Yes, Mr. Stark." "Mr. Leo, please come with me." Jarvis's voice came, and an indicator arrow appeared in front of him, leading Leo to the side of the information entry room. When Leo came out again, the whole room was already brightly lit, and Pepper had just entered the door, sat on the sofa, and put his handbag down. "Hey, Leo, Jarvis has already told me, you see, I brought back an extra meal." Pepper saw Leo and greeted him warmly. "Thank you, Pepper. Where is Mr. Stark?" "He's in the basement studio. I'm going to see you, you can watch TV first." Pepper took dinner to the basement. Leo looked at the gorgeous and bright hall, full of advanced technology, mainly a few tons of high-quality metal in his room, but it was really great. Chapter 25, Daily. "Hey, Tony, Leo is on it, and I have Chinese tangerine peel and chicken rice bowl at night." Pepper watched as he was still focusing on making the right leg parts. Hearing Pepper's voice, Tony hurriedly covered the part. "Hey, Pepper, why did you come back so early?" "Tony, I don't care what you are doing, but I still have dinner. I may be very busy these days and may not come back. You have to take good care of Leo." Pepper didn't care what Tony was hiding, and put the packed dinner on the table. "It's strange, you didn't say that to me before. Now Leo is here, do you want me to take care of him?" Tony still said with a broken mouth. "Do I always say it? And Leo is still a child, he is only 11 years old, why do you want to keep him here? You can't get a pizza delivery." Pepper turned and walked out. "Look at him, except for his body, he looks like an 11-year-old, he is like an old monster." Tony opened the lunchbox and sat on the chair to complain. "Jarvis, someone is approaching, remember to remind me that this is a secret mission." "Okay, sir." In the lobby, Pepper and Leo were having dinner together. Leo looked at this simple meal, and he was moved. Is the life of billionaires so unpretentious? Pepper looked at the little Leo and said with a smile. "What do you think? 3 meals a day. Tony doesn't like to invite the chef to cook at home, except for sometimes going to the hotel to eat, usually eat very simple." "It's okay, just sigh, hee hee." Leo moved his butt, feeling the soft sofa, and smiled. "Leo, you are amazing. Tony has never let anyone live here." "Of course, those women are not counted. You were the first to let him do it." "What did you do?" Pepper spit out and asked by the way. Leo looked at Pepper in front of him and finished the remaining bites of his meal. "Sister Pepper, although you may not believe it, I have superpowers and can help Mr. Stark accomplish what he wants to do, so just stay." "Superpower?" Pepper covered his mouth and smiled softly. Okay, Superboy, are you full?" "No, Can I have 10 more? Leo licked his mouth and said. Aha, really? Pepper looked at Leo seriously and asked in disbelief. Leo looked at the kitchen and said, if I have the ingredients, I can also cook and eat by myself. This one is really too small. Well, I'll take you to the kitchen. Although I don't cook much, the ingredients are often changed. Leo rubbed his hands while looking at a refrigerator full of various rich ingredients such as steak, fresh fish, vegetables, and cheese. In less than 40 minutes, all the steaks were cooked in a large oven, 3 fishes that could not be said, 2 plates of seasonal vegetables, and a large bowl of noodles with meat sauce. In the end, a whole table was filled, and the steak alone was 12. My God! Pepper heard the movement and walked out of the office on the second floor. Leo, wasting food is a very bad behavior, you shouldn't do it. Pepper lost his smile. Leo sat at the table. Pepper, do you want to eat together? If you don't eat, I will eat it all. No, how is it possible? Did you finish the entire refrigerator? Pepper couldn't believe it. Leo swallowed a steak after a few bites. Don't worry, I can finish it. Pepper was standing aside, watching Leo eat, but in 20 minutes, he had eaten half of the food. Pepper was a little frightened. Leo, don't hold on, it doesn't matter if these are thrown away. Leo felt the energy transformed from food and ate faster. Don't worry about me, it's okay. Looking at Leo, who looks like a bit cruel, Pepper Game couldn't laugh. Now I really believe you have superpowers. Watching Leo finished all the food, put the dishes in the dishwasher by the way, clutched his head, and went back to the office unbelievably to continue working. Tony is still in the basement, there is no movement. Leo really wants to go down and have a look, but today is the first day, it's so disobedient. Okay. Sneak down tomorrow. Leo returned to his room. You looked at the 27 steel plates neatly placed on the ground. With one stroke, the top one flew over. Nearly 300 caddies of metal plates twisted Leo around, and the light in the room went out. A layer of soft golden light came out, and a little golden light came out densely from the metal plate, pouring in towards the little figure in the middle. Combined with the energy in the mind, turned into a more gentle golden light band and melted into the meridian. Leo's smile became even brighter. Early the next morning, Leo opened his eyes at 6 o'clock on time, supported his hands, and the dim metal plate beside him broke into several pieces. The fingers wiggled lightly a few times, and the scattered pieces of metal still gathered together, turning into a square piece of metal, piled in a corner of the room. Control point, 79. Strength 16, Defense 19, Speed 9, Spirit 19. Skill, D-Level Metal Control, D-Level Physical Enhancement. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper Skin, 100%. Steel Bar, 43%. Iron Bone, 0%. Derivative Technique, Destroying Golden Eyes. Don't be fooled by any ability, see through all phantoms. www.novel.com. Enhance visual observation, metallize objects. Don't move the golden body, enhance great defense power, stand on the ground with both feet, you will have infinite physical strength, the body will recover faster, and will not be moved by external force. Very good, the control point has increased a bit, and the reinforcement of steel bars has increased by 5%, which is enough to match the training speed of the previous 4 days. Leo clenched his fists, his keen mental value made him feel that his strength was great. A bit. Stepped out of the door, the sky was still dark outside the window, except for the bright light in the basement. Walked quietly to the top of the stairs, ready to go down. Mr. Leo, please pay attention, Mr. Stark does not allow you to enter the basement. Jarvis's voice came from the stairs. Leo tilted his head. Jarvis, I can help Mr. Stark, just take a look. After finishing speaking, he jumped slightly down, over several meters, and fell directly to the bottom of the stairs. Stark can be seen through the transparent glass. The alarm sounded immediately, although it was not loud, it still scared the two of them. "Jarvis, turn it off, just speak directly next time." Tony glanced at Leo outside the door and frowned. "Mr. Stark, I know about Mark II, don't hide it from me, I can help you," Leo shouted outside the door. I glanced at this simple door lock. I thought it would be electromagnetic, but I didn't expect it to be a snap-on type. In other words, Leo could open the door by controlling the hardware, but he didn't do so. "Jarvis, open the door," Tony said. "Hey, Mr. Stark, you are going to test the foot flying device." Looking at Tony, who has worn the armor parts of both feet. Chapter 26, Test Start. Tony did not pay much attention to Leo, adjusted the position of the camera, and walked to the test board. The starting point is half a meter behind the center. Holding the starter in both hands, he took a deep breath. "Damn, be smart, wait and pay attention to the fire," said to the intelligent manipulator on the side. "Okay, start manual control." Tony's tilted back slightly, trying to stabilize his center of gravity. Leo stayed away a bit, watching Tony's first test. "Look at how you are carrying 10% of the axial load. Prepare, 3. Wait a minute, Mr. Stark, I think you underestimated the load, or else, let's try it from 1%. Leo stopped Tony. Tony didn't have the habit of listening to Leo, and continued to say, 3, 2, 1 with both hands and pressing the buttons in his hands. The huge impact force rushed up from the soles of the feet, the center of gravity moved back quickly, and it slammed it back and above the wall very quickly. Leo, who was 10 meters away, had a right hand. The shoes that were still spitting flames were instantly fixed in the air, as if the huge impact had completely disappeared. And Tony only reacted at this time and hurriedly released the launch button in his hand. Leo bent his 5 fingers, and through the parts under Tony's feet and the pair of control tabs in his hands, he steadily pulled Tony back and sent it back to the black test board. Tony didn't slow down under the sudden impact, until he stood firmly on the test board, stared at Leo and kept watching. "The one just now was enough to hurt myself severely, but now he is unscathed. Mr. Stark, I think you need to rest. It's already 6:30 in the morning." Leo put down his right hand. "What did you do? How did you do it?" Tony took off his armor and walked over to Leo. "It's just some trivial little abilities, but Mr. Stark, you have not slept all night, and you have also judged that you need the assistance of a flight stabilizer to adjust the center of gravity, right?" Tony sat back in front of his computer desk and watched a large amount of data on it. "The impact is indeed greater than I thought. The flight aid is set up very well. I can install it on both hands. Let's make adjustments with the last spray device. Your suggestion is good. Mr. Stark, I think you need to rest. It was only 36 hours, and now I am the most awake, I believe. How about the device erupting in the palm of my hand?" Tony became a little excited again, with many helper ideas in his head, and he began to sketch. Leo leaned over and looked at the rows of data that were constantly sliding on the screen. After a while, his eyes started to fade. "Mr. Stark, don't worry, I think you'd better go to sleep and eat. Order something." Tony didn't stop his movements, he was still tapping the keyboard, watching various design schemes and graphics popping up from the computer. Leo shrugged and left the basement. Tony didn't care, only the idea of a flight aid and the entire Mark II overall frame. Not long after, Tony, who was still brainstorming, suddenly smelled the fragrance of food. A bowl of hot noodles appeared beside him, and at the same time, Leo held a large bowl of noodles and slid aside. "If you don't sleep, don't sleep. Anyway, you can resist, but you still have to eat." Leo put his face together again. "Mr. Stark, this design is good, I guess how long it will take to get it." Looking at the drawings on the computer, Tony looked at the little guy in front of him, then at the bowl of noodles. "Did you make this?" Of course, try it, it tastes very good, I will cook by myself when I am 6 years old. Your adoptive parents won't give you food. Tony's stomach was indeed empty, so he picked up the noodles and ate them with a fork. No, I eat a lot, I often cook and eat by myself. Liu looked at the spray device on the computer in a daze. This device is the most important function of the Mark II, and it is also the purpose of Tony Stark for the Mark II, flying. Mr. Stark, I'm really happy to see the birth of Mark II. I can't wait to see it. Leo's face appeared expectant smile. Tony looked at the neurotic boy, pushed the bowl aside, touched the warm stomach, and cocked the corners of his mouth. But I got up to work immediately and continued to design the parts on hand. Leo didn't bother Tony either. Tony seemed to have acquiesced to Leo's existence and allowed him to wait aside, but did not drive him away. 3 hours later, all the parts have been designed, and the three-dimensional workbench is projected on the side, and a three-dimensional model appears. Carry out further design in the physical appearance, waiting for all the parts models to be put together, Tony directly started to operate. Stretched his arm into the projection, as if he was really equipped, and made the final adjustments following his actions. Seeing this smooth and pleasing operation in front of him, Leo's heart was beating frantically. I don't know how much time has passed in the basement. The first finished product was finally made. Tony took the connector and connected it with the arc reactor on his chest. Buckled up the device on his arm, preparing for the first experiment. Leo looked out of the door suddenly, reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Pepper, holding a square box wrapped in craft paper with a cup of coffee, opened the door and walked in. Pepper also felt very strange when he saw Leo here. Because Tony, apart from himself, only Rod has been here. I've been calling you, haven't I heard the intercom ring? Pepper said to Tony, who was wearing the device. Well, everything is fine, what did you say? Tony replied absent-mindedly, and suddenly realized. A baddie is waiting for you upstairs. Pepper put the things down. Okay, I see, I'll go up now. Tony continued to equip the aircraft in his hand. Pepper turned to Leo and said, Hey, kid, I'm still wondering where you have been, why did you come to the studio? I will protect Mr. Stark. Really, how to protect it? Pepper stood beside Leo, and saw the device in Tony's hand again. 2 pieces of metal auxiliary equipment were put on his arm, with a glowing circular exit in the palm of his hand. Didn't you say that you don't make weapons anymore? This is just a flight stabilizer, it doesn't cause much damage. Tony took a picture of the energy gathering button on the table and said confidently. The light on the palm of his hand was getting stronger and stronger. Before he could react, a shock wave of energy shot out in a linear shape. The huge impact made Tony, who had no auxiliary equipment, slammed backward in an instant. Pepper was terrified by the loud sound of light covering his ears, and the little Leo stretched out his hand, and several meters away, he firmly grasped Tony again. That's it. Leo put Tony down on the tool table and shrugged. Chapter 27, Obadiah and number 039, S thoughts. This is just an accident. Tony took off the device with lingering fear. You go up first, I'll come up right away. Pepper walked up angrily, Leo walked to Tony's side, his fingers moved slightly, all the buckles on his arm came off, and the screw also quickly spun out and flew to the side just right. Put it up. The whole device fell from Tony's hand and flew onto the iron frame automatically. Mr. Stark, there is a problem with the frequency of this energy output. We can control the amount of energy output. It does not need to be too large. It is just used as an auxiliary flight device. But this frequency setting can be used as a weapon. Leo said as he watched the knocked out and broken table opposite. Leo, how did you get your abilities? It's so supernatural. Tony moved his body and drank the cup of coffee. Mr. Stark, the universe is very big. I don't know. When will you give me a blood test, I also want to know. Leo looked at the packed square gift box, smiled and said to Tony, a baddie is up there, guess what he came to do with you? It must be the company's business. When my real research results come out, everything will be fine. The two walked up. The first thing I saw was Obadiah sitting at the grand piano in the living room playing a piece of music. The sound of the piano reached Leo's ear, and he couldn't help laughing. This piece is called Piano Concerto Major, and the composer of this piece is called Antonio Salieri. He is Italian, and he is a master in the field of music with his contemporary Mozart. It is rumored that he was jealous of Mozart's achievements and talents, so he designed to kill Mozart. Although the official report did not confirm this situation, and it is basically a fiction, the rumor has continued for hundreds of years. It's like Obadiah's relationship with Tony. But Leo quickly stopped his smile, not wanting to be too prominent, now he wants to be a little transparent. How is the company? Tony walked over to the table and saw a big box of pizza on the table. Oh, it's a bad situation, right? Obadiah still did not stop the song. I just brought pizza back from New York, and it doesn't mean it's bad. Tony, who was hungry a long time ago, opened the pizza. That's right, the pizza is awesome. Looking at the delicious pizza, he sighed, picked up a piece and ate it. If you were there, the result might be better. Obadiah left the piano and walked over. You told me to act low-key, I did it. I low-key, you handle it. I mean, this is a board meeting. Obadiah sat next to Tony. Board meeting? Tony frowned and asked. Where does this kid come from? Obadiah saw Leo and asked curiously. Don't worry about him, he is my assistant, you keep talking. Tony looked at Obadiah. The board of directors feels that your post-traumatic stress symptoms are severe and are ready to issue an injunction. Obadiah also ignored Leo, who was only 11 years old and 1.2 meters tall, and continued to talk to Tony. What is a piece? They are going to kick you out. Obadiah replied to Tony. Tony looked like he couldn't believe it. Why? Just because the stock fell 40 points? Didn't we expect it a long time ago? It fell 56.5 points, Pepper interjected. Tony turned around angrily. That's not important, we have the controlling stake. Tony, the board of directors also has the right. They are looking for an excuse to fire you, saying that you and your new research direction are not in line with the company's highest interests. Obadiah looked at Tony. This is my new responsibility. Tony said loudly, this is my new goal, and also for the company. Looking at Obadiah with a mocking expression, Tony tried to explain. I mean, I assume responsibility on behalf of the company. Looking back and seeing Pepper, who was a little disappointed, Tony collapsed. You guys did a great job, sneered, and got up disappointedly and took the pizza to leave. I went to the studio. Don't do that, Tony, hey, listen. Obadiah got up and rushed over, putting Tony on Tony's shoulder. I'm thinking of a way to help you turn things around, but you have to give me something to get them through. Obadiah's careful thoughts finally came out, staring at the reactor in front of Tony's chest, and pointed. Let me find a few engineers to analyze the thing, draw a sketch or something. No, it's definitely not possible. Before he finished speaking, Tony refused firmly. So I can use it to send those guys in New York. I will do this project myself, no discussion, Obi, forget this, don't make this idea. Tony was about to leave after speaking. The pizza box in his hand was snatched by Obadiah. Well, I'll eat that pizza by myself. Come here, I'm giving you one piece, or two. Obadiah opened the pizza box. Thank you. Tony took the 2 yuan, turned and walked down. Do you mind if I go down and see what you are doing? Good night, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com Obi. Tony walked on without turning his head. Leo walked toward the studio step by step, looking at Obadiah standing there with a pizza box, and walked past. "Mr. Obadiah, can I have a slice?" Obadiah looked at Leo and suddenly laughed. "Oh, I saw you, last time in the factory, you are so cute, of course you can eat it." Took out a slice of pizza to Leo, and continued to ask Leo with a smile. "Tony asked you to follow, you must know what he is doing, right? Tell me, I will give you all this pizza, okay?" "I'm sorry, I can't say it." Leo looked at Opadri, who changed his face immediately, and ran off quickly. Obadiah looked at Pepper. "What's the matter with that kid?" Pepper shrugged. "I don't know, who knows what Tony thinks." With a slice of pizza in his mouth, Tony started busying himself in front of the computer again, as if he didn't care about the matter just now. "Mr. Stark, through the conversation just now, do you know the purpose of Mr. Obadiah?" "Know what? I never thought about what to do with this." Tony swallowed the last bite of pizza. "Can you make one for me? I want to taste what it is like." Leo swallowed his mouth at the shiny reactor on Tony's chest. "What? Arc reactor?" Tony looked back at Leo incredulously. "Yes, Mr. Stark, and, you have thought about it, if one day this one on your chest is taken away, what should you do? There must be a countermeasure, right?" Leo faced the devouring of the reactor. The desire is getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 28, Little Accident. "How come? My villa is equipped with an alarm system. You were able to enter at that time is my permission in advance, otherwise it is impossible to come in. Outside, I have a bodyguard with me. What if you have permission to enter your house?" Leo looked at Tony and said. "No, the only permission to enter my house now is Pepper, you, Obi, and Rod." Tony looked back at Leo, who was still silent. "Did you mean that?" "Obi, it's impossible. Obi has been in Stark Industries for decades. He is a good brother with my father. How could he attack me?" Tony said with a smile. "Mr. Stark, there is a saying in China, knowing people, knowing the face and not knowing the heart, but it doesn't matter. I want a reactor. I guess it will help my ability, okay?" "Okay, in a few days. Now I have this flight stabilizer in my head." Tony turned his head away, and continued to beat the computer. "Okay, come on, I'll go to the city to buy something to eat. I ate everything in the refrigerator last night, I'm still hungry now." Leo turned and left. Although Tony didn't stop his hands, he still had some precautions against Abadi in his heart. Who made Leo a person who can predict the future? Pepper is still busy on the laptop in the living room. There are many small things that need her to deal with every day. Watching Leo walk up. "Leo, what's wrong?" "It's okay, Sister Pepper, I'm going to buy something to eat in the city, haven't I eaten dinner yet?" "Oh, sorry, I was too busy today, my head is messed up, I forgot to bring dinner back, I have not eaten." Pepper also patted his head. "Oh, didn't Obadiah leave you a pizza?" Leo asked. "No, he's gone." "Leo, there seems to be some fast food products in the cabinet, let's eat some." Pepper was about to get up and go to the kitchen. "Don't bother, let me go to the city, and bring you a copy back by the way. There is no snack at all, and I am not used to it." Leo smiled. Pepper also seemed to be embarrassed. "Leo, I have something to deal with now, and I may not be able to take you to the city." No, I can go by myself." "But it's 4 kilometers from here to the city, and it's already 9:30 in the evening." Pepper said, looking at his watch. Leo waved out and said, "Sister Pepper, have you forgotten that I have superpowers?" Came to the outside lawn, looked at the dark night sky, raised his hands gently, 2 iron pieces flew out from the calf and wrapped around his hands. The metal plate inlaid on the bottom of the foot exerted force, and Leo jumped into the air all of a sudden and flew quickly toward the city. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Leo has left the house." In the studio, Jarvis's voice came out, and at the same time, a surveillance video appeared on the screen next to Tony, showing Leo flying away. Tony was even more silent when he saw it. "I see, continue to monitor Leo's movements." "Yes, sir." Tony looked at the figure flying out, his hand moved a few minutes faster, and his yearning for flying became more determined. Within 3 minutes, Leo landed on the edge of the city, stopped a taxi and drove to the supermarket. In the car, Leo's phone rang. "Hey, Aunt Jenny, haven't slept so late." "I'm fine, just working together here, it's going well." "Yes, I am going to the supermarket to buy some food, you know, I like snacks." "No, I have money, and I don't spend much money here." "Okay, I will see you next week, come and go quickly." "Well, good, you rest early, and say hello to Uncle George, good night." Leo hung up the phone and looked at the dim surroundings. It didn't seem like the city at all. Even the street lights were lit up. "Hey, I'm going to the supermarket, where are you going?" Leo asked angrily, looking at the silent driver. The car braked violently, and the driver got out of the car and opened the door of the back seat, pulling Leo down. "Child, hand over all the money you have, otherwise, the knife in my hand will be bloody." The tall white driver ferociously pushed Leo on the door of the car, with a black knife in his hand against his stomach. Hey, wait a minute, are you robbery?" Leo looked at him calmly, without the slightest fear. "Hurry up, get the money out." "I know you have money." The blade on the belly heavier again. "Are you robbed for the first time? Are you afraid of a camera here?" Leo asked with a smile. This time he was not talking, and he touched Leo's pocket directly with his hands. He wanted to take out Leo's money, and even the mobile phone was snatched over. Leo carried more than $600 on his body, and a mobile phone was taken out. And the white driver seemed very satisfied with the result, and his eyes became more and more ferocious. "Hey, hello, you took all the money, what do you want to do?" The man looked at Leo coldly, bent his elbow, and slammed Leo's neck. The huge force made Leo's head slightly tilted. Although he did not cause any damage to him, who had a full 19 points of defense, Leo's eyes instantly cold. The strength of over 100 caddies just now, if it were just an ordinary child, he would definitely break his neck and die immediately. The robber came with the idea of killing www.novel.com. Leo never smiled anymore. With a light effort, he directly threw the driver 2 meters away, gently raised his palm, and quickly wrapped 3 metal pieces around the man's neck and 2 wrists. The huge pulling force of the metal piece took the man around a bend, nailed it to the taxi next to him, and locked his upper body tightly. Was strangled. A little bit of blood from the neck, and the metal pieces on both hands and wrists were stuck so that the blood could not circulate. Leo walked in front of him. "I have encountered more than 20 robberies in New York. Everyone just robbed the money and left, so I ended up sending them to the police station. The only time there was a driver who wanted to do something, and I had his legs scrapped. But, this is the first time I have met someone who robbed me of money and wanted to kill me." "You actually did it?" "I'm just an 11-year-old child." Leo looked at him and said slowly. Looking at the driver's still ferocious eyes, even his unrestricted feet wanted to continue attacking Leo. Leo's eyes glowed with a slight golden light, and he glanced at the surrounding environment and made sure that there was no camera here. It seemed that it was a specially selected location. At the same time, a dozen single-page newspapers were found in the small storage box on the car, folded and placed together. The 2 wires took out the newspaper, and the driver saw that the struggle was getting worse, and blood stains came out on his wrists. Leo looked over and found that every newspaper reported different homicides. There were men and women, and 2 16-year-old children. All were robberies and homicides, but none of them were caught. To the murderer. "You did this all?" Leo shook the newspaper in his hand. FQ. Chapter 29, Leo the Decisive. Leo looked at the extremely manic man in front of him, and couldn't help squeezing the newspaper in his hand. It seems you did it. Leo took a step back gently, flipped his palm, and the black knife that had fallen aside floated into the air. Turned into a black light and passed through his chest, the knife penetrated the entire car body, inserted into the concrete floor, and was stained with a trace of blood. He only felt a pain in his chest, and he didn't even have time to shout out the pain. The blood on his chest gushed out, soaking the ground around him, and the strength on his body also disappeared instantly. Gave Leo one last look with disbelief, dropped his head, and stopped moving. Leo's eyes also twitched, and he reached out and took back the 3 metal pieces fixed on his body, as well as $600 and his own mobile phone, using metal wires to nail the newspaper to the car body. Ugh! Turned around and left, flew low into a small alley on the edge of the city, went out and stopped a car, went to the supermarket, and continued to buy what he needed, but he never showed a smile along the way. By the way, I ordered 10 cheeseburgers and 5 fries at the fast food restaurant next to him. In short, I took a taxi with 3 packages of food and came to an open space 1 kilometer away from Tony's house. Got out of the car and walked by himself. Watching the taxi leave, Leo accelerated back to Tony's house, entered the gate, walked several hundred meters, and finally returned to the house. Pepper seemed to have not moved during this hour, still sitting on the sofa facing the computer and beating, seeing Leo holding food slowly, and he was a little surprised from ear to ear. "Leo, did you really go to the city alone?" He watched the hot hamburger that Leo took out on the table. "Of course, I have money, so I can stop the car." Leo replied somewhat disapprovingly. "Leo, you are still young. It is dangerous outside at night. Robbery happens every day. I dare not stay outside for too long at night." Pepper patted Leo with fear. "Leo, don't you go out alone next time. Tomorrow I will ask the nanny to buy more food and come back. You can follow Tony at home." "Well, Sister Pepper, how many burgers do you want to eat?" "1 is fine, thank you, Leo." "Yeah, I'm going down. Mr. Stark didn't eat dinner either." Leo walked down carrying the big bags. Pepper sat back in front of the computer, looked at the warm hamburger in his hands, and laughed. "Mr. Stark, I went to the city to buy some food, come and have some. You have your favorite cheeseburger." Leo took 2 cheeseburgers and put them on Stark, who was still busy in front of the computer. Tony took a look, stretched out his hand and took one, opened it and ate it. "Leo, are you okay?" "Hey? What's wrong?" "It's okay, I just improved the program. I am going to import it and test it again." Tony tapped the keyboard a few times, and the core of the robotic flight stabilizer connected to the side lit up again. Began to work again, although Leo has always been a soy sauce style role, but can also help disassemble the equipment. By the way, protect Mr. Stark, who may hit the wall and catch fire and cannot turn off the equipment. Early the next morning, Tony smiled tiredly looking at the steady impact and the flight stabilizer that could adjust the strength at any time. Tony Stark, who had not slept for nearly 60 hours, returned to the room and fell asleep. Leo looked at the messy studio, and the robotic arm die that had been cleaning. It was a graduation project that Tony made when he graduated from MIT at the age of 17. Tony said to Pepper earlier, "Nostalgia is not my characteristic." However, he has never abandoned this xiaode, which is sometimes not so smart and a little obstructive. Leo floated gently in the air, and when he lifted his hands, all the metal products or items with metal products all flew up by themselves and placed where they should be. In less than 30 seconds, the entire studio was completely renewed and organized. "Jarvis, is there anything else that needs adjustment?" Leo said while looking at the empty studio. There was no movement, only the sound of Xiao Da's moving robotic arm. Leo was disappointed, but he recovered quickly. "After all, it's only 2 days, take your time, don't worry." comfortably picked up some design drafts and some books on the ground, and put them on the table. Just when Leo was about to step out. Mr. Leo, according to Mr. Stark's work habits, the wrench on the left side of the workbench should be placed on the second layer on the right, and the welding torch and rosin on the right side should be placed on the bottom of the left. Jarvis's voice sounded in the studio behind him. Okay, Jarvis. Leo's mouth curled up. Went back to his room and continued to practice. 6 hours later, Leo opened his eyes, and another piece of metal was absorbed, turned into a dim piece of metal and piled in the corner. Control point, 80. Strength 16, Defense 19, Speed 9, Spirit 19. Skill, D-level Metal Control and D-level Physical Enhancement. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper Sheet, 100%. Steel Bar, 49%. Iron Bone, 0%. Derivative Technique, Desperate Golden Eyes. Do not be fooled by any ability. UU reads www.uugonshu.com to see through all phantoms, enhances visual observation, metallized objects. Don't move the golden body, enhance great defense power, stand on the ground with both feet, you will have infinite physical strength, the body will recover faster, and will not be moved by external force. With golden light in his eyes, he can clearly observe the changes in his body, but the changes in his internal organs are not big. But every meridian in the body, or blood vessels, veins, arteries, including capillaries, have become much tougher, and they seem to have strengthened to a critical point. Grasped his fist with his hand, and the burst of blue veins seemed to be emitting a slight light. Every time you strengthen to 50%, your body will change its appearance. I don't know what it will be this time. Looking around, Tony Stark exercises in the gym on the second floor. Leo thought for a while, walked up and knocked at the door. Come in. Mr. Stoke, what do you have for lunch? Leo said while looking at the hot sun from the gym window. Hey, 49, 50, hey. Tony panted and got up from the bench press. I invited 2 chefs over to cook, and Pepper said that you can eat very well, so this time I will make you full. Tony wiped his sweat and looked at the little Leo. You are 11 years old, but you are so short. Is it caused by your superpowers? Is it a side effect? Leo walked over, picked up the barbell Tony had just used for bench press, and lifted it gently, as if the barbell was made of wood. Leo, I think I can check your body this afternoon. Looking at Leo, who was spinning with the barbell in his hand, Tony took 2 steps back and said. Chapter 30, Leo. At noon, the 2 chefs who had been invited from the hotel brought a small car of expensive high-quality ingredients and started to work in the kitchen. Stark was still thinking about what he was operating with a tablet in his hand. Leo also held a tablet in his hand, flipping through some current affairs news, and suddenly a piece of news caught his eye. In the early hours of this morning, Officer Chandler was patrolling and he encountered a taxi parked on the side of the road with a corpse next to it. Leo took a closer look and determined that it was the criminal last night. The report said that based on fingerprints and traces of the scene, he did indeed do the first dozen murders. Leo, who pays little attention to the news, realized that this happened, and sighed. Tony was a little strange. The laser pointer in his hand pointed at the tablet in Leo's hand twice, and the same interface appeared on the computer in Tony's hand. The murder? The murderer died? Leo, why would you follow this news? Tony was puzzled. Leo glanced at the 2 chefs beside him, and shrugged. It's okay, just take a look. Do you know this? No attention. Tony looked at the chef and said, hurry up. We are all going to starve to death, this child is still growing, you are killing young people. Soon, the sumptuous food was on the table one after another. Stark also specially emphasized that the 4-person portion was made, and wanted to see how edible Pepper said it was edible. With the food on the table, Leo's speed of eating gradually increased, eating the best filet mignon, truffle, caviar, and seafood delivered by air. These top-notch delicacies finally made Leo feel the joy of eating. Tony also opened a bottle of Bordeaux wine and drank himself. It's a pity that Leo is underage, otherwise he would like to taste the taste of this tens of thousands of dollars bottle of red wine. Soon, the two chefs who have been working hard couldn't keep up with Leo's food. Tony also put down the wine glass in his hand and watched Leo continue to eat. Leo's stomach is like an incinerator. All the food goes into ashes, even if he has eaten the 9th steak, the 3rd plate of shrimp, 2 12-inch pizzas, and countless others. Side dishes, but the belly is still flat. In short, Tony watched Leo eat up all the food, and the two chefs were also sweating from exhaustion. Leo, is there another dimension in your belly? Or is it a tiny black hole? Tony widened his eyes and looked at Leo, who was walking aside. You have eaten half of your heavy food. How can your stomach hold it? Are you doing magic? The two chefs left after packing their things. Their wages were settled by Stark Industries. Tony also tried to hug Leo. When Leo did not resist, he asked Tony to give it a try, and there was not much change. Although I am not very proficient in human biology, I am still very curious about your body structure. Are you really willing to be tested? Although he had only been in contact with Leo for 2 or 3 days, Stark decided to ask this question again. I have no problem, I am not afraid to delay the production of Mark II. Leo said with a smile. It doesn't take much work. Seriously, you reminded me of a project I had 10 years ago. At that time, I tried to imitate the super soldier's potion serum. As a result, I found that the calculation results are very uncertain. It's too dangerous to be implemented. I know, on the last day of 1999, you also encountered a plant explosion in that woman's house, right? Leo followed towards the laboratory. At that time, Captain America Rogers was still the hero that most people yearned for. For this reason, many changes occurred, including the Green Monster, I think you know. Yes, Captain America is not dead, you know. What? Tony turned around in shock. Yes, and he is coming out soon. You have a chance to see him again. By the way, he and your father, Mr. Howard Stark, are good friends. You must call him uncle by seniority. Leo said with a smile. Stop kidding. Tony smiled awkwardly. Actually, I have been wondering. You know that I know many things about the past and the future, but you don't seem to ask me how, why. Leo and the two came to the laboratory. Tony found a set of tools and said, I don't want to know my future. This will limit my thinking. If I encounter something I really want to know, I will naturally ask you, but not now. Okay, I'll take a tube of blood for a test. Tony looked at Leo with curiosity in his eyes. He rolled up his sleeves, put his hand on the mat, and squeezed the palm lightly, and the blue veins appeared. www.novel.com. Tony leaned the needle in his hand and called out suddenly, Leo, it's my dizziness. Are you there? Your blood vessels are glowing. The tip of the needle stabbed, and the muscles on the arm were slightly recessed, but they didn't even get in. Even if Tony added a bit of strength, they still didn't get into the flesh. Unbelievable, are your muscles so strong? Tony loosened the needle, leaving only an invisible white spot, which disappeared with a touch. Well, try again, I try not to work hard. Leo was also a little bit dumbfounded. Tony used most of his strength, even the metal needle was slightly bent before he barely plunged into the blood vessel. The small vacuum tube connected absorbs the blood in the blood vessels, and the bright red blood with a little golden light flows into the catheter, slowly flowing into the vacuum bottle. Tony's eyes widened, and he leaned closer, staring at the golden light in the hose. Pulled out the needle tube, this kind of small scars recovered when Leo's feet stepped on the ground, but within a second. Tony took the small tube of blood and quickly walked to the observation platform, took out 2 drops and put them on the glass slide, took out half of the rest, put it in the machine, and put the other half in the freezer for storage. But Tony did not observe anything else under the microscope. It was no different from ordinary human blood. Even after a delay, even the golden light in it disappeared. It's weird, what is that glowing thing? Tony couldn't touch his head, but the test results of the machine will take some time. Leo, go and test your physical fitness. I prepared the equipment specially for you. The goods that just arrived today have a load limit of 1 ton and an accuracy of 100 grams. I am looking forward to your performance. Chapter 31, Body Check. Came to a new room, surrounded by brand new equipment. The most common is the boxing strength test machine. There is also a small 20-meter track, and professional weightlifting barbells and many other equipment are placed. Tony started directly and turned on a machine. Leo, let's take a look at your physical data first. Take off your shoes, socks, coat, and test your height and weight. Leo took off his jacket, inside was a small black vest, put his shoes and socks aside, and walked up. Height, 128 cm. Weight, 41 kilograms. You are really short enough. The average child now has to be 4 feet tall, but the weight is heavier than the average person, and your muscle density is indeed much higher than that of ordinary people. Tony entered Leo's data into the computer. Okay, the next item, let's test the bench press first. The limit bench press for ordinary people is 50 kilograms. If you want, let's test 40 first. Tony adjusted the machine. Go straight to 50, I want to try. Leo said while lying on the machine. Tony shrugged. Okay, the insurance for these devices is still very safe. Although Leo's arm is not long enough, he still completed 10 bench presses in a very relaxed manner. 75 kilograms, I think it's okay. Leo said. Has been added to 75, and it is still easy to complete 10 times. Tony was also dumbfounded, and moved his hands several times. How about 100 kilograms? Row. Leo felt the obvious pressure, the movements were not so easy, but he still completed 10 standard bench presses. How about? Tony asked with some worry. 120 kilograms, I'm almost reaching the limit. Adjusted to 120 kilograms. Such a huge pressure is too cruel for a child who is only 11 years old. Even Tony is a little scared. But Leo still completed 10 moves with difficulty and stability. Leo stood up, turned his wrists, power surged from the earth, and the original fatigue disappeared instantly. Mr. Stark, my limit is about 120 kilograms. Let's move on to the next item. Don't you need to take a break? Tony recorded the data. Leo, the world record is still 450 kilograms, but the World Boxing Champion's bench press is only about 130 kilograms, and their weight is sufficient. 3 times as much as you. In other words, your current strength is comparable to the World Boxing Champion. Tony looked at the little boy standing in front of him with a little horror in his eyes. Mr. Stark, let's continue. Leo smiled. The power of the world champion? It is of no use. Captain America Rogers' bench press is 545 kilograms, but in terms of lethality, how can it compare with Tony Stark? Continue to test. Squat strength test. Squat is the king of strength, the favorite of Hercules, so Hercules are very large, but lack flexibility, which is very deadly. 100 kilograms, easy. 150 kilograms, easy. 200 kilograms, success. 240 kilograms, Leo also up with a cry. 250 kilograms, Leo's legs are already shaking. 255 kilograms is already Leo's limit record. Tony made a note of this record. A child weighing only 41 kilograms actually squatted 255 kilograms. It was like a small tabby cat hitting the Siberian tiger. Then he continued his endurance test. He ran back and forth for 100 meters. 40 minutes passed. Leo didn't even breathe, and he still looked like an ordinary person. Speed test. There are multiple speedometers installed on the 20-meter runway, and Leo's fastest speed will be obtained as the final result. Tony is also looking forward to Leo. Leo smiled helplessly 20 meters away, ran at full speed and crossed the finish line. But the final data showed that it was 8 meters and 9 meters per second. Is definitely a very good grade for children, but Tony is a little dumbfounded. Originally expected Leo to have a perverted performance, but this result was a bit disappointed. Hey, my legs are so long, what do you want? Leo looked at Tony angrily and shouted. Let's go to the next test, boxing test. Tony hurriedly walked away. Came to the boxing strength testing machine, which is also a relatively common machine, but it is undoubtedly top quality. A brand new machine stood in front of the two of them. Tony was also a little excited. Turning on the machine, facing the fist target, Tony put on his gloves and threw out a punch with all his strength. Boom! A soft sound. 112 kilograms. Of course, this is considered the impact force, which is the maximum force to hit the target, not the muscle strength. Leo pushed a large platform to increase the height, and placed it firmly on the ground so that he could hit the target smoothly. Looking at the fist target in front of him, his force rises from the ground, the powerful muscle twisting force swings a small fist to hit the round fist target. Boom! A violent collision sounded. 264 kilograms. The fist target slowly returned to normal, and such a set of data appeared on the monitor behind. Tony picked up the computer. Do you want to try again? No, I know, this is my current ultimate strength. Okay, this one is complete. Tony clicked twice, but he saw a strange place out of his eyes. In the center of the boxing target on the test machine, a big hole appeared in the layer of extremely tough cushioning material, and the metal rod inside was almost visible. Tony glanced at Leo's small hands, those small palms, clenched fists no more than the size of a billiard ball, hit the fist target with such a big impact. Is like the difference between holding a pen and a needle, the force area is too small, and the destructive force increases exponentially. But with such a powerful impact and friction, Leo didn't have a small hand with a glove, but it didn't leave any traces. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. This amazing defensive power, as well as the previous blood draw, made Tony tremble involuntarily. Leo, your punch is enough to kill an adult. Oh, I should let you be my bodyguard. Happy is not as good as you. After several tests were completed, Tony looked at the data in his hand and basically judged Leo's physical condition through statistics, and said with emotion, Leo, you are just like a monster. Your physical fitness exceeds most people in the world, but you are only 11 years old, incredible. Tony looked at Leo with glowing eyes, wondering if he should continue to study the direction of human medicine. Mr. Stark, your armor is enough to surpass everyone, isn't it? No matter how powerful human beings are, they can't fight against machines. Don't lose too much. Tony also recovered, looking at Leo firmly with his eyes. Of course, I must stick to my theory. Let's go, your blood composition report should have come out. Tony left first. Leo glanced back at the fist test machine, and his finger slightly cocked. Hiss! There was a piercing sound. The fist target hit the test board, and the huge impact force knocked the entire machine firmly fixed on the ground crooked and almost flew out. After a string of garbled characters flashed on the display, the screen went off, and a hint of black smoke appeared. Leo raised his eyebrows and glanced outside the door. Hey, luckily Mr. Stark is gone. Glanced at the damaged ground and the machine twisted aside, and reached out to put the machine back in place. I didn't use a bit of strength, it seems I am not suitable for hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 32, Strange Practice. Leo hurriedly followed Tony back to the laboratory, with a little green light from the machine indicator beside him. Tony walked a few steps forward and tapped a few times on the display. The machine beside also rushed out the blood test report. A dozen dense reports came out, and Leo took one and looked at it. White blood cell count, red blood cell count, hemoglobin concentration, lymphocyte count and percentage, eosinophilic mitochondrial count and percentage. Alanine aminotransferase, homocysteine test. A large number of professional medical words are densely packed, followed by various data reports, and Leo looks dizzy. Tony glanced, then tapped on the electronic screen again, looking through the data with a serious expression. Leo stuffed the report in his hand again, and looked around. It happened that the windows here could also see the sea, so he sat down and admired the vast sea. The sun shining on the blue sea aroused countless waves of golden light, like a piece of soft blue silk, inlaid with interlaced gold threads, in which you can see dots of black reefs embellished like obsidian. For a while, Leo, who had never seen such a beautiful scene before, was a little dazed, staring blankly at a reef in the distance, a ripple, and refused to look away. After a while, Tony suddenly leaned over. "How about it? Look good." "Yes, Mr. Stark, I feel very relaxed." Leo looked at the ocean and laughed. "Yes, I just liked the scenery here. The house built here is only less than 200 million yuan. Tony also looked out the window with some nostalgia, and touched his beard. "I didn't have a beard at that time." Glanced at Leo, then broke his mouth. "There was no you at that time." "Hey, Mr. Stark, have you found anything unusual after reading the reports so quickly?" Tony glanced at Leo with some incomprehension. "Are you crazy? Looking at those reports, I don't understand those words. But the final report shows that you are healthy, that's all. Your heartbeat is strong and the oxygen content in your blood is slightly higher than that of ordinary people, and then everything is normal." Tony looked at Leo in confusion. "Why? Your genes have not changed, but you can do such incredible things. And those golden lights, what are they, Leo? Your body is too mysterious. I think only by looking at your brain can you know the reason." Leo gave Tony a white look. "Don't hit my attention, let's go and continue making Mark II, don't you want to fly?" Tony also stopped his divergent thinking and returned to the topic. Go to the studio." One afternoon, a flight stabilizer was copied again. After 2 tests, it was confirmed that there was no problem. Leo ignored Stark's continued work and returned to his room. Watching the Mark II also gradually return to the right track, Leo continued to practice, and he brought in a piece of titanium alloy and continued to practice. Countless bits of golden light continued to flood into Leo's body, and most of it was still impacting Leo's meridians, and the faintly shining meridians became brighter. In the dimly lit room, Leo, who was only wearing a vest, had numerous meridians shining with golden light all over his body, forming weird and mysterious patterns all over the upper body. There was more golden light leaning against Leo's back, and a little golden light surrounded the small figure in the middle, which seemed extremely sacred. Leo didn't know anything about it, and he still practiced cross-legged on the spot with his eyes closed. Leo felt that he had been walking on the broad road, but suddenly stopped. Now there is a threshold that is firmly stuck in his upward step, like an invisible barrier that cannot be crossed. Only a little bit of golden light around me followed me to hit this barrier, but it was always a little bit too close. Time passed bit by bit, the morning sun outside the window had already risen, and a little bit of sunlight entered Leo's room. It can be seen that there are 3 large pieces of broken metal around him, and 3 pieces of metal that originally needed to be digested overnight have been swallowed this night. At the same time, another metal block followed Leo's instinct and flew around him, and Jingguang continued to rush into Leo's small body. And the golden light on the patterns on her body is getting brighter. I don't know how long it has passed. Stark is still testing his equipment in the underground studio. Pepper returned, put the dinner on the table, and left again. When Pepper came back again, only one portion of the food on the table was missing. Strange, didn't Leo take Tony? Pepper was a little confused, and walked down with dinner. Where is Leo, haven't you eaten yet? Pepper looked at Tony typing on the keyboard on the computer. What? Tony didn't even lift his head. Today's meal is really unpalatable. Put this shop on the blacklist. Leo, where did Leo go? Pepper asked. Oh, Leo, he might be playing computer games in the room, Super Mario, who knows, he's only 11 years old, isn't he? Leo, Mario, are they very similar? Tony was still joking. Pepper looked at the messy studio, feeling a little bad. Tony, has Leo never been down? Really? Tony raised his head after finishing the last line of code. Stood up and glanced around, there was no sign of Leo. Oh, the kid is not here, are you sure he is not hiding in the room to play games? Tony, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, he is only 11 years old, what if he runs out by himself and encounters a robber? Pepper said anxiously. Oh, those robbers are so pathetic. Tony laughed. Jarvis, where is Leo? Sir, Mr. Leo has been in his room for 36 hours, and there is no sound coming out of the room. Jarvis replied. Tony frowned, what is he doing in the room? Sir, you did not agree to install a camera inside the bedroom. Do you need to directly scan and observe? Yes. Sorry, sir, the scanning function is invalid. There is a strange magnetic field inside the room. It can be preliminarily judged that there is a huge energy body in the room emitting this energy. Tony and Pepper looked at each other, frowned, and realized that things were not simple. In the room, countless broken metal pieces were scattered around, leaving only the last piece of intact metal floating beside the figure in it. Tony and the two rushed to the door. Jarvis, open the door. The door lock has been opened, but it cannot be opened automatically. Jarvis replied truthfully. Stark directly stepped forward and pushed hard, although the door lock had been opened, but there was no movement, it still seemed to be firmly locked. Leo opened his eyes, two shining golden lights shot straight out, and the golden light that had been surrounding him suddenly burst out with incomparable golden lights. It was as if 10 flash bombs had been thrown into the whole room suddenly, and Pepper outside the door saw fierce golden light through the crack of the door. What? Chapter 33, Electricized Leo. The blooming golden light resembled countless red burning iron wires, sizzling Leo's copper skin. The intense pain rushed to the brain, as if being immersed in the hot molten iron, the whole upper body was filled with desperate pain. Little vest had long been burned to ashes, and countless blood-red and ugly threads appeared on the original smooth body, which covered the whole body. The two people outside the door also heard Leo's painful cry, and Tony felt terrible. What can make this powerful boy make such a painful cry? Pepper looked at the door anxiously, wishing to kick it open with his feet. Tony thought for a while, and felt that he would definitely not be able to open the door of his house with such a good quality. He hurried to the studio and brought up a micro cutter, 2 crowbars, a stun gun, and a handle. Gun. Looking at the door, the micro cutter in his hand jumped up, but within half a minute, the part connected to the wall was cut in half. At the same time, Leo in the room has already received the golden light on his body, and the numerous pattern marks on his body cover the entire upper body, as if he had been scratched with hundreds of knives left by the knife. The pain continued to impact Leo's brain nerves, and the metal around him began to vibrate, surrounding Leo. The metal lifted Leo into the air. In an instant, in addition to the pain in his body, a terrifying hunger hit Leo's brain. It's like every cell in the body is crying and wanting to eat, and those who don't eat will commit suicide. This is not just being hungry, but the survival instinct is crying out. Even the threat of death was heavily over Leo's body, his stomach seemed to be curled into a ball, trying to squeeze out the last bit of energy remaining inside. This strong stimulus made Leo's eyes flushed suddenly. Now let alone food, a living person appeared in front of him, fearing that he would bite him. "What?" Leo shouted out this despair with all his strength. At this time, the light bulb above his head suddenly shattered, and 2 electric currents smashed directly into Leo's body from the roof. Leo, who was in the air, was like a gluttonous body, firmly grasping the 2 electric currents and swallowing them into his body. In this way, 2 electric currents were transmitted to Leo's body through the air. Looking around, it was like 2 blue-silver antennas had grown on top of Leo's head. Outside the room, Tony, who was about to cut off the other half, suddenly stopped and looked at the flashing lights above his head, and other rooms were flashing lights. "Jarvis, what happened?" "Mr. Leo." Mr. Ou's room suddenly appeared. Large electrical appliances appeared, invaded the main line. The load was too large and the voltage was unstable. Jarvis's voice trembles a little because of this, and his speech is a little bit stuck. Tony looked at the door with some alertness, continued to work, and cut the last connection. But the door still couldn't be opened. An inexplicable force pushed the door firmly, and it was jammed by the door frame. "Pepper, get out of the way," Tony said, looking at the silent door. Pepper stepped aside and looked at Tony worriedly. "Should we find someone to help? I feel very dangerous." "I think Leo may be more dangerous now." Tony stuck a crack in the door with a crowbar, and used another crowbar to move the previous crowbar. With a fierce force, one side of the door broke open. "Can finally see the inside of the room." Tony Stark leaned over and looked at the 2 current wires on Leo's head. His body was burnt red, not only with countless cracks, but also smoking. Hurriedly continued to pry up. "Leo seems to be electrocuted. It looks like it is very serious, it is probably already." Pepper was even more panicked, his eyes turned slightly red, and he picked up the phone, ready to call the emergency call. After being supplemented by the electric current energy, he barely recovered some Leo's force and fell from mid-air, and the metal blocks wrapped around his body also scattered to the ground. The strange energy field in the room disappeared, and the room door that had been slack also fell down, without stopping Tony and Pepper. "Leo, Leo, wake up!" Tony rushed in first, looked at Leo, who was still smoking, went up and patted Leo's face. Pepper was still on the phone, looking at such a miserable Leo, covering his mouth, almost crying. Leo fainted for a while, and slowly came to his senses. He opened his eyes and saw Tony pressing his chest hard, and Pepper calling on the side. Pepper's phone connected. "Happy, please contact the emergency center, there is an electric shock here, it is very serious, quickly." "Wait, Sister Pepper, I don't have to go to the hospital." The sudden voice shocked Tony, who was concentrating on CPR. www.novel.com. Pepper also opened his mouth and stared at Leo, who got up a little bit dumb. "Sister Pepper, can you help me get some food back?" More is better. I'm very hungry now, very hungry." Tony also stood up and looked at the horrible room around him. The surrounding walls were all darkened by the high temperature, and the bed and bedside lamp seemed to have been burned by fire. There were also those broken metal blocks that caught Tony's eyes. The metal in the room is only the 4 tons of metal plates that were moved in 5 days ago, but now it has all turned into such dim metal fragments. Should all be caused by Leo, so what happened? Pepper looked at Leo, who was so burnt all over. "Are you sure? I think it would be better to go to the hospital for an examination." "No, Sister Pepper, I know my situation myself, I want to eat." "Well, Happy, no need to call an ambulance, yes, but you may need to bring some food here." "How much?" "Bring back some fast food, such as hamburgers, pizzas, etc. Yes, bring more. If you have more, you will count as 10 people, oh no, 20 people." "Yes, as soon as possible, thank you, Hoskin." Watching Pepper hang up the phone, Leo also felt very embarrassed. "Thank you, Sister Pepper, this is an accident. I myself didn't expect this to happen." Tony tried to touch Leo's cracked upper body. You don't seem to be burned out, but burned out. I haven't tested it 2 days ago. What happened? Chapter 34, Gold Thread in the Body. What happened? Leo muttered to himself, looking at his badly burned hands. Leo, with his feet on the ground, felt a warm current soaking his entire upper body. Within a few minutes, all the coke skin on the surface of the body came off. With a gentle rub, a large piece of dry skin fell to the ground, as if a layer of skin was peeled off. The white skin that appeared had countless indelible golden stripes, embedded in the flesh and blood, and a slight golden light floated on the surface of the body. Mr. Stark, I think I need to take a shower first. Leo in a bathrobe walked out of the bathroom, and at first glance he saw a table full of food. Went up and took a big bite. 2 or 3 bites of a burger was stuffed into his stomach, and he picked up 2 more burgers in his hands, as if he was participating in a big appetite contest. Happy brought in another box of food from the door, and saw Leo lying on the table eating quickly, showing a curious look. He didn't expect Leo to be here. Tony is also rare, not staying in the studio, but sitting aside, holding his hands and watching Leo eating. Pepper, I think I brought back a big trouble. Your salary is not enough for him to eat. Tony smiled and said to Pepper. Could it be that he is the only one who eats, but I ran to 4 fast food restaurants to buy back so much food. Happy looked around and asked strangely. Happy, do you think Leo can finish it? I'll let you guess first. Tony said. Impossible. Who knows? Tony shrugged. Leo, don't you tell me what happened? You ruined my room as if you set fire to the house. What did you do? Leo raised his head to look at the 3 people in front of him, and unbuttoned his bathrobe. The eyes of the 3 of them were instantly attracted by Leo's naked upper body. There are countless golden threads braving the faint golden light inlaid on Leo's entire upper body, set off under the fair and smooth skin. These seemingly regular but dazzling golden threads form an inexplicable beauty. The little face, which had been darkened by the electric current, seemed to be much whiter than before. The golden thread on only exists below the neck and above the waist, and the lower body is still wearing shorts. What is this? Happy asked suspiciously. Tony stepped forward and rubbed a few times on his shoulder with golden thread. This golden light exists under the skin. Leo, how do you feel now? Pepper asked. Leo moved his body, as if golden light did not exist. There was no problem. I feel great now, but I am still hungry. I have to add a lot of energy. So he continued to eat, and the other 3 people surrounded him, observing Leo, who was faintly golden. Happy just simply feels strange, but Tony is different. Through the previous events and test results, plus those performances in the room, I have basically inferred the reason for the incident in my mind. Pepper also remembered seeing Leo in the room. It seemed that these golden threads were doing the blame. Tony had touched Leo's body at that time. There were still cracks, scratches, and coke marks on his body, but he recovered so quickly. This kind of physical recovery speed is unprecedented to Tony, and it also left a deep impression on him. In the end, in the eyes of Harpy's incredible, as if seeing a ghost, Leo stuffed a table full of food into his stomach, and he suspected that he had gone home in life. And Pepper also returned to the studio on the ground with the 2, and wanted to see what it was. Jarvis, scan the pattern on Leo's body to see if it is a special word, symbol, or pattern. Leo also opened his arms, letting 4 scans of blue light sweep his body. Jarvis put Leo's 3-dimensional model on the workbench, extracted the pattern on his body, and searched it frantically on the internet. Sir, I haven't found any news about this pattern. Tony looked at the strange pattern and fiddled with it, but after watching it for a long time, he didn't see anything famous. Leo, are you really okay? No, it's normal. Leo put on his clothes. From the outside, he couldn't see any changes at all. He was a clean kid. Pepper looked at Leo, who was smiling, and the nervousness that had been a little relaxed all the time, and smiled slightly. Okay, then I will go to work first. If there is a problem, I must tell the adults in time. Is the most important. After Pepper's departure, Tony looked at Lee. Europe, is it because of your superpowers? There is such a big noise every time. Mr. Stark, this is really an accident. Leo was also a little aggrieved. He didn't know what happened, and he was in pain. Okay, do you still need metal? Tony also sat down and returned to his computer. I still need it. Leo remembered this, as if all the metal had been consumed, and nodded fiercely. I finally know why you found me. Tony said solemnly. Jarvis, same as last time, 4 tons of sheet metal. Okay, sir, the order has been sent, and it is expected to arrive at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Leo leaned over, read www.yuyugonshu.com and looked at the structure of Mark II on the computer. Mr. Stark, I think it can be modified a little bit. It seems that everything has returned to the original path, and Leo and Tony continue to work in the studio. Of course, the most important role is to protect Stark, who was injured because of a mistake in the test. The progress of the Mark II aircraft has also accelerated a lot. Tony also designed the shape of the Mark II while his brain needed to rest, so that Jarvis could process it. Leo still maintains 6 hours of cultivation time a day, and the rest of the time is basically mixed in the studio. He was basically twice the mental value of ordinary people. He looked at those professional information books. Although he was half knowledgeable, Jarvis was assisted by the computer, and he quickly absorbed this knowledge. Leo opened his eyes in the newly renovated room on the 9th day of coming here. Control point, 83. Strength 18, Defense 19, Speed 16, Spirit 19. Skills, D-level metal control and C-level physical enhancement. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper Skin, 100%. Steel Bar, 64%. Iron Bone, 0%. Derivative Technique, Destroying Golden Eyes. Don't be fooled by any abilities, see through all illusions, enhance visual observation, metallize objects. Don't move the golden body, enhance great defense power, stand on the ground with both feet, you will have infinite physical strength, the body will recover faster, and will not be moved by external force. Looking at the body still glowing with a faint golden light, I am also a little puzzled. The power has increased a lot, I can feel it, but why does the speed increase so much? Chapter 35, I Can Fly. Is still surrounded by a pile of discarded metal blocks, stretched out his hand to hold, all the metal residues gathered together, obediently flew to the corner neatly. Walked to the window and looked at the rising sun and the vast blue sea just now, feeling a lot more relaxed. Slightly jumped twice, thinking that the weight should not have been reduced, on the contrary, it might have been heavier. Came to Tony's training ground. Tony was sitting on the machine to exercise his leg muscles. Leo rushed onto the test track with interest and stepped back a little 2 meters. Both legs were firmly grasped on the ground. With a hard effort, the muscles of both legs burst out instantly. Together with the inner blue tendons, they resembled a tough steel bar and muscle knots entwined with many small steel wires. Rushed out fiercely, like a little cheetah, crossing the finish line. But facing the strong inertia, Leo thought about it, but his body that had only rushed for 2 meters suddenly settled. From high-speed movement to momentary stillness, inertia seemed to no longer restrain Leo's body. Tony on the side of also saw this scene, but he didn't show how strange it was, just a little surprised. Leo, your speed seems to be much faster than the previous few days. Has your physique improved again? No, it just feels more relaxed, as if there is a feeling of relief, but I can't tell. Leo looked at his hands, the golden light in them was full of magical power, making him lighter and more powerful. Tony didn't make a fuss either. For Leo, no matter how mysterious and strange he was he wouldn't be offended, as if it were all taken for granted. "Let's go, continue testing today, I think there should be no problem this time." Tony walked towards the studio with some excitement. Leo glanced at the tester screen. "By the way, 16:3 meters per second. At noon, I am preparing for today's second test." The first time, because the center of gravity was unstable, he fell directly. Fortunately, Leo was on the side and let Tony land on the ground smoothly, but he felt a little shameless. "Leo, don't control me anymore, I just fall once, I don't believe it." Continued to put on the full set of flying equipment, the flight stabilizer worn on both hands, and the jet thrusters without shells on both feet. Walked to the black experimental mat in the center. Moved his body, looked at the camera on which Zyode was attached, and took a deep breath. On the 9th day, test 32, configuration 2.0 is good, let's take it slow. Tony raised his hands slightly, lowered his focus, and faced the test with some seriousness. As usual, start with 1% axial load support. "Okay, 3, 2, 1. As soon as S voice fell, his hands and feet shot up at the same time, and the dazzling white flames on his feet pushed Tony up easily, and firmly grasped this value, and stabilized at the upper 40 centimeters. With both hands open, a small amount of flame sprayed out to give Tony an auxiliary fulcrum to better coordinate his body. Floated steadily on top of the experiment board, through Tony's subtle movements, it made a slight displacement, but it still floated on the board. 5 seconds later, when Tony had already adapted to this feeling, he turned off the device and fell on the board without falling. Tony is also a little nervous, not bad. Do it again, this time adjust to 2.5%. 3, 2, 1. The adjustment strategy this time is to launch with both hands first to stabilize, and then to exert force on the feet. This is the conclusion drawn after 3 falls. The intensity of the jet this time was much higher than just before, and it flew to more than 1.2 meters. But when I tried this intensity for the first time, I was a little panicked, and the range of motion became a little larger. Because of the pushing force of his hand, Tuo started to fly to the side quickly. Flew to the corner within 2 seconds, next to Tony's own luxury cars. I didn't expect this to come. The nervous Tony still did not forget to talk to himself. Tony, who has not been able to adjust the direction very much, fiddled with the stabilizer in his hand, and finally flew over the luxury car. The strong flames jetting under the feet burned the top of the car, and a long sports car followed. "Don't burn the car, don't! My table!" The paper on the table was washed away by the air wave. Pushing his hands forward, he flew directly backward, and Tony, who flew successfully for the first time, laughed a little excited and nervous. Leo looked at Tony floating in the air. "Mr. Stark, come on." In this way, Tony Stark has been flying in the air for several minutes, and now no matter what else is going to be burned underneath, he is trying to control his direction. A few minutes later, Tony became more and more familiar with this feeling, and the fear in his heart became less and less, but the heart full of adventure occupied his body. "Very good, good, good." Tony waved his hands in the air and controlled himself. In the end, he controlled the flight back to the sky above the experiment board, with his feet together, putting his hands on his waist, forming a stable balance, and spinning slightly in the sky. Leo also stood up in shock at this moment. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the birth of that Iron Man. The flames turned off, and Tony stood on the experiment board, his face flushed, but his eyes glowed with excitement. "Very good, I can fly." After actual combat, Tony knew that the most important thing about armor is not how many weapons it carries, but the ability to fly stably. Therefore, all the retests of Mark II were placed on the stabilized aircraft. Leo also leaned forward, looking at Tony, who was full of confidence, and walked directly to the mechanical console. 6 mechanical arms stretched out from the sky, and under the control of Jarvis, they equipped one by one with the armor of the Mark II that had been built. Is a steel-silver Mark II in just 3 minutes, and it was all put on without any weapons. www.novel.com just like Tony made it for flying. Leo walked over and looked at the Mark II that had been equipped. He was a little surprised. He couldn't help but stretched out his little hand and touched the cold outer shell of Mark II. The metal used is only high-quality steel. Although it is considered high-grade steel in terms of defensiveness and deformability, it has a disadvantage that it is too heavy. Without the assistance of Jarvis, Tony would not be able to move the armor of several hundred pounds. So the Mark II has a built-in Jarvis operating system, which has functions such as target scanning, global positioning, and providing user vital signs data. Tony has put on his mask. Jarvis, are you there? Be at your service anytime, sir. Start the helmet display. Start inspection. Load all the environmental conditions at home. Okay, sir. Tony moved his helmet and scanned all the objects he looked at, all of which became data and added to the database. A few seconds later, okay, are you done? The upload is complete, sir, everything is ready. Can you start the virtual walking program? A smile was drawn at the corner of Tony's mouth. You are loading your walking habits and measuring the virtual environment. Check the control of the shell. Yes. Leo looked at the Mark II in front of him. Starting from the legs, all movable parts were tested and moved, revealing the slight blue light inside the armor. Calves, thighs, back, spine support, arms, shoulders. Witnessing such a scene with his own eyes, Leo's heart became drunk. Chapter 36, Go to Heaven. The test is complete, ready to turn off the power to start data analysis. Jarvis reported. Tony said, you first check the weather and air traffic control, and start monitoring ground control information. Jarvis couldn't refuse Tony's request. The picture on the screen in front of him changed, and the sign of prosecution on the ground appeared. But Jarvis's voice still rang in Tony's ear, as if he had guessed Stark's next move. Sir, a lot of calculations are needed before the actual flight. Jarvis, sometimes you have to be forward conscious when doing things. It might be better to run first and then walk. All right? 3, 2. Hey, Mr. Stark, you don't want to go outside for a test now. Leo looked at the Mark II, which started up again, patted Tony's thigh in a panic, and knocked. Mark II's mask opened, and Tony Stark's face came out. Leo, you take a break first, I'm going out to try. The mask landed again. 3, 2, 1. Blazing flames came out of his hands and feet, pushing the Mark II, which was several hundred kilograms, up. With the protection of the metal shell, coupled with the proficiency of flying just now, his body was slightly forward, and the Mark II flew out along the car runway, faster and faster. Finally got out of the garage door and soared into the sky. Leo also had a headache. The Mark II that was built in 11 days is now finished in 9 days. I don't know if there will be any accidents. Although Leo felt that a large part of it was because he protected Tony from injury, and squeezed out the rest time. But he also sighed helplessly, controlling the metal under his feet and the metal attached to his hands, and also vacated to follow. Just flew out of the house, only to see the Mark II had flown hundreds of meters away, and it was still moving away. Leo's eyes were glowing with golden light, and he locked his gaze directly on Mark II's body. Leaned forward slightly and flew out in a whistling manner. Leo's speed is not slower than Tony, and he follows closely behind. But the flight movement is much smaller than the Mark II, at least the string of bright fireworks without the heel. The silver Mark II was still a little flustered at first, and the flight was shaken too much, but Tony quickly adjusted it and adjusted his movements and direction according to the displayed level. The extremely nervous heart also slowly dissipated at this galloping speed. There are no obstacles in the vast sky to hinder Tony's flight. Even if there is a small mistake, there is no need to worry about destroying anything. Listening to the sound of the whistling wind coming from the earphones, Tony was deeply stimulated. After going around a big arc, he became more proficient in flying. Sure enough, he is still the most training person in actual combat. Tony has only been in such a short time, and the flight state has become very smooth, and he has accelerated a little. Mark II no longer circled around the villa, but galloped towards the bright city. It seems that Tony's cheers can be heard from hundreds of meters away. This time, it should be the happiest time for him to laugh. Leo also followed. As the speed increased, the air resistance became larger and larger, and the strong cold wind hit Leo's face like a knife. If it weren't for Leo's strong defense, there might have been a lot of tiny blood holes on his face. The current speed is about 100 meters per second. Leo can withstand such a speed, but his clothes cannot withstand it. There are many cracks in the clothes on the upper body, and even the pants are beginning to feel a little loose. Leo's speed had to slow down a few minutes, but Tony continued to accelerate forward wearing the Mark II and continued to rush forward, ignoring Leo behind him, throwing it far. The operation is very easy. Tony was flying free, and he couldn't help but praised Jarvis' powerful scanning and analysis capabilities. Not only can adjust the field of view and the place of concern at any time according to Tony's situation, but also have complete functions such as data analysis, zooming in and recording. When passing over an amusement park, you can even see what flavored ice cream a kid sitting on the Ferris wheel eats at a distance of 100 meters. Whizzed past from above, faster and faster, now it has increased to 200 meters per second, and rushed directly to the center of the city. Leo's golden eyes could still be locked to Tony a few kilometers away, but he didn't dare to speed up and rush over. Otherwise, the speed may keep up with Mark II, but don't think about half of the clothes left on your body, all will be torn by the wind. But looking at the Mark II that crossed a curve and rushed to the sky, Leo became a little anxious. Okay, let's see how capable this equipment is. Tony asked in Mark II, what is the record of the State Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? The record of a fixed-wing flight is 85,000 feet, sir. Records are for breaking, come on. Tony shouted excitedly, rushing straight up. The flame impact under his feet increased the output a bit, and it looked like a small missile from a distance. It didn't take long for Jarvis to detect icing. Sir, the appearance may be severely frozen and damaged. Fly. Some Tony above continued to exclaim in excitement. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Higher. Tony inside the Mark II did not notice the external icing at all, and only had the flight record of the Blackbird reconnaissance plane. As the altitude increased, the external icing phenomenon became more and more serious. When it reached a critical point, the severe cold directly stopped the Mark II from operating. Jarvis also turned off at the same time, all the light disappeared in an instant, Mark II stopped the upward momentum and began to fall. The current Tony is like being trapped in an iron can at an altitude of several kilometers. If he falls, he will be dead. Leo in the distance also saw this scene, and there was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. Although in the original plot, Tony finally awakened Jarvis by breaking the ice, restarted the Mark II, and finally flew again on the ground. But now because of Leo's addition, Mark II was completed 2 days earlier than before. As for other conditions, can Tony restart Jarvis at the last minute? Leo can't bet on this probability, so now. Are you going to run over at the risk of exploding clothes? Leo hesitated for a second. Looking at the rapidly falling steel figure in the distance, Leo's eyes widened and he rushed directly. I must also have a suit next time. This was Leo's last unyielding cry. The speed is getting faster and faster, the short sleeves on his body have been torn apart, the pieces of clothes are scattered in the air, and the pants are also in a precarious state. But the golden threads on Leo's bare upper body suddenly burst into golden light, like an intricate circle of golden nets, pouring out of his body. Chapter 37, Wool. The golden light was like a hood, emerging from the surface of Leo's body, fixed to 5 centimeters away, and stopped moving. Seems to have become a substance, but when it is touched by hand, it can still be easily penetrated. At the same time, Leo felt as if he had jumped into a vacuum from a deep swamp state. Unprecedented ease and pleasure, never felt the sense of freedom. Tony in the distance is still falling crazily. Jarvis, spread out the ailerons, Jarvis. Mark II was falling uncontrollably in a controlled rotation. Hurry up, we have to get rid of the ice. Tony is extremely nervous, trying to remind himself by shouting out what needs to be done. Don't panic, every second now is precious to the extreme. Several times I used my hand to trigger the aileron switch on my thigh, but because the speed was too fast and the control was not sensitive, I struggled to open it for the 4th time. The small ailerons behind used to stabilize the flight, because of the touch of the mechanical device, opened a gap in the ice layer on the surface, and the remaining ice layer also disappeared with the wind. Jarvis was able to restart, and Mark II's eyes lit up again. Leo, who was wrapped in a gold net, even felt that he didn't need metal to assist him at this moment. As if he is metal, he can control his body freely. The 2 pieces of metal in his hand returned to his calf, looking at the figure that was still falling. Leaned forward slightly, turning into a golden light, drawing a golden thread in the dark night sky. Within 2 seconds, Leo crossed a distance of more than 1 kilometer and stopped firmly under the Mark II. 1 second later, Mark II fell over less than 10 meters from Leo. Looking at the figure that continued to fall rapidly, Leo stood in the air like this, watching quietly. The Mark II restarted, and an item in the status bar quickly returned to the interface in front of Tony's eyes, and fire was renewed under his feet. With the assistance of Jarvis, he quickly adjusted his flight attitude, and at this time, he was only 300 meters above the ground. In the end, he accelerated his dive, passed an inertial speed on the road, and relaunched. Tony regained a new life in this line of life and death, and laughed in excitement, fearless, and full of laughter. Leo, who had been watching Tony, also breathed a sigh of relief, letting go of his thoughts of capturing and controlling Mark II. Seeing the figure of Tony continuing to go away, Leo ignored it, turned into a golden light, and hurried back to the villa by the sea. Within a few seconds, Leo stood on the roof of the villa. The golden net on still hovered over her body, closing her eyes, quietly feeling the power of this golden light. The little golden man in the dark night gradually dimmed. The golden mesh floating on the body also retracted into the body, but strangely, this time, the golden thread did not shine anymore, but turned into golden marks, silent in the body. Even, slowly, the gold mark faded past, and finally, it was slightly invisible. If it were not for you to look for it carefully, no one would care about the slight color difference. But when the golden light converged, Leo felt his body sank, and the gravity of the earth caught him again. If you fly fast again at this time, there will still be unspeakable resistance. Opened his eyes, a small white dot flew over here in the dark night sky. Looked at his clean and smooth arm. All the gold thread on his arm that had been shining for a few days had disappeared, although the shape was very modest, so eye-catching in the dark. But Leo, who has always been low-key, still prefers his current state. With his hands together, the golden net on his body quickly emerged. Leo's body rose slightly, returning to the state where he had just galloped again, without any restraints. Even the sonic boom at supersonic speed would not appear. Leo curled his mouth, as if he had mastered another incredible skill. Before Tony came back, he hurried back to the garage, returned to his seat, and took back the gold net on his body. But Leo felt that this golden net was definitely not just that, as if there was still an extremely magical power hidden in his meridian. It's just that I can't turn it on now, and can't control this power, maybe the least. At least I have to raise the control point to more than 100 points. Tony, who was flying towards home, saw a golden light flashing on the roof from a distance, but could not see clearly. Jarvis, what was that just now? That golden light. Testing, sir. The screen in front of Tony's eyes showed the golden light flashing just now, slowed down and stuck. In the end, no matter which picture it is, the resolution adjusted to it is not enough to see what it is. Sorry, sir, I can't tell what it is. It must be Leo again. Tony said confidently. After nearly half an hour of outdoor flight test, Tony was really stimulated and flew back to his roof. Proficiently slowed down and landed slowly and settled 30 centimeters above the roof. Cut the power. The flames on the solace of the feet extinguished, and Mark II's weight of hundreds of kilograms fell, directly penetrated the roof, and smashed the second-story tripod piano straight. Is not over yet, continue to pass through the second floor, arrive at the garage, and slam into a convertible blue and white sports car below. Leo, who had been waiting for Tony in the garage for a long time, swiped his finger and slowly put the Mark II that was about to smash the sports car aside. Only a few dusty bricks fell on the roadster. On. Mr. Stark, how are you doing? Leo came to the motionless Mark II and knocked on the panel. The mask opened, and Tony's face was exposed. Ah! I feel dizzy, I want to vomit. Tony said with dizzy eyes. Leo lifted the Mark II to the operating position of the manipulator, letting the manipulator take the trouble to remove the armor. Leo, won't you help me? Mr. Stark, don't you think this is the next focus of improvement? Leo said interestingly from the side. Don't worry about this, I think I might have to solve the icing problem first. Tony's brain started to work quickly again. 15 minutes later, Tony held an ice bag to his head to relieve the dizziness after the flight and walked to the computer. Saw the coffee on the table, ready to pick it up and drink it, suddenly saw the sticky note on the bottom of the cup. From Pepper. Is glued to a square gift box wrapped in craft paper. Mr. Stark, I would like to remind you that the coffee has been stored for several days. Unless it is changed to a new one today, it is not recommended. Leo followed and said with a smile. Tony ignored Leo's words, looked at the wrapped gift box, and roughly tore the outer craft paper packaging. Inside is a square transparent glass box, and inside is the arc reactor that Tony Stark previously removed. Is also Tony's first reactor. Is surrounded by words. Tony Stark has a warm heart. Chapter 38, Mark III in production. Looking at the carefully packed reactor in his hand, Tony cocked his mouth. Was placed on the table. Leo wanted to go and take a look. Although he knew what it was, he still couldn't control his curiosity. Tony turned his head and pointed at Leo, don't break it, that sports car can be given to you, but this can't be broken for me. Do not worry. Looking at this commemorative reactor, Leo remembered the scene at the end of Avengers 4, a little in a daze. After a while, he put it back to its original position, glanced at Tony sitting in front of the computer, and smiled helplessly. He is not him now, but one day, he will become him. In a dim tent thousands of kilometers away in Afghanistan, a few bearded soldiers are piecing together fragments of Mark I dug out of the desert. With several drawings left by Tony in his hand, facing hundreds of fragments, it took several days. Finally pieced together a rough figure, and there are many small parts that I don't know where to put it. Next to stood a bald-headed man with a cigarette in his hand. The burn on the right half of his head was already scabs. Looked at the helmet of Mark I with dark eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. 20 days later. Tony sits in front of the computer round table he reassembled. There are a total of 8 computers placed on the front, back, left, and right, all of which display different data about the armor. Looking at the data on the 2 screens in front of him, Tony continued to analyze the problem. It was recorded that the main sensor failed at more than 40,000 feet, and the pressurization system also had problems, probably because of icing. Your insight is very keen, sir. Jarvis continued, if you plan to fly out of the atmosphere to other planets, maybe we should also enhance the exhaust system. Tony glanced back at the armor data on the 3 displays behind him, remembering the tragedy of falling from the roof, and continued talking. Contact Sith Corporation and reconfigure the metal material of the shell to use the gold titanium alloy of the Seraph satellite. This should not only ensure the power-to-weight ratio, but also increase the strength of the fuselage, understand? Yes, sir. Do you want to show you the renderings? Yes, show me. The computer in front of Tony started to pop up some structural component diagrams. Leo walked downstairs. Mr. Stark, I seem to have heard a good thing just now, gold titanium alloy. Said to Tony with a smile, and licked his lips, looking at him expectantly. Leo, isn't tungsten alloy out of your taste? Recently, the rate of consumption of metal has been getting faster and faster. Tony turned around. It was only a ton in 3 days a few days ago, and now it consumes a ton of metal in almost 1 day. What have you done? Don't you know that my ability needs metal assistance, and the higher the quality of the metal, the less my demand, although tungsten alloy is great, but occasionally I have to change the taste. Leo smiled a little flatteringly. Indeed, 10 tons of metal have been consumed these days. Although tungsten alloy is not particularly expensive, it adds up to $3 million. Leo has lived in Tony's house for so long. Although Tony didn't say it, he often excluded Leo in words, but he also regarded Leo as a friend in his heart. Originally there was only Pepper. Tony, 2 of Rod's friends, is absolutely not stingy with friends. Jarvis, buy 2 tons of gold and titanium alloy back. Okay, sir. Leo, do you know how expensive this thing is? The black market dealers outside have been staring at this metal. In the black market, it costs $3,000 a kilogram. You can eat too much. Tony couldn't help but complain. Tau. Tonight's Disney concert hall has a red carpet, and Tony Stark will present to the Fire Brigade House Foundation for the 3rd time. Donation funds have become a gathering place for celebrities in Los Angeles. The TV that had been playing on the wall came with such background sound, and Tony was attracted by his own name. Jarvis, have we received an invitation letter? There is no relevant record, sir. Related news continued to be broadcast on TV. Since he made his radical remarks at the press conference, he has never appeared in public again. Some people claimed that he was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and had been in bed for several weeks. But no matter what the truth is, no one expects him to be there tonight. Tony listened, somewhat disdainful, and didn't know what he was thinking. The rendering is completed. A 3-dimensional image of Mark III appeared on the computer, and the golden armor all over looked very spicy. It's a bit dazzling, what do you think? My thoughts, you have always been so low-key. Jarvis replied. Tony turned around and poured a glass of water from the kettle, just in time to see his favorite red and yellow classic car. Add a little that dazzling red to it. Okay, this keeps your low-key style. Leo listened to the conversation between Tony and Jarvis, and he really liked the artificial intelligence Jarvis more and more. And Tony never seemed to see Jarvis as an intelligent system. In all conversations, the word us is often used, as if Jarvis has been by his side. But Leo frowned suddenly, only to find that Tony poured chlorophyll juice out of the kettle. It seems that he has discovered the palladium metal poisoning caused by his many experiments. Because of the built-in reactor, metal palladium poisoning will occur. This problem was not solved until the information left by Howard Stark was found, new replacement elements were found, and the 4th-generation reactor was built. Of course, if the shrapnel from Tony's chest is taken out and the reactor is then externally installed, it is also a solution, like Rhodes's War Machine and Yvonne Vank's Lost Whip. Leo knows Tony's character, with obsessive-compulsive disorder, self-destructive tendency, and a typical narcissist. Although it is undeniable that Tony, as a genius, CEO of Stark Industries, etc., has narcissistic capital. This confidence www.novel.com makes Tony think that he can control his life. However, once a narcissist realizes that failure is unavoidable, it is very likely to collapse or even self-destruct. This is what Tony fully demonstrated in the palladium poisoning incident. And the current armor is still powered by Tony's chest reactor. Can it be external? Of course can. Tony said that he would not be producing weapons that kill people. Is that steel armor a weapon? Does not count. As long as Tony himself is in the steel suit, controls the suit himself, and charges his body, then Iron Man is not a weapon and will not fall into the wrong hands. The core of the steel suit is the reactor, and the suit without a reactor is basically harmless. So Tony didn't dare to put the reactor outside in the steel suit. Once he did that, anyone could put on this suit. Iron Man was no longer Iron Man, but just a weapon. Tony made the most in history. Strong mass-killing weapons. As Tony said later, this is a high-tech exoskeleton, not a weapon. Only I, personally charge and control the suit, is Iron Man. So for Tony, even if Leo had taken out the shell fragments from his chest now, he would not remove the reactor in his chest. The external reactor will greatly increase the risk of outflow. The coloring is complete. The red and gold matching picture of Mark III appeared on the screen. I like it, make it, and look good. The automatic assembly will start and it is expected to be completed in 5 hours. Tony stood up, glanced at his watch. Don't wait for me, baby. Leo, do you want to go out to play? Chapter 39, Party. Of course I go. Leo slowed down and jumped off his chair. Then you have to change your clothes first, you can't enter the venue now. Tony glanced at Leo, who was wearing only short sleeves. Have you grown tall recently? Why do you still look so short, but that dress should be enough to put it in your room. Leo looked at the 3 small suits of different colors in the closet, and took out a black suit. After putting it on, it unexpectedly fitted. Tony also put on a black suit, blew his hair by the way, and with his signature mustache, walked to the garage. Drove an Audi's brand new concept supercar and drove quickly to the city. Leo sat on the co-pilot peacefully and tugged at his clothes. Mr. Stark, did you customize it for me? Any questions? No, thank you very much. I'm afraid of embarrassing you. Tony said indifferently, staring straight ahead. Mr. Stark, can you do me a favor? While I'm still patient, you better hurry up. Delete all my information from the internet, especially the information of Aunt Jenny and Uncle George. I don't want to see that I am related to them. What do you mean? Tony frowned. I mean, I am afraid that if I am retaliated by others, they will be easily affected. They are the 2 people I care about most in this world. I don't want them to be harmed. Leo said while looking at the scenery outside the window. Are there any accidents? I don't know, but I am such a small person, although I will try to hide it, but it is easy to expose, so I want to delete my information. Even if I expose it, my aunts are still safe. Okay. Tony thought for a moment and said to Jarvis through the headset, Jarvis, get rid of Leo's news about his relatives on the internet. Okay, sir, it will take 32 minutes for in-depth information elimination. Leo knows that there are some deceptions, but it should also eliminate some hidden dangers. Facing the SHIELD Bureau, which is basically fully occupied by Hydra, Leo will not make any major moves for the time being. He will only cover himself as much as possible. I'm still just a child. Maybe one day, when you can protect your loved ones, you can let go of your hands and feet and do a big job. 20 minutes later, the supercar stopped at the main entrance of the venue, threw the key to the security guard of the valet parking, and walked towards the gate. Leo also got out of the car, drove some distance away, and did not follow closely behind. Tony Stark's arrival caused a great commotion, and even cheers and screams came out. All the guests gathered around, and one of the big-breasted girls leaned forward. Hey, Tony, do you remember me? Of course I don't remember. Tony walked over without even seeing her. Patted a grey-haired old man on the shoulder and greeted him. When the old fashionable man with two blonde beauties in his arms turned around, Tony was already far away. But Leo stepped forward. "Hello, old man." He was wearing a burgundy jacket and a pair of burgundy glasses, just like Tony's time when he came out of Las Vegas. Holding a pipe in his hand, he looked down at Leo with energy. "Oh, a child." Leo looked at the familiar figure in front of him and laughed. "A person that every Marvel fan knows, Stan Lee." Leo didn't see any changes in his expression, as if he didn't know who he was. Jin Miao saw only an ordinary old man, not the observer Leo imagined, so there was an inexplicable thought surrounding her. Leo left quickly, and Stan Lee turned his head strangely and continued, "Strange child." His arms were put on the waists of two beautiful women. At this time, a baddie was being interviewed by the reporter, and Tony walked straight over. "If the host is not here, what kind of party is the guest?" Obadiah smiled awkwardly. "Look at you, hey, I really didn't expect it." Tony also seemed to think it was out of place. "See you inside." "Listen, don't worry about the company's affairs, okay? I have already settled the board of directors." He stopped Tony and said. "Understand, I just held back for too long, I just came out to breathe." Tony walked to the venue and left. Obadiah, who was still interviewing at the door, looked at Tony's back. His smile disappeared. Not knowing what he was thinking, he seemed to be worried that Tony would say something he shouldn't say. Turning around, he suddenly found Leo, who was looking at him by his side. A habitual smile appeared on Obadiah's face, and he wanted to say something to Leo. "I went to find Mr. Stark." Leo also hurried away. Obadiah's face darkened. In the venue, the party has just begun, there are people everywhere, and Tony ran to the bar first. "A Scotch whiskey." Agent Coulson, who had been waiting next to him, saw Tony's arrival. "Mr. Stark. You are Agent Coulson. Oh, you are the one. The National Land Strategic Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." Coulson eased Tony's embarrassing situation. "Oh my god, you really have to change your name." "Yes, I always hear people say that." There is always a sincere smile on his face. "I know you are suffering during this period, but we need you to give us a report. We still have many questions, and some you may forget the details after a while." The absent-minded Tony saw a familiar figure from his back, and his eyes were a little surprised. "So, let's settle this first. How about meeting you reading www.ukenshu.com at Stark Industries at 7 p.m. on the 24th? Tony just wanted to end it quickly, but he couldn't leave directly. He stretched out his hand, his eyes still staring at Pepper's figure. "Just make it this way, what you said is correct. Well, I'll go to my assistant to settle this matter," Tony said, and walked to Pepper in a backless outfit. Pepper looked at Tony in surprise. "Why did you get here? Come to hide from that government agent? Come alone. Leo is here too." "You brought Leo too? Where is he?" Pepper asked. Tony glanced back. "He is playing a game with that agent. Where did your skirt come from?" Pepper also saw Leo. "Oh, this is my birthday present. Really not bad. You actually bought it for me. My taste is really good," Tony exclaimed. "Yes." Pepper also echoed. "Do you dance a dance?" "Oh, no. Don't do this, come on." "No, thanks." Tony still pulled Pepper to the center of the dance floor and shook Pepper's hand. On the other side, Leo also sat on the bar. "A glass of milk, thank you." Sorry, no." "So is there anything suitable for me to drink?" "Only ice water." Leo looked at the white water with 3 pieces of ice still floating in his hand, a little speechless. Whoever stipulates that the United States can only drink at 21 is really boring. Coulson saw Leo, his eyes lit up, and he walked over. Chapter 40, Chilling Stark. Hello, your name is Leo, isn't it? I'm Agent Coulson. Last time we met at the press conference in New York. Collison walked up to Leo and introduced himself. I still remember. Hello, Agent Coulson. Leo looked at the super agent with some hair loss in front of him. Mr. Leo, you live with Mr. Stark right now? Yes. Then I believe you should have some understanding of what happened to Stark in Afghanistan. Agent Coulson, although I know you have a mission, hasn't Mr. Stark already agreed to your meeting? I think it's better for you to ask him in person for these questions. Leo looks at this future that will be at the expense of life, condensing the key figures of the first generation of Avengers. Even in the last life, I heard that Nick Fury resurrected Collison through GH325 drugs. Even in the end, Collison became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Leo didn't have much to say about the story of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Attention! But Leo's love for this agent who has always been smiling can't be avoided. Agent Coulson, I think, if you have time, you can visit Stark Industries more. Miss Pepper may be happy to see you. Leo smiled and took a sip of ice water. Collison on the side became interested in this mysterious Leo, who had only seen one side, and thought of the task that Fury had given him. Leo seemed to be involved. Coulson didn't leave either, but stood beside Leo. The two of them are quite interested here. Watching Tony and Pepper dancing their slowly 4 steps, also commonly known as the face dance, a very intimate dance. The two people were dancing and talking, laughing between words, not knowing what they were discussing. After a while, Tony and the others didn't know what they were talking about, so they went to the balcony together, and Collison found that there was nothing to pay attention to and left. Leo smiled, his eyes were slightly golden, and through the crowd and walls, he saw the two standing face to face. After a while, it seemed that he had met his eyes while speaking, and looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became attractive. The inexplicable emotion between the two is also rising rapidly. Pepper Potts has a slight movement, his body leans forward slightly, making an active style. Tony's body moved first, but returned to the original position, his body became a little stiff. Although he had done this set of actions countless times to other women, he hesitated when facing Pepper in front of him. Pepper closed his eyes, as if expecting something. Tony's eyes are full of struggle. He doesn't know how to face Pepper, likes her, is afraid of losing her, and is responsible to him, but how should he be responsible? At the last cruel heart, he closed his eyes and wanted to kiss. But Pepper opened his eyes, who had been waiting for several seconds, and Tony also felt abnormal. The distance between the two lips was only 2 or 3 centimeters, but they separated again. Ah! Leo slapped his thigh, and felt a little sorry for Tony, but unfortunately did not see this classic scene. Tony hurriedly walked to the bar stiffly and stuffed a $100 tip into the cup, 2 cups of water and martini, don't sweeten it, add more olives, faster. Leo just sat aside, holding ice water in his hand and smiling at Tony. Mr. Stark, you seem a little shy today. Little Leo, the ice water is better than vodka, so remember to drink more. Tony glanced at Leo's cup and came back mockingly. Came a figure in a suspender skirt and came to Tony's front. Wow, Tony Stark. Oh, hello. Tony looked at this shadow and had a little impression, but he couldn't name it. Sister Christine, reporter, do you remember me? Leo said while sitting aside. It was Leo who followed her at the beginning, and only saw Tony Stark for the first time and delivered the reactor model to Tony. Christine glanced at Leo, ignored it, and continued to face Tony. Dare to come tonight, you are so courageous, can you give me some reaction? Looked at Tony stiff. Panic, I think my feeling is panic. Tony has recognized her, the last woman to sleep with him before going to Afghanistan. Now I am a little afraid that it will affect the chat with Pepper tonight. Leo was a little embarrassed and continued to take a sip of ice water. I heard that your company was involved in the recent scandal, and you are still here against the wind. Maybe you don't know, I haven't been in the city for a few months. This is what you call responsible. Christine handed over a few photos. This town is called Gemira, have you heard of it? Gemila's three familiar words temporarily restored Tony's excitement, and took the photo and looked at it. The photo shows some bearded warriors carrying weapons made by Stark Industries. Behind them are the broken walls. The weapons also have clothes UPS made by Stark Industries. When was this taken? Yesterday. Tony frowned, I didn't approve the shipment. Oh, but your company approved it. My company agrees does not mean I agree. Tony's eyes burst into anger. Angrily walked to the door and found Obade, who was still being interviewed by reporters. Abadi found that Tony was in a bad mood, and pushed away the reporter who came up to take the photo. Have you seen these photos? Ha, what's the situation on Gemira? Tony www.novel.com. Tony Obadier pulled Tony up the steps. You can't be so naive anymore. Let's put it this way, I was naive before. Tony stared at Obadiah in disbelief. They told me, the bottom line of doing business is insurmountable. This is our way of doing business, but we did a behind-the-scenes transaction. Is there? How Tony hopes Obadiah will say the three words I don't know. But Obadi didn't want to tolerate Tony like this anymore. When the two faced the reporter's camera, Obadi came to Tony's ear. Tony, who do you think wants to kick you out is an injunction signed and issued by me. Only in this way can I protect you. Looked at Tony coldly, patted his shoulder, and strode out. Watching Obadiah, who thought he was his last family member, said such things, his eyes stared blankly at Obadiah's back, without moving. The reporters around him also followed Opadri, and everyone left Tony's side at this moment. Tony Stark was still standing there, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped more than 10 degrees, and the cold Tony was shivering, chilling. Standing on the steps, Leo looked at Tony standing in a daze, and felt a little distressed. Since the death of Tony's parents, Opadri has been with him for 15 years and has always been his dearest uncle, but now he also left. Leo stepped forward, Mr. Stark, let me be quiet. Tony lowered his head and walked away quickly. Leo scratched his head watching the extremely lost Tony drive away. Pepper is still waiting for the Walter and Martini on the balcony. Chapter 41, Go to Gemira. The silver supercar quickly disappeared in front of Leo. Leo turned around and walked to the meeting place that had been gone. He reached the balcony on the roof, where Pepper was still waiting. Although it has been nearly half an hour, she still looks forward to Tony coming back with a glass of martini with more olives. Watching Leo walk in front of him, there was a trace of disappointment in Pepper's eyes. Sister Pepper, Mr. Stark, there is an emergency. She has already left. Let me pick you up. Let's go back together. Pepper blinked vigorously, nodded and said with a smile, well, let's go, I happen to be driving. With Leo, the two also ate a meal in the city, talking and laughing along the way and drove home. Pepper still returned to the room, there should be many unfinished documents in his hand. Leo rushed to the underground studio. Before opening the door, he saw a flash of fire. When a pulse cannon was fired, a large hole appeared on the ceiling of the basement, and several adjacent light tubes all fell and shattered. And Tony's right hand is wearing the finished and painted Mark III arm part. Opened the door and came in, but Tony did not respond, looking at the hole in the wall. Leo also saw what was broadcast on TV, and it was the reporter who was reporting on the current situation in the town of Gemila. The recent riots are a force of foreign warlords. The locals are called freedom fighters. As you can see, anyone who dares to stop is a dead end. By my side, this woman is asking for news about her husband, who was kidnapped by rioters and may be forced to join their army. The desperate refugees are holding pictures of their relatives in their hands, and anxiously inquiring about the news from people passing by. A kid asked me, "Where are my parents?" These refugees have a very slim chance of survival. They can only dream of someone coming to rescue them. Tony also walked to the door, looking at his own shadow reflected on the glass door, the strange figure. "I once said that I don't make murderous weapons. Now, in Gemilla, Ethan's hometown, everyone is ravaged by the war, but they are using weapons that I said I'm not making. This is a joke." Tony looked at his heart squarely and made up his mind. He raised his right hand and smashed himself on the door. Bang, 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 the three crisp beeps of the glass door, like celebrating Tony's new life. "Leo, the gold titanium alloy has been delivered to your room. I'll go out, you go to bed first." Tony walked to the experiment board. Leo saw the face of the bald leader and the appearance of the bearded deputy leader on TV. At the same time, there were a lot of shots of refugees. "Mr. Stark, don't you need to think about it again?" Leo already knew what he wanted to do, but he had some thoughts about the 2 tons of gold titanium alloy in the room. Stark did not answer, took off his white vest, put on a special black tight-fitting combat suit, and stood in the center of the experiment board. In these days, Tony has transformed this place into a manipulator console to put on the Mark III for himself. The experiment board cracked, and a total of 12 manipulators presented all the parts of the Mark III. Tony's feet stepped into the foot armor, and the calves, thighs, and waist were also attached, and the robot tightened the parts. Both hands' parts were also sent down from the top. Tony stretched out his hands, arms, shoulders, and elbows, carapace lining, and outer shell. They also stepped forward to tighten Tony, and the equipment was completed. Finally, the parts of the head were also attached and fixed. The golden mask was directly covered, and the eyes lit up. Mark III is completely body, and has all been put on Tony's body. The most familiar red-gold collocation, a prototype of combat power armor, equipped with pulse guns, missiles, jammers, and mini machine guns on the hands, shoulders, and both sides of the thighs. The upgraded crystal lens on the chest can focus energy and give a powerful blow. At the same time, the titanium gold mixed aluminum alloy solves the problem of freezing at high altitude. "Mr. Stark, it's thousands of miles away from Gemira. Even if you fly over, it will take several hours. Have you decided?" Leo said to Tony, a little serious. This time it was not an experiment, but a real battle. Tony didn't answer. The Mark III had already started, ejected flames, flew outwards, showing his attitude. Leo stroked his forehead speechlessly. "Well, I think one day later, I will be able to succeed, and I will break through immediately. This time I will delay another day." Stretched out his hand, the metal blocks piled together in the corner of the wall flew over, turned into pieces of accessories, and attached to Leo's body. Stepped forward, picked up a high-tech Bluetooth headset from the table, and put it on his ear. "Jarvis? Jarvis, are you there? Mr. Leo, what's the matter? Can you connect to Mr. Stark's armor?" "Yes, Mr. Leo." With a wave of his hand, a piece of silver metal flew over and quickly turned into a helmet similar to Mark III, attached to Leo's head, with the headphones still on. A small white and silver armor was completed in this way. It weighed more than 200 catties, and there was nothing, just a movable iron shell. There are no holes in the eyes, only a few small breathing openings are left, which can facilitate Leo's breathing. The white armor floated without any fireworks, flew out quickly, and left Tony's villa. Looking at the dark night sky, even if the golden eyes are opened, Tony can't be seen. Jarvis, www.novel.com. Which direction is Mr. Stark? Mr. Leo, it's east of you. Looking around, Leo quickly flew up. Accelerated to follow, faster and faster. With the defense of the attached metal, Leo was able to increase the speed by 200 meters per second, and moved forward at high speed. Within half a minute of flying, Jarvis's voice came out, "Mr. Leo, you can't catch up with Mr. Stark. The average speed of Mark III is 300 meters per second, and the high speed can reach a little bit. 3 Mach." Leo opened his eyes slightly when he heard it, and a circle of golden light emerged from the silver armor. The golden mesh circle appeared on the outside of the armor, and it seemed to be greatly deformed. The exact appearance cannot be judged, but each line has become more solid, as if it really exists. But under the golden light, Leo tried hard. A slow-moving golden spot instantly turned into a golden light, across the dark night sky, and hurried forward. "Jarvis, help me contact Mr. Stark." Connecting to Mr. Stark. At this time, Leo judged that his current speed should be close to 500 meters per second, and he should be approaching Mr. Stark quickly. "Mr. Leo," Mr. Stark refused to answer. "Well, I'm not trying to stop him from going there, really, Jarvis. How far is I from Stark?" Leo couldn't laugh or cry. "About nearly 17 kilometers, at your current speed. It is estimated that you can catch up with Mr. Stark in 90 seconds. Mr. Leo, you have deviated from the direction, please shift it 20 degrees to the right." Leo turned slightly, chasing Tony. Chapter 42, Massacre. After a minute and a half, Leo had already seen the red golden steel figure ahead. After another 2 seconds, the silver armor wrapped in golden light came directly to Mark III. "Jarvis, connect with Mr. Stark." "Leo, why are you here? How did you do it?" Within a second, Tony's exclamation voice came from the headphones. "Mr. Stark, this is also one of my abilities. It was only inspired after the last incident. You know, I am very low-key." Leo talked to Tony through headphones. "Leo, it's not a joke to go out this time. I don't want to hurt you. I can do it alone." Tony is still flying in front of him. They must have gone to Gemira because of Ethan. Whether it is Ethan or Stark Industrial Weapons, I can't just sit back and watch. "Then what do you want to do?" Leo asked. "Destroy my weapon. I'll be with you. This is the first actual test of the Mark III, I don't want to miss it." Leo flew side by side with Tony. Tony did not speak, but his feelings for Leo deepened. Perhaps at this moment, Tony finally truly regarded Leo as a partner. Mark III's hands also shot out flames, and the speed increased a bit, the air around the armor fluctuated strongly, and an explosion sounded out of thin air. Mark III has entered a supersonic state. Leo also followed. Above the clouds, 2 figures, one gold and one red, flew quickly to Gemira. "Mr. Stark, will we be targeted by satellites?" "No, our size is too small. Unless the military has a satellite that monitors a place, we can only be found if we break in, but we will not pass through the military's test area," Tony said confidently. "Mr. Stark, do you think you can stop the tank shells?" "I have calculated it, there should be no problem. Why would you ask this question?" Tony asked strangely. "I was thinking, if a tank shell comes over, you say I can't save you. Take care of yourself, don't want me to save you later." Leo also smiled, and the two accelerated a little more. In the small town of Gemira, there are only a few dilapidated buildings left in the small town. The walls of the bungalows are all covered with gunshots, and there are desperate crying all around. All the freedom fighters with guns seem to be killing people for fun, shooting at random with guns at the running refugee crowd. Drove 7 or 8 refugees to a room, and then dropped a grenade. There was no sound after a loud noise in the room. There were also some soldiers who captured all the women and children, and hurried all the men to the wall, facing the wall, holding their heads and preparing to kill them all. Among them, the bearded deputy leader who once brought Tony out of the cave also stood in the middle and commanded. "Bring all the women into the car, hurry up, put the weapon over there. Get everyone out of the house. Catch him." Saw a man holding his 2 children and his wife and wanted to run away. men beat the man to the ground with a rifle, and dragged the woman and 2 children to the truck. "Shoot with others!" Waved his hand to let his men drag the man to the wall and stand. His son cried loudly, "Dad, Dad!" He broke free. The father also struggled to escape and ran to hug his son. The deputy chief walked up by himself, pulled the boy up, and threw it back. Directly kicked him to the ground, stepped on his father's feet with all his strength, and said to the soldier beside him, "Kill him, you trash!" Turned around and walked away, to look elsewhere. The soldier pulled his father up and knelt on the ground, raised the rifle in his hand and pressed it against his head. The mother beside helplessly covered the heads of her daughter and son, and was about to see her father die in front of them. A whistling sound came from the air. Everyone looked up. A red gold steel armor came down from a high altitude, with both hands spraying down to slow down, and kneeling down as a buffer. "Tony Stark is here." Another silver armor, but quietly fell without any movement, like a foam, stood silently on the ground. Although it looks only 3/5 the height of the red and gold armor beside him, it is even more terrifying. Immediately someone shot Tony and the 2 of them, and the brass bullet bounced off the armor, which didn't have any effect at all. Mark III stepped forward and punched the nearest soldier with a gun. He flew 7 or 8 meters away, flew to the side and fell off the wall on the 2nd floor, and died directly. 3 consecutive pulse cannons in the palm of the hand took away the 3 shooters around. Turned around and pointed his hands at the soldiers in front of the truck who were binding women and children. But all the 5 people used the hostages in their arms as shields, preventing Tony from using the palm pulse cannon to attack. The energy light in his hand slowly extinguished, but Jarvis directly locked the heads of the 5 robbers on the screen. 2 rows of small automatic machine guns suddenly appeared on both shoulders. 12 rounds of small bullets were fired out, guaranteed that each person would taste 2 rounds, a fatal blow. The machine gun was retracted, but the movement directly caused the tied women and children to take a step back, with deep fear in their eyes. They didn't react until the child rushed out and hugged his father and knelt down in fear. Tony didn't forget the beard he saw. Jarvis turned on the scanning system and judged that the beard was hiding behind the wall and was about to make a call. Tony punched through the wall and directly dragged him out. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com threw him into the crowd. "He is yours now. Mr. Stark, don't you want to kill him yourself?" Leo asked, watching the whole process. "I think I killed him and made him so happy." "All right, then I will go to the other side, you continue, then I will find you." Leo and Tony are separated. He believes that Tony, after all, also has the protagonist's halo protection. There should be no accidents. There are still fierce fights around. No, it should be a massacre. This small square is just the tip of the iceberg. Leo came to another location, watching the freedom fighters still slaughtering the unresistible civilians, and his heart surged with anger. Walked over, and the 3 fighters were shooting at the refugees. The guns in their hands were 1 card, the trigger turned into a finger knife, and the fingers were directly divided into 2. The guns were also thrown on the ground, but they floated up again, and the guns were aimed at themselves. Dozens of bullets exploded and shot out, smashing them one by one into flesh and blood sieve. More and more people discovered this strange silver figure, and their guns were aimed at this side. Hundreds of barrage consisting of more than a dozen guns were all set 3 meters away from Leo. In the next instant, they all reflected back, directly hitting their foreheads, and their heads were lost. Leo was really merciless towards them, got up and flew, passing by at low altitude, like a harvester. Where passed by, all gunmen died instantly. Whoever lets them hold metal guns in their hands, with one thought, the fragments of the guns can penetrate their heads. If Leo's spirit hadn't been only 19 points, I must have cut the grass a bit faster. Chapter 43, Encounter Fighter. Tony's side, because the Mark III is not equipped with many weapons, the soldiers are not clear, and they flew directly to their weapons arsenal. The main purpose is to destroy these weapons from Stark Industries. Jarvis even retrieved the existence of 12 Jericho missiles in that small town. Just flew high, and before he could accelerate, there was a sudden violent explosion on his chest. The huge power directly shot down the Mark III, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. 70 meters away, the gun barrel of a tank was emitting a faint blue smoke. Just now a 1400 m/s speed tank shell hit the Mark III. 5 seconds later, a steel arm propped up, and Mark III stood up again. However, there were many shrapnel scratches on the chest, arms, and armor on the mask, and a lot of paint was rubbed off. Tony faced the tank not far away. Under Jarvis's scan, he found that another shell was loaded, controlling the Mark III slightly to one side, and a shell grazing from his chest. Stark also raised his right hand, and raised a miniature missile on his forearm and launched it. With a light ding, the missile was mounted on the body of the tank, but there was no movement. Waiting for Tony to turn around and prepare to leave. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and a 60-ton tank turned into a huge fireball, and the body wreckage was flying in all directions. Continued to walk to the place where the weapons were stored, and there were more than a dozen soldiers with guns shooting wildly at Tony. Tony looked at the Jericho missiles, the Mark III directly lifted into the air, mid-air, using the palm pulse cannon of both hands to hit the Jericho missile on the ground with all his strength. Caused a violent explosion, and detonated all the surrounding weapons, but in just 2 seconds, in this small building group full of weapons and ammunition, it caused a big explosion, creating a huge fire with a radius of more than 1,000 meters. And Tony also soared into the sky from the explosion of the sea of fire. Just like in Afghanistan, the past reappears. On the other side, the bald boss was driving with the convoy a few kilometers away, but he saw that his weaponry was suddenly blown up. At the same time, he also saw that little flying figure, which reminded him of his fear a few months ago. Leo is continuing to patrol, and nearly 70 people have been killed. Now, there are no gunshots in all the surrounding areas, and Leo seems to smell fear. Hearing the explosion sound a few kilometers away, and the flames soaring to the sky, he didn't stop for more, chasing the figure in the sky. But it caused such a big movement here, and it has been targeted by military satellites. Edward Air Force Base has been staring at the satellite display of the small town of Gemira, marking a fast-flying object in red, and the explosion has caused quite a stir here. There is a UFO. Not the Air Force. Have you contacted the CIA? A soldier returned. I got in touch with them, and they are about to ask if it's us. Sir, that is definitely not our plane. Several other soldiers who contacted also reported, not the Navy nor the Marine Corps. I need the answer. Can I see the target? The colonel asked angrily. No, I cannot confirm my identity. Call Colonel Rod from the Weapon Development Department right away, the officer said. Leo quickly caught up with Mark III and flew side by side. Mr. Stark, it seems not easy. Leo looked at the scratches on Mark III, looking a little miserable. I was hit by a tank, Leo. Is your mouth made by God? Tony said angrily. What do you think, Mark III? There are still many areas that need to be improved. Take your time, but we still have to solve the problems of Stark Industries. Tony is now wholeheartedly concerned about his own weapons. 20 minutes later. Leo, don't you want a reactor? Yeah, Mr. Stark, are you going to send me one? Leo was a little surprised. You know how much Tony attaches importance to the reactor. You can give it to you, although you don't know what you are going to do, but there are preconditions. You can't bring out the room and you can't reveal any technology inside. If you are useless, you must return it to me immediately. Tony also said seriously, the arc reactor is related to too many things, and if it accidentally leaks out, the influence can be no less than a nuclear bomb. Of course, I'm just curious if it will help me. Leo, you said you can predict the future, then tell me, Can we get home smoothly? Tony was also relieved and joked. If your good friend Rod did not call, I think it should go well. Just after Leo finished speaking, Tony's phone reminder appeared on Tony's panel. What's the situation? Leo, Rod called. Hello. Tony. Rod's puzzled voice came from the other end. Leo also became a little serious. Although Tony hadn't heard from him yet, he had already sensed that 2 fighter jets were approaching them quickly, and they were not kind. Tony is still sloppy with Rod. Tony, are you sure you don't hide any high-tech weapons here? No. That's good, I'm staring at 2 UFOs, and we plan to blow them back to my hometown. 2 Condor fighter jets descended from an altitude of 6,000 meters to the same height as the Mark III, closely following behind. Tony still doesn't want to tell Rhodes the news. After hanging up. Reading www.uugonshu.com. Leo, there are 2 fighters behind, can you resist it? Yes, there is no problem. Leo was also a little timid, but it was only the first time he reacted to this situation. Anyway, there should be no problem running away. Tony turned around and flew to the left, while Leo turned to the right, and the 2 separated. The 2 fighters behind him naturally followed each other and separated. Command room, this is Shishin Whip number 1, number 2, I see them, they are separated. Shen Whip 1, what is that? Rod asked nervously. I do not know. Can I get a radio contact? There was no response to the sir. Then you can attack. Another colonel on the side said directly. Tony and Leo both noticed their attacking trend and accelerated at the same time, directly breaking through the sound barrier. But for fighters, it's normal for a fighter to break through 1 Mach speed, so keep up. 2 fighters fired a missile at the same time, and the flamejet missile directly broke through twice the speed of sound, biting the 2 in front tightly. Leo felt the flying missile, but couldn't help but smiled and arched his nose lightly. The missile behind him directly ignored the thrust of the flame, dropped straight down, and rushed over the desolate Gobi below. Continued to fly forward, regardless of the fighters behind him. Tony's side, the missile behind him quickly approached, and Jarvis reminded, the missile is coming. A jamming bomb occurred. A small disc appeared on the outside of the thighs on both sides, and dozens of tiny incendiary bombs spun out, detonating the missile in advance. Chapter 44, Out of Crisis. The huge energy of the missile explosion pushed Tony out violently, disrupting the rhythm of the flight, and panicked. The Mark III could not help but descend several hundred meters before regaining his stature. Flew up again and returned to the clouds. Shen Whip number 1 followed well trained, and started shooting with heavy machine guns on the plane. The bullets formed a whip and waved in the air. Tony made an evasive action, and still inevitably a few bullets hit him, knocking Mark III skewed. This is no way, Tony is too passive. Open the ailerons. The ailerons used for emergency braking opened, and Tony's speed was instantly reduced. With the speed of the fighter, Tony came behind the fighter. While the Magic Whip 1 decelerated, Tony accelerated again, hiding directly under the fighter's fuselage. And Leo was still flying headstrongly in front of the fighter. No matter whether the Magic Whip 2 fired a bullet or a missile, all of them did not hit the tiny silver shadow. Under Leo's control, the machine gun bullets passed a few centimeters along his side, and the missiles were all shot to the side and couldn't get close at all. But the pilot of Magic Whip 2 just thought that his bullet had missed, and he was out of luck, and the missile's self-guided system also had an error. But without a shot, the pilot has begun to doubt his life. Shenbian number 1 thought that the target had been eliminated, reported the past to the command room, and approached Shenbian number 2 to help jointly shoot down another mysterious target. Tony hiding under the plane can't hold it anymore. Whether it was the previous tank shell, the Sidewinder missile and the machine gun bullet, Tony was deeply tired and his body was already a little unwell. Rod's personal phone rang, and it was Tony Stark who called it back. Seeing the electric display, Lord, who knows Tony's temperament well, guessed something. He looked nervous and walked aside to pick it up. "Hi, Rod, it's me." "What?" "I'm sorry, it's me, the flying object you just asked about is me." "Don't make trouble, listen, this is not a game, you can't get civilian equipment into my battlefield, do you understand? That's not a device, I'm inside, that's a shell, I'm the flying object." Tony shouted nervously. The armor equipment had been damaged outside the fuselage, and even his virtual panel had begun to be a little unstable. And the two fighters have already gathered together. Now they are chasing Leo. Tony can't take care of that much. Telling his friends, Tony is also relieved. Rod could not accept it for a while, and looked at the silver figure on the screen in a daze. Tony has become smaller. The two fighters fired at Leo at the same time, and countless bullets shot at Leo. Leo, who has only 19 mental points, is still unable to control all the bullets so accurately. He has to wave his hand. All the bullets consciously avoid him, forming an abnormal blank in the barrage area. Leo even wanted to stop the fighter jet directly, but realized that Tony was still hiding under the plane, and the pilot was just an uninformed person executing the order, so he did not do so. However, Shenbian No. 2 still found the figure under Shenbian No. 1's fuselage and informed. Magic Whip No. 1 began to accelerate and spun frantically. After a few laps, Tony couldn't hold it, his hands were loosened, and the whole person flew backwards. Swiped past Leo and smashed at the Condor 2 behind him. Leo took control of Mark III and pulled it to his side together. "Mr. Stark, I think we have to speed up." Leo looked at the two fighters that were chasing after him, and his heart was crossed. The golden light on his body was brighter again. He directly increased from Mach 1 to Mach 3, which was also Leo's temporary limit speed. Threw the two fighter planes far away at once. "Catch up, relock, if you have a chance, shoot down directly," the colonel in the command room shouted. The two fighters accelerated again, biting behind them. "Colonel, we don't know what we are going to shoot. Recall the fighter." Rod stopped the colonel and said. The thing appeared in the legal no-fly zone, and no response was given. "Divine Whip No. 1, if given the opportunity, immediately shoot it down." The colonel in the command room is not ashamed of Colonel Rod from the Weapons Research and Development Department. The two fighters continued to shoot at the two of them. At the same time, the Mark III could not withstand such a high speed for a long time, and the projection screen was already very unstable. "Leo, the Mark III cannot carry such a high speed. I hope Rod will let the plane leave as soon as possible," Stark shouted. "Mr. Stark, are you going to kill two planes?" "Don't." The two fighters fired countless bullets again, wiping them by their sides. "Perhaps we can shoot down one plane to ensure the safety of the pilot, but I will only lose one plane." Leo flipped his palm, and the wings of the Magic Whip No. 1 fighter broke at the same time, bursting into flames, and the fuselage could not fly stably, began to spin, and fell rapidly. "Ejection skydiving, skydiving." The cabin opened, and a figure ejected out. The fighter slowed down, and Leo also let go of the Mark III. "Sir, a malfunction has been detected in the parachuting pilot's device." Jarvis scanned because of Tony's attention. The tail of Mark III flare up, and it rushes down quickly, following the falling figure. The command room is also in chaos. If there are casualties, it will cause great public opinion, and they will all bear heavy responsibility. Leo also rushed off. The Magic Whip 2 still dived down. www.novel.com. The atmosphere in the command room was tense, and it seemed to have judged the movement of the flying object, and prayed silently. Mark III, chasing up, opened the parachute's touch device with a punch, and the umbrella body opened successfully. The command room was also a carnival, so everyone cheered. Rod even persuaded him, and forcibly summoned Divine Whip No. 2 back. As soon as the nose lifted, Divine Whip number 1 lifted off again, preparing to return. Rod's voice came from inside Mark III, Tony, are you still listening? Hey, thank you. Oh my god, you is crazy, Rod said with a relaxed and frightened smile, you owe me a fighter, you know. But strictly speaking, I also saved one, didn't I? Tony laughed happily. Then do you want to come and see what I am studying now? No, 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 the less I know, the better, how can I deal with the media now? Just talk about drills, don't you usually fool you like this? Leo listened to the story of Tony and Rod along the way, and flew back to the seaside villa in Malibu. On Rhodes's side, the media heard the news and quickly gathered in government departments. The Air Force also immediately held a press conference. Rod still used this exercise training technique to describe the flight accident, which also explained some of the situation in the small town of Gemilla, and clarified that the US government was absolutely not involved in the explosion. Obadiah sat at home watching the live broadcast on TV, frowned, and realized that things were not simple. Contact my plane, I'm going to Gemira. Obadiah raised the phone in his hand. Chapter 45, Get the Arc Reactor. Helped me, so I have known Rod for more than 10 years and trust him. Tony is a little chattering all the way. I know, otherwise you can't find him before the development of the Mark II. Are you afraid that he will leak out? No. Tony believed Rhodes very much. Flew home, Leo just stood still, waved his hands, the silver armor on his body spread out and piled back against the wall. Hey, it's still so comfortable, it's too uncomfortable to be covered in armor. Leo moved his body and poured a glass of water to drink. Tony also stood back on the experimental control panel, and 8 robotic arms stretched out, preparing to disassemble the Mark III. But after experiencing such a terrible blow, some small parts have been damaged and twisted, making it difficult to disassemble. Ah! Oh. In addition, there were some redness, swelling and damage on his body, and Tony was not a safe person. He kept twisting his body, hoping to guide the position by himself, but he kept calling out. Jarvis was also helpless. This is a tight-fitting design, sir, the more you struggle, the more painful it will be. Take it lightly, this is the first time I have done this. Leo watched this funny scene from the sidelines, and couldn't help but smile. There was a clatter of high heels from the stairs beside. A beautiful shadow walked down, and Pepper was sorting 3 documents in his hands. Was about to open the door, looked up, where is the door? Through the door frame, he directly saw the steel figure standing on the console. Leo also suppressed his smile and watched the shocked Pepper walk over step by step. Tony, with his back to the door, is still struggling with the armor. My design should be able to take off. This must be taken off. Please don't move, sir. It was the first time I saw the formed Mark III, I believe this super cool set of steel armor will surprise anyone. But Pepper walked to Tony's side and asked in surprise and a little panic. What happened? Is that a bullet mark? Others pay attention to the scenery in front of you, I only feel sorry for the sadness behind you. Leo thought, this is Pepper's feelings for Tony. Tony was also slightly embarrassed. Although he was very happy in his heart, he was still talking. Don't make a fuss, you haven't seen it when I was even more embarrassed. Pepper's eyes were shocked, angry, and heartache. Wanted to step forward to help, but in the face of the invulnerable steel armor, Pepper couldn't start. Not to mention Pepper, even Jarvis was a little confused. The design of Mark III seemed to have some small problems. Pepper, you go up first, I'll fix it, I have something to ask you for help. After Pepper left, Tony called to Leo. Smile, why don't you come over and help me untie my armor? Leo came to Tony's face. Tony, wearing armor, was 2 meters tall. I don't know how taller than Leo was. However, facing Leo, he was so weak. Looking at Mark III in front of him, Leo closed his eyes slightly, and stretched out his finger to tap Tony slightly. Suddenly, all the parts of Mark III were forcibly unfolded, and dozens of octagonal bolts used to fix the armor were all quickly rotated and unloaded. After slackened, all the parts floated out of thin air. Then the Mark III armor was reassembled on the side, all the bolts were twisted again, the parts were fastened, and they were restored to their original state. With a soft bang, they stood on the ground. "Mr. Stark, I think that Mark IV should be upgraded, at least free to disassemble the armor." Leo smiled happily. Tony moved his body, looking at the complete Mark III on the side. A drop of cold sweat couldn't help but drip on his forehead. "Leo, fortunately, I know you first, your ability is really terrible. It seems that I really want to improve my armor." Tony looked at Mark III and said. The prototype of Mark IV has appeared in his rapidly turning mind, but in the depths of his mind, there seems to be another idea. "Mr. Stark, then I'll go back to the room first. You have a good rest. By the way, Mr. Stark, can you show me the arc reactor?" Tony also slapped his head, turned around and looked for it on the table, and found a bright reactor from a drawer. Stuffed into Leo's hands, "Don't forget the promise. I remember, you can't bring out the room, you can't reveal any technology inside. If it doesn't work, you must return it to you immediately. By the way, Mr. Stark, how many have you rebuilt?" "Just one. Why do you need so many things? The more, the greater the danger. I have one is enough." "Mr. Stark, it's the same thing. You still have to prepare for everything. Once your chest is removed, there is an emergency, right?" Tony smiled, not caring. Leo also reluctantly walked upstairs and returned to his room. Tony Stark is still an arrogant narcissist, and may be slightly better in front of Leo, but he will not listen to Leo's every word. www.novel.com in his heart regarding the matter. Even if Leo possesses magical predictive ability, Tony only believes in himself, just as he does not want to know more about the future. Leo looked at the 2 tons of gold titanium alloy in the room, the arc reactor in his hand, and a large box of high-calorie food that had been prepared on the bed. Faced the inexplicable panel in his mind, and started to eat. Control point, 99. Power 19, Defense 19, Speed 19, Spirit 19. Skills, D-level metal control and C-level physical enhancement. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper Skin, 100%. Steel Bar, 99%. Iron Bone, 0%. Derivative Technique, Destroying Golden Eyes. Don't be fooled by any abilities, see through all illusions, enhance visual observation, metallize objects. Don't move the golden body, enhance great defense power, stand on the ground with both feet, you will have infinite physical strength, the body will recover faster, and will not be moved by external force. No matter how I practiced recently, I haven't made any progress, but the energy in my mind was immediately consumed, like a scoop of water poured into the dry rice field, without any effect. Leo remembered the last incident of absorbing electric energy. Although he was hurt a lot, it was undeniable that it did supplement energy. So Leo obeyed instinct and asked for this reactor from Tony's hands. Looking at the bright and glowing little reactor in his hand, I was also full of expectations. Obadiah had arrived at Gemira and contacted the boss of the freedom fighter, the bald man. 2 bald heads stood face to face, but the boss laughed. Chapter 46, Obadiah and Number 039, S Armor. Obadiah also met with the freedom fighter boss for the first time after the incident. At first glance, he paid attention to the burned half of his head. "This is a meeting gift from Tony Stark. If you kill him earlier, you won't lose face," Obadiah said calmly, still not forgetting his faint smile. "Everybody has a price, you don't have enough money." Obadiah no longer wanted to continue to wrestle with him, his smile disappeared. "Show me the weapon." "You come in, the bodyguard stays outside." the bald boss said. Obadiah waved his hand, and 7 or 8 bodyguards in black stood quietly behind him, seemingly very obedient. The first time he entered the tent, he saw Mark I, which had been put together under the light, standing in the center of the tent. Obadiah walked over and carefully observed the Mark I that Tony had built in 2 months. The bald boss continued, meaning that he tried to exchange Mark I and drawings for a group of steel soldiers. Obadiah couldn't help but sneered, and put his left hand on his shoulder, gently pushing his fingers. A small sonic paralysis device opened, and countless special wavelengths impacted the nerve center in his head. Countless black blood vessels appeared on the side of the bald boss's brain. He couldn't move his body, even his eyes couldn't blink, only his breathing continued barely. Technology will always be your Achilles heel. Obadiah took 2 floodlight small cracked headphones from his ears. The bald boss has bloodshot eyes, but his pupils can still move slightly, looking at the smiling Obadiah in anger and fear. Don't worry, it's only 15 minutes. If there is a big trouble, you can worry about it slowly. Strode out of the tent. At this moment, the 7 or 8 bodyguards of Obadiah outside had forced a dozen soldiers with guns to kneel together. This is the crushing of technological equipment. Take away the iron armor inside. All right, let's clear the scene. Countless gunshots rang out, directly killing all the remaining kneeling soldiers. Obadiah didn't care about the life and death of these soldiers. He sat back in the car and called his confidant directly. Build the 16th area under the arc oscillating reactor, proceed in secret, get the best engineers, and immediately build a prototype for me. That night, Leo finished eating a whole box of snacks, holding the caution arc reactor in his hand, and 2 huge metal plates surrounded him. Sitting on the ground, countless golden light appeared from the surrounding gold titanium alloy, and the brilliant golden dots melted into Leo's body, constantly strengthening Leo's meridians, and there are those roots lurking in the body. Golden silk thread in. The silk thread gradually became more and more solid, and at the same time, from the main trunk, it seemed to be expanding outward, extending the silk pattern, forming a strange scene. The energy in my mind is also consumed quickly. In the face of such high-quality metal, the energy brought by food in my brain is also consumed quickly. In just 1 hour, 1/3 of the 1 ton of gold titanium alloy has been consumed. But the mental energy that can be practiced for 6 hours in the face of ordinary alloys has already been consumed. It is reasonable that Leo should stop and continue practicing at this time. After all, to continue is an act that the body instinct resists. He looked at the reactor and concentrated his thoughts on the reactor. The originally calm arc reactor also started to get brighter and brighter, and the energy in it began to agitate a bit, leaking powerful electricity to the outside through the contacts below. The exposed electric light passed through Leo's arm and was directly pulled in by a strong suction force. In his mind, a light blue energy poured in. Unlike the light gray energy of food, the energy level of this energy seems to be higher, and the speed used for cultivation is also faster. The gold titanium alloy around him began to change rapidly, and the golden light dots surged into Leo's body. This time, the golden light not only strengthens the meridians, but also the flesh, skin, internal organs, and even a little golden light penetrates into the bones. Leo closed his eyes, and the smile on his face was getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, the current flowing from the reactor had covered his arms, burned his sleeves into ashes, but the arm under the electric light was still white with a hint of golden light. Time passed bit by bit, and the barrier in front of Leo became thinner and thinner. It's almost. Leo's expression is getting more and more excited, as if he is about to step into a new world. But the light of the reactor in his hand gradually weakened, and the 2 still shining electric currents also decreased, and they withdrew from both arms a little bit. Until completely disappeared, there was no light in the arc reactor. Leo also opened his eyes immediately, looking helplessly at the exhausted reactor in his hand, and put it aside. It's a little bit close. If there is another reactor, I think it will succeed. There is still no change in the attribute panel, but I can feel that my body is much stronger than before, and even my eyes and ears are clearer. It seems that my mental power has also increased a lot. Looking at those 19-point attributes that have not changed, reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Leo also realized that 19 to 20 is no longer a point, it may be two different realms. Seeing a ray of sunshine outside the window, Leo also laughed and lay down on the bed. It seems that I haven't had a good sleep for a long time. The flicked gently, and the broken metal scattered around gathered into small squares and piled aside. And there were 25 kilograms of intact gold titanium alloy left, and flew over the room. Looking at this small lump of high-grade metal, it slowly changed. After a while, it became the appearance of Mark III, another became Captain America, and after a while, it became a little spider. Seeing this extremely strong piece of metal constantly changing like a ball of mercury, Leo also suddenly sat up. Should I also get a suit? Pajamas and Iron Spider-Man are completely two heroes, okay? But taking a look at his own hands, Leo lay down again. Damn, I'm so young, and people can guess when I wear clothes. Felt his stomach, I'm so hungry, I want to eat fried chicken. Obey has begun to secretly build the armor, right below the huge arc reactor in the factory. More than a dozen scientific and technical personnel in white clothes are constantly operating, and a prototype of the Iron Overlord has also appeared. Obadiah looked at the design of his armor, using the relationship of Mark I drawing. It was very similar, even the reactor hole on the chest was made exactly the same. Looking at Mark I beside him, Obadiah reached out and fumbled around the reactor hole, his eyes glowing, expecting something. Chapter 47, Tony and Number 039's Request. Leo walked out of the room, went straight to the kitchen, watched the refrigerator full of ingredients, and calmly started cooking. In less than an hour, a table full of delicious meals was made. Yes, these are Leo's mornings. Looking at the steaming steak in front of him, Leo gulped, enjoying the only pleasure of food. Although it can't fill his stomach, chewing is also fun. I ate a piece of steak and cut the next piece naturally, but after only 2 bites, Leo discovered a very serious problem. He can't eat it anymore. Leo widened his eyes and looked at his chubby belly. This was something he had never seen before. How is it possible? This is the first time Leo feels full, and also the first time he feels the fullness of his stomach. This happy and beautiful feeling from the depths of the soul made Leo squinted his eyes, lying on the sofa and touching his belly. I have been in this world for 5 years. I have never experienced this wonderful feeling. I have always been in a state of slight hunger. Even if a large amount of food enters the stomach, it will quickly turn into energy, and it will be stored in the mind to prepare for the follow-up practice, which is uncontrollable. To be honest, this feeling used to drive Leo crazy, but time will always smooth everything out. Under this kind of life-threatening activity, Leo slowly got used to this hunger pang. As a result, Leo was full today, and his instinctive pleasure made Leo lazily not want to move, and quietly spread out on the sofa. Tony walked up at this time and saw Leo in the hall. What did you do? You look like a person who shot your arm in a small alley. You won't actually touch that thing. No, I'm just full, so cool. Fat. Tony looked at the kitchen. Did you eat 1 cow? Or 2? In Stark's impression, he has never seen Leo full. Now Leo's state is terrible. Leo turned over and sat up. Mr. Stark, I think it should be the cause of the arc reactor. Now I don't have to continue to eat like crazy to replenish my energy. You can absorb electricity? Do you know how much energy this reactor has? Leo waved, his door opened, and the reactor in the room floated out and fell into Tony's hands. I have already absorbed it, maybe I need one more, Mr. Stark, hee. Leo looked at Tony with a smile. Tony hurried to the studio with the reactor in his hand. Jarvis, scan the reactor. Okay, sir, the scan is over. The palladium metal has been consumed, and the interior of the reactor has been damaged due to the overloaded operation. It needs to be readjusted to restart. Opened the reactor, a circle of palladium metal inside has been finely gelled, and a trace of unpleasant smell is emitted. Tony frowned. This reactor is enough for my Mark III to fight for 10 days. He actually ran out in one night. What did Leo do? Jarvis, prepare the materials again, make one more, oh no, 2. Okay, Mr. Stark. Tony returned to the living room, looking at Leo who was sitting at the table and continuing to eat. Leo, you should eat in the future. One of my reactors will be enough for you to eat for a year. Don't, Mr. Stark, the energy level of the food is too low, I can't practice anymore, but the reactor is strong. Leo couldn't help thinking of the light blue energy and licked his lips. Aren't you full? Why are you still eating? Do you want to experience the taste of death? Tony looked at Leo, who was still eating. It seemed that all he saw just now were fantasies. He was still the big stomach king. Leo touched his flat stomach. Don't waste food, I can still eat. Actually just now, Leo discovered that he seemed to have found the switch of the melting pot of his stomach, and he could choose whether to absorb the food in his stomach and turn it into energy. All the uncontrollable things were absorbed before, without asking Leo's opinion. Based on the principle of not wasting, Leo still cleaned all the food at the table. Of course, Tony was also full by the way and returned to the basement. It will take some time for the reactor to be manufactured. Leo went to the studio and watched Tony repairing the damage to the Mark III. At the same time, he was also studying how to better dismantle the armor. Mr. Stark, what do you think about these weapons? Someone in the company is making a ghost, and it's probably a baddie. Tony's hand movement slowed down, thinking of what a baddie said to him at the party, and now he can't accept it. So, just leave it alone, let me think about it, go out and play by yourself, and the reactor will be for you at night. Tony continued to work, ignoring Leo. Leo touched his bulging belly, and there was a trace of sleepiness in his heart, or else, go take a nap. Facing this unprecedented experience, Leo returned to the room, lay on the bed, and fell asleep with a full stomach and a beautiful smile. In the evening, Pepper came to the underground studio. Tony was still dealing with Mark III, saw Pepper, and put down his work. Hey, Pepper, are you busy now? Do something for me. I want you to go to my office, hack into the host computer, and get back all the recent shipping lists. This is a secret chip. Tony faced Pepper who had been looking at him, and handed over a USB flash drive style chip. You can get in with this. It may be in the administrative folder or in the hidden disk. In that case, you can find the one with the smallest number. With that, Tony himself went back to the workbench and explained all the possible problems. Pepper glanced at the USB flash drive in his hand and looked at Tony seriously. If I get the list back, what are you going to do? The old way, if it is a secret transaction, I will stop it, find my weapon, and then destroy it. Tony. Pepper couldn't bear to say something, and smiled bitterly, but his eyes were a little bit teary. You know I am willing to do anything for you. But if you want to mess around like last time, I can't help you. Pepper said seriously. I only need the list, not to show it to anyone, not to make money, nor to sign any contracts. The voice grew louder. Tony turned around. www.novel.com stared at Pepper with wide eyes. I have to do this, nothing more. Really? Pepper looked at Tony quietly. Then I will resign. He said these words with tears in his eyes, put the chip in his hand on the table, and turned to leave. Tony never thought that such a situation would happen. Pepper never refused his request, but this time. Looking at Pepper who turned and left, Tony changed his usual detached personality and said calmly and deeply. You have been standing on my side for so many years. You were there when I made money by destroying everywhere. Now, when I want to protect those who are suffering because of me, you are leaving me." Pepper only cared about Tony's safety and replied directly. "Tony, this will kill you, I can't push you." Tony sat down, and thought of those who had helped him in times of crisis and lost their lives, the young soldiers who stopped him in the jeep, and Ethan who saved his life in the cave. There are also refugees who lost their lives innocently because of their weapons, and countless blood appeared in front of them. Tony lowered his head and said dully, "If not for this belief, I should have died long ago." "I'm not crazy, Pepper, I just finally understand what I should do, and I know from the bottom of my heart that it's the right thing to do." Pepper saw that Tony was so deep for the first time. Tony never said what happened during his 3 months in Afghanistan. No one has experienced his life, who knows if he lived like years in those days. Chapter 48, Discovered the Secret of Obadiah. Pepper looked at Tony who was sitting on the chair helpless and lost, a trace of distress flashed in his eyes. Came over, hesitated to pick up the chip on the table, and Tony turned his head. "Do you know that you are everything to me?" Pepper left in high heels, and Tony looked at Pepper's back with a smile on his face. Early the next morning, Pepper came to Stark Industries, clutched the USB flash drive, and walked to Tony's office. But now it has become Obadiah's office. Leo stretched out and got up from the bed. "Wow, it's so comfortable, how long did I sleep?" Looking at the bright sun, Leo moved his body for a while, turned around and went to the kitchen, tasted the taste of being full, and yearned more and more for food. "By the way, made a copy and brought it to the basement, Mr. Stark, we have dinner. Do you think it is better to have a tight-fitting design or a bigger one? If you have a larger design, you can add a lot of things." Tony stood in front of Mark III, rubbing his beard. Tight-fitting design, it looks good now." "Yeah, I think so too, still a little more handsome." Tony also looked at Mark III and nodded. Turned around and started to eat breakfast. "Leo, I almost have the design of Mark IV, I want to design a movable multi-manipulator disassembly device, and strive to control the time within 1 minute. And I have to design a function that allows me to go to the toilet. I almost couldn't hold back the time when I flew so long last time." "Mr. Stark, that reactor." Leo looked at Tony expectantly. Stark pulled out 2 luminous reactors from a drawer on the side, and put them in front of Leo. "For these 2, I said that billions of dollars are available for purchase, do you believe it?" "Hey, thank you Mr. Stark." Leo took the 2 reactors in his hands and said with a smile. "But after thinking about it, I put one back." "Mr. Stark, I said it last time. If someone takes the one on your chest, you still have to keep one for spare." Tony chuckled slightly, but took the one back and put it aside. "All right, Leo, did you see something?" "Yes, I think you have a major crisis recently, but the exact time is not clear, and the source of the crisis is one of the people you trust the most." Leo looked at Tony cautiously and said. Tony also frowned. "How can someone harm me? Although Obi did hurt me that day, he shouldn't." As he said, Tony himself became unsure. "Mr. Stark, stay vigilant, I am going to continue practicing, and when I break through, I will protect you," Leo said to Stark, facing the hurdle in front of him. He couldn't wait to cross it. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I bought 2 tons of gold titanium alloy. You can use it first. Mark IV has to think about it." Tony took a bite of the sandwich and said. Leo returned to the room and looked at the bright reactor in his hand, as well as 2 tons of brand new gold titanium alloy. He was full of confidence. This time he could definitely break the limit. "Sit down cross-legged and continue to practice. The time is now 10:30 in the morning." Pepper passed through dozens of office spaces and came to the innermost office. He pushed aside gently, and there was no one inside. Pepper also sighed in relief and quietly closed the door. Some hurriedly sat in front of the computer. The computer in the screensaver state, with the tap, requires a username and password to log in. Quickly took out the chip USB flash drive given by Tony and inserted it in. A red warning word appeared on the screen, but at the same time, a panel full of complex codes also popped up, which kept flashing. Within 5 seconds, he successfully cracked the defense of the computer and entered the main interface. Pepper, according to what Tony told, found that the administrative folder did not contain any records, and he found it directly in the hidden disk. Some hidden folders appeared, click on one, and more than a dozen interfaces pop up without delay. It turned out to be the design data map of the Jericho missile. Click the next one, and a dozen designs of steel armor popped up. The style is very different from Tony's. It looks very rough and has 16 districts on it. Pepper never knew there were 16 districts. 16 districts? What do you want to do, Obadiah? Click to open the next folder, and it turned out that a video popped up, which looked very blurry. A group of masked men with guns and turbans stood behind a bound figure with a burlap sack on their heads. At the same time, there is another person reading the manuscript in his hand, not speaking English. Said, he tore off the burlap sack on the head of the tied person, revealing the miserable Tony Stark's head. Pepper couldn't believe his eyes, so he quickly typed the word translation. The picture was directly translated into English simultaneously. You didn't say that the person you killed was the famous Tony Stark. Therefore, O Padre, you have to pay a high price for your lies. Tony Stark's head has gone up. Oh my God! Pepper thought of the truth. It turned out that Tony's accident was planned by O Padre, and he wanted to kill Tony. Without hesitation, I turned off the video and copied all the folders. But just when I clicked the copy button, O Padre's voice came from outside the door. So, what do you think we should do? Abadi was pushing the door and coming in, and Pepper sat down in his seat and asked. Pepper trembled in fright. If Obadiah discovered this, he would definitely be killed. The copy progress is still moving slowly. www.novel.com. Pepper saw Obadiah walking towards the bar, and had the opportunity to force himself to calm down. I know you have troubles, Pepper. Tony, he can always make good things, right? Obadiah smelled the wine in his hand and said slowly. Pepper forced himself to laugh. At the same time, he blocked the chip with newspaper while O Padre was pouring the wine, and did not forget to switch the computer back to the screensaver mode. Abadi also walked quickly to Pepper's side, glanced at the computer that was still a screensaver, and he was relieved and sat on the computer desk. Was still shaking the wine glass in his hand. Tony is no longer the same him, right? Pepper looked at the still smiling Obadiah in horror. He lost his soul in that cave. I'm sad. Pepper swallowed, his voice trembling a little, and he said with a smile, he is a bit elusive. He has experienced too many things. I believe he will get better. Obadiah looked at the woman in front of him and exclaimed, you are really a very good woman. Tony doesn't know how lucky he is. Thank you for your compliment. Pepper got up. Took off the U-disc by holding a newspaper and hurriedly walked to the door. But Obadiah also noticed something strange. Is that today's newspaper? Would you mind showing it to me? It is good. Pepper left the office, and his steps became more and more hurried. Obadiah tossed the newspaper casually, sat back in front of the computer, opened it, and just saw the copied interface. He slapped his head. Shit. Had a murderous heart, Pepper couldn't keep it, and the news would never leak out. Chapter 49, Desperate Tony. Pepper walked out quickly at a nervous pace, afraid that Obadiah would chase him. Just ran into Agent Coulson, who had been waiting outside Stark Industries these days. Coulson saw Pepper and walked up. Miss Potts, we made an appointment. Did you forget? I didn't forget, you can do it now, come with me. Pepper was very glad that Coulson was here, and said hurriedly. Now? Yes, right now, come with me. Collison looked at Pepper like this, and instantly understood the situation, came up and walked side by side with Pepper. Go to your office, you will never forget this meeting. Pepper turned his head and glanced at Obadiah, who was standing on the second floor, and quickly said to Agent Collison. Obadiah looked at the two people who had left, turned around and came to the 16th district, pushing open the door angrily. More than a dozen scientific researchers are still studying in front of the large arc reactor. The leading scientific researcher saw O'Padre coming and greeted him. Mr. Stan, we have studied it. The task you want us to do seems a little difficult. Difficult? Obadiah frowned and looked at him. Yes, sir, the power supply technology of this iron armor has not yet appeared. Wait a minute, what do you mean by not showing up? William, the technology is here, I just want you to make it smaller. Obadiah hugged William with some excitement, and said, pointing to the reactor. Yes, sir, we tried our best, but to be honest, this can't be done. Obadiah shook him away and shouted angrily, Tony Stark made it in the cave. With a bunch of broken copper and iron. Sorry, I am not Tony Stark. William whispered. Obadiah realized that this group of people must have no way to build a reactor to function. Now there is only one way to find Tony Stark, who has complete technology on his chest. Pepper came to Coulson's temporary office and told all the recent things, including the video on the USB flash drive, and the matter of Obadiah as the mastermind. Coulson also realized the seriousness of the matter and gave feedback to the above. After all, he is only a level 6 agent now. 5 combatants were dispatched to carry out the operation to capture Obadiah and to ensure the safety of Miss Pepper. Knowing Coulson's reminder, the flustered Pepper remembered to tell Tony about it. Tony, who was eating in the living room, originally wanted to call Leo together, but thinking of the last time, he did not dare to disturb him. Suddenly heard the phone ringing on the sofa. It turned out that Pepper was calling. Was about to answer, but Tony felt something was wrong, and turned his head to see Obadiah approaching quietly. Obadiah saw that he had been exposed, and he was not worried about anything. He rushed up in 2 steps, the sound wave in his hand was paralyzed, and even if Tony's combat ability was stronger than Obadiah, he couldn't move. Numerous black blood streaks appeared on the side of his brain, his eyes were bloodshot, his body was stiff, he couldn't make any movements, and he couldn't even put down the phone in his hand. This kind of sonic attack even caused more damage to Tony, who had not rested for a long time. Obadiah took off the phone in Tony's hand and slowly supported Tony on the sofa. Breathe, relax, relax. Raised the paralysis device that was still open in his hand. You remember this thing, right? It's a pity that the government didn't approve production. Temporary paralysis is still very useful. Then the switch was closed. Tony's bloodshot eyes are full of disappointment, despair, and his heart is cold. Obadiah pulled Tony's head. Tony, when I ordered you to be killed, I was still worried. Took out a small piece of equipment from the box on the side and fiddled with it, hitting it on the reactor on Tony's chest. I killed the old hen of golden egg, but look. O'Padre pressed it lightly, and the reactor bounced hard, causing Tony, who was paralyzed, to grunt in pain. You should never die. With a spin, he took out the 2nd-generation palladium arc reactor from his chest, and only one wire was left connected to the inside. Because you have to lay the last golden egg. Tony looked hard at Obadiah in front of him, but Obadiah smiled grimly, only the bright arc reactor in his eyes. Do you really think the idea in your head is yours? Your father helped build the atomic bomb. If he held on to it like you, what would this world look like? Smiled and looked at Tony's desperate eyes, and pulled out the reactor with a hard pull. Obadiah took off the reactor, gestured in front of Tony's eyes, looked at the reactor and exclaimed, "Oh, it's so beautiful! Tony, this is your Destiny Symphony. It is really a masterpiece of a master. Look, it will be your legacy." Obadiah leaned on Tony's head and placed the reactor in front of him. It is the core of a new generation of weapons. With these weapons in control, we can control the entire world. Tony is dead. The uncle who has supported him for 15 years, the only relative he trusts and loves most, wants to kill him himself, and Tony doesn't want to see him anymore. I wish you could see the armor prototype I made. I don't want yours, so conservative. It's not good for you to pull Pepper in. I wanted to keep her. Tony's eyes widened, and there was a desire to give up in his heart. A baddie wants to kill Pepper? No, Pepper can't do anything. Obadiah left in peace. The time he opened the paralysis device was twice as long as normal, enough to cause harm to the human body. What's more, Tony still needs a reactor in his chest to absorb the iron pieces. If it is not absorbed for too long, the pieces will flow further along the blood. Leo's arms flashed with lightning, and the huge energy in the reactor was being crazily absorbed by Leo, matching the 2 gold titanium alloy plates around him. Countless golden lights poured into the body, and Leo's foot had already crossed over. A powerful force is pouring out from Leo's body little by little. Guided by the golden light from the outside world, the energy begins to gradually converge on Leo's shoulder blades. The gold thread on the body also trembled slightly, and the pattern on the chest gradually spread, extending more small patterns, and even tending to split. The golden light floated on the surface of Leo's body and lifted him into the midair of the room. Just as Leo was wondering, the pain also came out. Reading www.yunsha.com started from the center of the spine and went deep into the bone marrow. Leo can't think of anything now, only the word pain. The spine seemed to be pulled out, Leo's muscles were tightly stretched, and even the muscle fibers could be seen clearly. The next moment it was as if a sledgehammer was smashing the vertebrae. His face was red, and he seemed to be bleeding, and his violent eyes could not see a trace of the whites of his eyes. They were soaked with blood, and the teeth rang as if they would shatter in the next moment. The slender fingers also became distorted and distorted. The blue veins bulged all over the arm, and the stiff knuckles of the knuckles had protrusions, like a stone, which broke when they broke. The severe pain from the ribs made Leo want to take it out and throw it away. It seems that there is pain in the hair that can come, and it keeps impacting every corner of Leo's body. At the same time, there is a power to protect Leo's brain, not to let Leo pass out, but it makes his brain boil, as if it will explode in the next second. I don't know that after a long time, Leo's body floating in the air finally began to slowly descend, lying gently on the ground. Tony's numbing effect has not disappeared, but Tony struggled with a pale and bloodless face. He crashed into the elevator half walking and half climbing. His head hit the elevator wall, and he couldn't control his movements. In just a few tens of meters, Tony's clothes were already wet with sweat. I saw the drawer 20 meters away, in which there was a brand new reactor for Leo. That was Tony's hope. Wanted to speed up the pace, but fell down suddenly, but didn't even have the strength to stand up again, and crawled over with a bruised face. Chapter 50, Iron Overlord appears. Rod received a call from Pepper. What do you mean by hiring someone to kill Tony? Well, where is Tony now? Pepper replied, I don't know. He didn't answer the call. Please go to his house to confirm the situation. Pepper took Carlson and 5 agents to the hidden 16th district, preparing to capture Obadiah. Rod hung up the phone, his expression became tense, and when he stepped on the accelerator, he drove to Tony's house regardless of speeding. Tony struggled to climb to the table, pulled the toolbox on the side stiffly with his hands and feet, and placed it under him, hoping to raise his body. Tried to open the drawer with his last bit of strength, but slipped his finger and did not pull it away. Struggled twice and opened the edge of the drawer, but couldn't get up and take out the reactor. With weak hands and feet, he lay on the ground, his eyes blank. Tony didn't give up, just wanted to accumulate strength one last time. The manipulator on the side of moved, stretched its claws in, gently clipped the bright reactor out, and handed it to Tony. Stark looked at Xiao Dai's manipulator, which he had always disliked before, panting, but Xiao Dai moved still because of unknown reasons. Good boy. Obadiah had returned to the 16th area with the reactor at this moment, standing in front of his iron overlord. Connected the glowing reactor in his hand to the retainer in his chest, and smiled at the activated iron overlord. Collison and others also came to the factory area, and Pepper used his ID card to easily enter the gate. Found the gate painted with the words 16 districts, swiping the ID card twice, but did not open it. My card can't open the door, Pepper said anxiously. Collison stopped, took out a round table device not much bigger than a button from his pocket, and stuck it to the door lock. You better take a few steps back, Collison said calmly. Pepper quickly hid behind, with his back to the door. There was a slight explosion, special penetrating explosive force, and the lock of the door was instantly blown up. The Opadri inside also heard the movement at the door, his eyes twitched, and the program was imported, ready to go forward and put on. Rod has come to Tony's house, he has the permission to enter and exit, and shouted, Tony? Tony! The first idea was to go to the underground studio, this is where Tony stays the longest. Saw the figure lying motionless at the table, stepped forward and hurried up to wake up Tony, who was already wearing the reactor. Tony, whose face was still extremely pale, grabbed Rod, and the first sentence he asked. Where is Pepper? She's okay. There are 5 agents with her. They are going to arrest Obadiah. Tony calmly recalled what Abadi had said before him, and said angrily. 5 people are definitely not enough. Pulled Rod to stand up hard, came to the experiment board, and put on Mark III directly. After only 3 minutes, the Mark III has been completely put on. The cool red gold appearance and the full sense of technology can be said to directly hit the man's longing. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Rod exclaimed enviously, forgetting Tony's tragic situation just now. Let us go. Tony just wanted to hurry to Pepper's side, kick the sports car away, and stand under the big hole that he smashed through last time. Do you want me to do something? The mask was buttoned down, and a metallic voice came out. Clear the sky, then wake up the guy in the 2nd floor room, let him come as soon as possible. After finished speaking, strong flames spurted from his hands and feet, rising into the sky. Rod saw Tony's handsome departure, and said in awe and envious, damn. Turned his head and saw a pure silver Mark II, with no facilities in his chest. Looking at this suit, he swallowed. I'll pass you through next time, baby. Turned around and walked upstairs, still wondering, is there anyone else in Tony's house? Opened a few rooms, all empty, and then opened a door. Saw Leo, who was bare to the top, was in a coma next to the bed. There were broken metal blocks all around, and the faint moonlight came in and looked terrifying. This is the kid from last time. Did Tony mean him? Rod was also a little uncertain. Stepped forward and helped Leo up, looking at Leo who was still not awake. Hearing his heartbeat, it was strong and powerful. Breathe. There is no problem. Rod was surprised, and slapped Leo on the thigh. Snapped. Rod's brows clenched, and his right hand trembled a little. It's so hard, is it a rock? Leo finally felt a movement, and his eyes moved. Opened fiercely, and the black pupils instantly enlarged a bit. Leo trembled all over, only to realize that everything was over. The whole man relaxed, lying freely on the ground, looking at the pattern on the ceiling with his eyes blankly, a little demented. Rod looked at the child in front of him, as if stupid. Slowed down for a while, then slowly got up. This is really painful. Leo raised his head and shouted loudly. Tony asked me to go up to the 2nd floor to find someone. It should be you. He wants you to get to Stark Industries as soon as possible. Rod looked at the somewhat silly boy uncertainly. Leo finally reacted, what happened to Mr. Stark? A baddie wants to kill Tony. Now Pepper has taken the agents to catch a baddie, and Tony has. What, is it tonight? Leo's eyes widened. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Put on a t-shirt casually and hurried out. Of course, he did not forget to take the headphones by the bed. Rod also followed. Let's go, I will drive you over quickly, although I don't know what you are good for. Leo glanced at Rod strangely. Colonel Rod, I think I should be faster than you. 2 steps quickly, walked out of the gate, a layer of golden light gushing out of his body, rising up into the sky, turning into a golden light, and disappearing into the night sky. Rod chased him out, and he rubbed his eyes when he saw Leo going to the sky just now, thinking he was wrong. Looked up at the sky, only to see the distant golden light spot, until it disappeared. What happened? Collison and several people have already arrived inside the 16th district. All 6 of them took out their pistols and watched them, but they did not see any figures. Went all the way to the deepest point and saw Mark I brought back from the desert, Collison said. It seems that you are right. He also made a suit of armor. I think it should be bigger. Pepper noticed that it was different from the drawing, and turned around and saw 2 cables still emitting sparks. Several agents did not relax their vigilance and started to patrol everywhere. Pepper also walked aside and took a look, only to find a different movement behind a row of chains. Curiously wanted to look inside, a pair of white mechanical eye sockets suddenly appeared from the dark back. S eyes rose rapidly, and at the same time there was a heavy mechanical transmission sound, and a white light glowed on his chest. Pepper screamed and hurried away. Tai Ba Wang, who was 2 meters high, chased it out with strides. Chapter 51, Nirvana Golden Wing. Leo galloped in the air, but the mask that wrapped him changed greatly. The original silk threads stretched out many small gold threads. The original mesh holes were filled with illusory gold traces, some of which obstructed Leo's vision, and naturally opened the golden eyes. Leo's mind still had the impression of despair and pain, and it would shudder in retrospect. But at the same time, he looked at his panel expectantly, wanting to see what happened. Control Point, 101. Strength 20, Defense 20, Speed 20, Spirit 20. Skill, C-level Metal Control, B-level Body and C-level Microcontrol. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper Skin, 100%. Steel Bar, 100%. Iron Bone, 3%. Derivative Technique, Destroying Golden Eyes, don't be fooled by any abilities, see through all illusions, enhance visual observation, metallize objects. Don't move the golden body, enhance great defense power, stand on the ground with both feet, you will have infinite physical strength, the body will recover faster, and will not be moved by external force. Nirvana Golden Wings, the highest speed can be blessed to 10 times the speed of sound, the gold wings are condensed into weapons, special skills. Leo's brow furrowed, his physical attributes all rose to 20, which was understandable. I also clearly felt that my physical fitness had increased a lot, and it should have reached the limit of the human body, far exceeding the 19-point attribute. But with this new ability, why can't I see the final special skill? Also, Nirvana Golden Wing? Leo looked at the golden light surrounding him, hovering in the sky, closing his eyes and feeling this special power. Most of the gold thread directly in front of it seemed to split, and it flickered and separated from the overlapping state. Part of the golden light gathered behind him, and the one in front of him was also fully expanded. Leo, who had been wrapped in a golden egg shape, spread out the huge wings that had wrapped him. 2 golden wings with a length of 2 meters, connected to the shoulder blades, gently waving. There is no feather-like thing on the wings. Instead, layers of diamonds with strange patterns are superimposed to form the whole shape, but at the same time illusory and unreal, like wings in a dream. Still in an unobstructed state, Leo shook his wings slightly, then disappeared in place, easily breaking through the speed of sound, and flying silently. The three agents guarding Pepper quickly raised their guns and aimed at the head of Iron Overlord, and fired directly. But everything was in vain. A huge palm slapped a person directly into a meatloaf, and he waved his arm away. Ordinary humans have no resistance. Obeiday chased Pepper, but his huge figure was blocked by a small door. After hitting it twice, he smashed the wall, but Pepper was nowhere to be seen. Tony, who has been flying at the limit, is not far from Stark Industries, and he does not have to worry about the lack of energy in the new reactor. Tony dialed Pepper's number on Mark III. Pepper. Tony, are you okay with Tony? I'm fine. Abadi, he is crazy. Pepper had rushed to the gate and hurriedly explained the situation to Tony. Listen, you run away. Tony confessed. He also made a suit of armor. The ground behind Pepper appeared to be cracked, raised, and broken. Obadiah directly broke through the soil and rushed out of the ground. Iron Overlord, which evolved from the Mark I wreck and design ideas, is also a military-grade alloy material. The shape is rough, the armor is thick, and a comprehensive information management system is added. But because of technical problems, it cannot be done. The operation mode can only be changed from limb and nerve synchronization to direct joystick control. However, there are a large number of external exposed hydraulic rods, air pumps and rotary design on the appearance of the Iron Bachelor, making the Iron Bachelor's power far beyond the current Mark III. The giant Iron Overlord saw Pepper, who was calling, "Where do you think you can escape? You are useless anymore." Raised a 6-barrel Gatling cannon attached to the right arm of the machine and pointed it at the panicked Pepper, and the barrel began to rotate. Tony's roar came from the sky. Stan! A steel figure appeared in the sky and rushed towards Obadiah. The next moment, Obadiah aimed his gun at Tony. Before he fired a few shots, he was directly hugged by Mark III. He flew out and broke through 2 walls. The 2 figures rolled into the traffic. Iron Bawang took the lead to stand up, and a car full of children was suddenly stopped in front of him. He directly picked it up and turned to face Tony. Obadiah shouted excitedly, "I like this armor. Let them down. They deserve to be unlucky, Tony." Iron Bawang took the car and walked forward 2 steps. Because of the hostages, Tony stopped the palm pulse cannon he was about to use, and concentrated energy to his chest. His chest was even brighter, and he shot out an arm-thin energy beam, knocking back the huge Iron Overlord. The car also fell down suddenly, and Tony carried it. The tight-fitting design of Mark III did not allow him to easily lift a car full of people like the Iron Overlord. Energy consumption increased. Tony knelt down on one knee and put the car down as smoothly as possible. www.novel.com. But the mother of the child who was driving was already frightened and stepped on the accelerator frantically. The car with the rear wheel on the ground directly pushed Tony out, and even pulled the Mark III to the bottom of the car, rubbing it against the ground violently. Tony was pressed to the bottom of the car and flew more than 10 meters away. With a push of his arm, he lifted the rear wheel of the car and let it go to the rear. Then he got rid of the embarrassment. Iron Bawang had already rushed over, and dragged a motorcycle with his hand, like waving an iron rod, and smashed Tony away. The whole road was in chaos. I don't know how many accidents occurred. Vehicles several hundred meters around stopped, and people got out and ran away screaming. The Iron Overlord directly lifted the Mark III lying on the ground. The Mark III was a big toy in front of the huge Iron Overlord. "For 30 years, I have been supporting you." Smashed Tony down, stepped on the huge iron foot. "I built the company from scratch. Never try to get in my way." Squeezed Mark III's neck with one hand and smashed it into the bus beside him. "Especially you." A medium-sized missile protruded from the left carapace, semi-automatic laser guidance, aimed at the wreckage of the car, and launched it. The missile that came out of the hatch did not hit the car, but flew straight into the sky and exploded. A golden light appeared in front of the Iron Overlord, and the golden light slowly dissipated. Leo is here. The small right hand pushed against the huge Iron Overlord through the air. The Iron Overlord was knocked out by an irresistible force, and flew back thousands of meters away. Mr. Stark, how are you doing? Chapter 52, Kill Obadiah. Mark III flew from the wreckage of the bus and floated in mid-air. Leo, take Pepper to a safe place first, I'll stop him. Leo did shoot a ton of Iron Overlord to a kilometer away with a single palm, but before it landed, huge fireworks spread out from under the Iron Overlord's feet, flying it to support. Tai Ba Wang's left arm was mounted on a 7-unit missile launching nest, which aimed at 2 people in the distance, and all 7 missiles were launched. 7 small missiles with fireworks flew over. The shoulder cannon of the Mark III also rose, and 14 rounds were fired out, detonating all the missiles on the way. Mark III also immediately dived over, far faster than the slow-flying Iron Overlord. Leo turned and flew to Pepper's side. Sister Pepper, I will take you out of here first. Pepper was only slightly surprised at Leo, who flew over, and looked anxiously at the 2 figures in the sky in the distance, very worried. Leo's eyes flashed, as if 2 people a few hundred meters away were in front of him. Sister Pepper, don't worry, although Obadiah's armor is much stronger than Mr. Stark, but the flexibility is far different. Iron Bawang does have the ability to fly, but the propulsion ports are only set on the soles of the feet and the gas injection ports extending from the outside of the feet. In addition, the Iron Bawang is more unfavorable for flying than the Mark III. It can be said that it is completely dependent on the thrust provided by powerful energy, and because there is no other device to control the attitude. Therefore, the space rocket lifts up vertically in the climb phase, and it is difficult to complete other maneuvering flight actions. If it weren't for Tony's lack of power and he was afraid that he would not be able to rise to a sufficient height and flew straight up, Obadiah would not be able to catch Mark III in the air. But now with Tony's full battery, the only weapon left by Iron Overlord is the 6-barrel Gatling cannon on his right arm. Sure enough, within a few clicks, Mark III kicked the Iron Overlord down and smashed a big hole in the ground. I have to say that although there are problems with the design direction of the Iron Overlord, it is undeniable that the hard protection ability is really strong compared with the Mark III, and in terms of firepower, it also exceeds the current Mark III. Even if he was kicked down from a high altitude, he still rushed out with nothing, and continued to grab Tony. The current situation is that Iron Overlord is an infinitely powerful and defensive High Hercules, while Mark III is more like a flexible assassin, waiting for a one-shot kill. Once caught, it may be cold. Iron Overlord also has many shortcomings. Multiple electronic components are exposed, unable to fly freely, and does not have the ability to resist icing at high altitude. Tony in the dead state only grabbed the last point. But the fully charged Tony can use the first 2 shortcomings to kill him. Obadiah didn't expect it, he only knew that Tony's pulse cannon could not break his defense. Iron Overlord is still shooting Mark III with the 6-barrel Gatling cannon. I have never liked this kind of thing, but I have to say, I like this armor very much. Tony fired a pulse cannon to knock him back a few meters, but it did not cause substantial damage, and the Iron Overlord continued to rush towards Tony. Concentrate energy and aim at those exposed hydraulic rods. Tony said to Jarvis. A large amount of energy was gathered on his chest again, and a beam of pulse cannon hit the connection part of Iron Overlord's right arm and body, destroying the exposed parts. Lost control of his right arm and dropped. A fierce flame burst out from behind Mark III, and instantly sprinted in front of the Iron Overlord, hitting his left arm joint with a full blow. Although it hit, Iron Overlord's left hand still grabbed Tony's calf and squeezed it with all his strength. Tony quickly turned around and shot him out with a shot on his chest, knocking him into the air, and Mark III's calf, the metal armor had been deformed, almost hurting Tony inside. Opadri activated the flying jet device with all his strength, and wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Thick black smoke was ejected under his feet, like a few smoke bombs. Tony raised his right hand and raised a small anti-armor missile. Although it had a range of no more than 200 meters, it was enough to hit the Iron Overlord who had just started. In less than 3 seconds, a violent explosion came from the steel armor that had just flew less than 100 meters. Even if the Iron Overlord's external hard defense measures were strong, it could not stop the missile that was enough to blow up the tank. The huge armor was torn apart and scattered all over the ground, and the Obadiah in it was no longer visible. Seeing this scene, Leo rushed over. Mark III stood still, watching the wreckage all over the floor motionless. Leo reached out and pulled all the steel wrecks over, including the parts that had flown dozens of meters away. Many of the parts showed signs of scorching, but there were also many parts that were still intact. The super high-quality metal was placed in front of Leo. Stark opened his mask, his eyes a little complicated, and he looked at the little guy in front of him. "Leo, thank you. Mr. Stark, you defeated Padre yourself. Anyway, thank you. Where is Pepper?" Tony is still thinking about Pepper's safety. www.looknovel.com. There, at a distance of about 1 kilometer, Agent Coulson is also there. He doesn't know yet. "I am coming." Leo pointed in a direction. Clang. Mark III mask closed, and took a look at the tragic surroundings. Although Stark Industries is still some distance away from the city, there are still many car accidents caused by the fighting. "I will establish the Stark Foundation, which will be responsible for all the responsibilities of this accident and compensate the injured families." Tony looked at the flaming environment and said, and didn't know if it was for Leo or himself. After Tony left, Leo looked at the fragment of Iron Overlord before him. Reached out and manipulated it, and with a grip of his right hand, it quickly turned into a metal ball. The previous self, facing metal materials such as gold titanium alloys, can be manipulated and deformed, but the speed is slow, not like ordinary metals, and can be handled at will. Broke through the limit of 99 points, and the control of metal has been greatly improved. Now facing the material that is not inferior to gold and titanium alloy, it can already be easily controlled. The golden wings of Nirvana behind stretched out from the body, unfolded, the two wings easily inserted into the metal ball in front of them, and a strange energy poured out from it. Melted into the gold wing, and saw the pattern in it gradually solidified, and the metal ball gradually squashed. Within 3 minutes, the huge metal ball is 1/10 smaller and the color is grey. With a single tap, it became fragments all over the floor. And I couldn't see any original shape. Leo turned slightly to one side, and the right wing lightly scratched the reinforced concrete wall on the side, and an obvious scratch appeared on the wall. Chapter 53, I Am Iron Man. Leo turned around and left, shaking his shoulders. Jinwing took it back and disappeared. Mark III fell in front of Pepper, the mask opened. Tony looked at Pepper and laughed. "Tony. God, how are you?" Pepper saw countless scratches on Mark III's body, as well as many bullet holes. "Yes, Pepper, I'm fine." Tony replied, looking at Pepper. Pepper stepped forward and looked up at Tony in the armor. He could still see the black bloodstain on Tony's brain that had not completely disappeared. A little excited, wanted to hug it, but suppressed it, and looked at Tony in tears. How much Tony wants to take off this armor at this time, but the current design can only take off the palm and head, and the other parts can't be taken off by himself, only with the help of a robotic arm. Agent Coulson stood over. "Mr. Stark, there are still a lot of troubles to solve tonight, I hope you can cooperate." Tony looked at Coulson, and knew that he was protecting Pepper out, and brought a few agents to help, and he didn't treat him coldly. "Pepper, set up a Stark Foundation, I think I should be responsible for this." Coulson continued with a smile and said, "Mr. Stark, we will have a dedicated person to clean up this situation. A press conference will definitely be held tomorrow. I hope Mr. Stark will deliver a speech according to our words." Pepper stepped forward and said, "Okay, thank you, I believe you. If there is a need, I think Stark Industries is willing to contribute. Collison smiled and walked to the side, reported the situation to his head, and sent someone to maintain the situation as soon as possible. Leo also came over. Sorry, Mr. Stark, I didn't expect it to be so long since I practiced. Leo, you have already reminded me, but I didn't believe you. I didn't expect Padre to kill me, but it was a surprise. Tony thought of those times when he was desperate. It was also a happy thing to be able to survive smoothly. Then what's next? Mark III closed his mask. I'm going to clean up some cars that are obstructing the road. Leo looked at Pepper. Sister Pepper, have you eaten dinner? After an hour. Tony flew back in armor, Pepper and Leo standing in front of the huge arc reactor. Mr. Stark, how is the situation outside? Leo asked. It's basically all right, but many people were injured. One of the motorcycle riders was seriously injured and was sent to the hospital for rescue. Tony took off Mark III's helmet directly. Leo, help me remove Mark III, I don't want to go back and unload it. Leo stretched out his hand to mark the number 3, but within a few seconds, the armor was completely disintegrated. And Tony also stood up, did not take 2 steps, his feet softened and fell down. Pepper held Stark's body. What happened to Tony? Looking at the sweaty vest on Tony, the big hole in the chest of the suit that Padre had forcibly removed from the reactor. Mr. Stark needs a rest. The sequelae of the sonic paralysis device is not that simple. Leo's golden eyes swept over and said. In the end, Pepper sent Tony to the hospital for a good examination. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Stark Industries, dozens of different media reporters all gathered here, looking forward to the truth that happened last night. This press conference is also being broadcast live on TV, and Rhodes is speaking on stage. The official statement regarding the Stark Industrial incident last night has been delivered to you. Witnesses claimed that it was a robot malfunction that caused the accident. Fortunately, one of Tony Stark's personal bodyguards. Leo looked at the 2 people in front of him. Pepper was putting foundation on Tony and finishing up his makeup. Tony was sitting in a chair looking at the New York Times today. The front page news on the front page was, "Who is Iron Man?" Iron Man? This name is catchy, I like it very much, but strictly speaking it is not accurate enough. It is made of gold titanium alloy. But no matter what, the name is quite vivid. Tony looked at the newspaper report about Iron Man with some joy. Collison came over and handed a few small blue notes. This is the manuscript you want to say. Okay. Tony took it hesitantly. When you were on the yacht, we made a customs document, saying that you were on Avalon Island last night, and there were 50 witnesses' testimony. Tony looked at the manuscript in his hand. I thought I would say that there are only 2 of us, Pepper and I, and we will stay on that island. Pepper tore off the adhesive tape at the corner of Tony's eye, but Tony looked at Pepper jokingly. Collison still looked at the 2 with a smile on his face. Just read each word. Tony glanced at him and frowned. Why is Stan not explained here? We have taken care of it. He was on vacation. Anyway, the accident rate of small passenger planes has been quite high. But if the robot is my bodyguard? I mean, this is a bit fake, don't you think? Tony looked at Coulson reluctantly. It's not the first time I have dealt with this kind of thing, Mr. Stark, you just have to read the statement and the matter will soon subside. Coulson said to him professionally, you have 1.5 minutes left. Preparation time. Agent Coulson. Pepper walked over and called him. I want to express my sincere thanks for everything you have done. It's just my job, let's contact me in the future. Collison, who has always been smiling, is really easy to give others a good impression. You call National Strategy. Just call SHIELD Bureau. Collison was about to leave, but he didn't forget to look back at Leo, the kid who had always been next to the target. Pepper smiled relaxedly, get ready to go on stage. Iron Man is actually quite good too, I haven't come up with such a good name myself. Tony walked over and put on the suit jacket in Pepper's hands. You are not Iron Man. I am. You are not. Forget it, whatever. Tony couldn't compete with Pepper. But when the buttons were buttoned, Tony couldn't help but said, if I were Iron Man, the girlfriend who knew my true identity would definitely be very entangled, because she worried all day that I would die and was proud of me. Turned to face Pepper, but this kind of fierce psychological struggle will only make her love me even more. Tell me what you thought about your night. At the end, the topic turned and said. Which night? You know. Pepper, who was finishing his suit, looked up at Tony. Did you say that we danced, and then ran to the roof balcony, and later, you went downstairs to get me a drink, but you left me there alone, and then asked Leo to accompany me back that time? Pepper looked at Tony jokingly. You mean that night, right? Tony looked back at Leo in surprise. Leo smiled and gave Mimi 2 thumbs up. Tony coughed a little awkwardly, and was about to go out to give a speech. Leo and Pepper are standing in the room, watching TV. Tony is reading the manuscript on stage. Sister Pepper, I am going home tomorrow, and school will start soon. Aunt Jenny should talk about me. Leo, tomorrow, in such a hurry, doesn't Tony still need your help? Pepper asked strangely. No, Mr. Stark has never needed help from others. He just needs someone to accompany him, not just cold metal, and my goal has been achieved. Mr. Stark has given me a lot of help. Leo shook his palm. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and felt the power. But suddenly there was a different voice on the TV. Is still Christine, the familiar female reporter? Sorry, Mr. Stark, you really thought we would believe that it was one of your personal bodyguards who happened to appear in armor, in fact. I know what you mean, Tony interrupted her to continue. It's okay to question the official statement. But I can't speculate or say insinuatingly that I am a superhero. I never said you were a superhero. Christine retorted immediately. Didn't you say it? Tony was taken aback. That's great, otherwise there will be some heavenly night pools. But after finishing this sentence, Tony felt a little uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart, not because of the reporter's sentence, but because of his own heart. Tony said suddenly in a daze. Obviously, I am not a hero. I have a lot of personality defects and made many mistakes. Most of you also know. Read according to the script. Rod reminded. Seeing this, Leo unconsciously took a step forward. Tony raised the manuscript in his hand and looked at the content above. Actually, the truth is. Tony stopped, and many pictures appeared in his mind. Ethan finally said, cherish life, don't let it go. The reporter said, many people say that you are making a fortune in your country. Terrorists use their weapons to kill civilians indiscriminately on TV. Tony understands his responsibilities in his heart. He will maintain world peace with a new identity. I am Iron Man. Chapter 54, Leo goes home. All the media people in front of him went crazy, all stood up, moved forward, countless flashes hit Tony's face. All the people who were paying attention to this matter were also shocked, and did not expect this answer. Including Peter Parker, who was 8 years old watching TV at home. He was deeply impressed by seeing the big, determined face on TV. Leo looked at this handsome face on TV. He started an era by himself. Pepper had anger on her face, which was a scene she didn't want to see. She doesn't want Tony to wear a steel suit to take risks. In her eyes, Tony's safety is more important. Looked at Leo on the side, and said angrily, Leo, do you know this? I know a lot. Leo stepped back again and glanced at Sister Pepper, as if he saw the shadow of little Morgan. Pepper was very angry and helpless, and hurried out to help Tony out. Leo lay down on the sofa. Break through this level, and the energy consumption is much smaller. It seems that a single reactor can last a few days. If there is no accident, the next period of time should be relatively calm. Seeing the warm sunlight outside the floor-to-ceiling window shining on him, Leo narrowed his eyes comfortably. Well, I want to eat cheeseburger. At the same moment, in a dilapidated house in Russia, an elderly man who was dyingly ill also saw this scene through the small antenna TV with a little messy screen. Tony Stark stood on the stage, wrapped in a flashlight into a unique superstar. Ivan. Weak, he called the name feebly, Ivan, cough, cough. Outside the dimly lit room, a strong man with long hair turned his head, listening to the weak voice, his eyes flashed unbearably, and he came to the bed. The old man still stared at the TV, coughed several times, and said weakly in Russian, "That should be you. Don't listen to their nonsense." The strong man replied softly, putting a medicine in the old man's mouth. "Sorry, I can only give you my knowledge, cough, cough." Ivan gently rubbed the old man's chest with his hands, hoping to relieve his pain. But within a few seconds, the old man with his eyes closed never woke up again. Ivan took a sip of vodka into his mouth, trying to calmly face this expected event. But after a sip of strong alcohol, he couldn't help crying out in grief. Glanced at Tony Stark on TV, his eyes full of killing intent. After digging through the boxes and cabinets, he found out a piece of artwork. A reactor-like figure was drawn on it, and he nailed it to the wall. On the lower right corner of the blue graphic is impressively written, Stark Industries. At night, Pepper got busy again because of a word from Tony. Leo followed Tony back to the beach house. Tony's body was checked by the hospital and it was okay. "Jarvis. Welcome home, sir." Before Tony could turn on the light, he saw a strange figure standing by the window, facing the sea. "I am Iron Man." Tony hadn't spoken yet, but from the strange figure came something that Tony had said this morning. "Do you think you are the only superhero in the world?" The man turned around. "Mr. Stark, there are many people like you, but you don't know it yet. Who are you?" Tony stretched out his hand vigilantly, trying to protect Leo behind him, but he didn't know when Leo was gone. A bald black man walked out of the darkness with a black lining and a long black trench coat, and a black eye patch on his left eye. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury only saw Tony alone, his eyes flashed with surprise, but he continued to stare at Tony and said, "I want to talk to you about the establishment of the Avengers." Leo stood outside the gate, eyes shining with golden light, looking at Nick Fury inside, his expression a little wary. Flew directly to the second floor and entered his room. Looked at the two people and spoke straightforwardly, but even if they had hearing beyond ordinary people, they couldn't hear their conversation. "I'm going to learn lip language after seeing it." Leo knew that Nick Fury had come to Tony to form the Avengers, and Tony resolutely rejected him. Nick Fury didn't stay long, because Tony now thinks he can rely on himself instead of joining the team. Nick Fury also left calmly, seemingly strategizing about everything. Leo also came down from the second floor. "Mr. Stark, what did you talk about?" "Tony is no fuss. He has been cooperating with the military and he doesn't know how many agents and leaders he has met. Tony doesn't wait to see them." "Where did you go?" "Just now, the person said that it was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and wanted me to join a team of superheroes. Incredible." But Tony brought a tablet and banged on it. "Jarvis. I'm at your service anytime, sir." "How did Nick Fury get in?" "I don't know, sir, the surveillance is blocked, and I have not observed the arrival of other people." Jarvis replied honestly. "Leo, do you know about the S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D? They are still capable of shielding Jarvis in a small area. It seems I want to upgrade Jarvis again up." Tony looked at the lines of code on the tablet without lifting his head, trying to find the loophole. Leo also sat down. S.H.I.E.L.D is the agency where Agent Coulson is located. It was originally called the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. After World War II, it was created by your father Howard Stark and Agent Carter. Action Agency. Tony heard the familiar name and put down the tablet in his hand. It was created by my father? Why didn't I hear it? Well, he never paid attention to me and would not tell me anything. Tony was very resistant to talking about his parents. Although he didn't say anything, he still couldn't accept the incident in 1991. Leo looked at Tony in front of him. Mr. Stark, I am leaving tomorrow, I think I should go home too. Tomorrow? Why, I already have ideas for Mark IV, don't you want to see it? Tony tried to use Leo's original love for the armor to keep him. After all, for this, the little friend who has been with him for more than a month is still a little bit reluctant. Leo looked at Tony in front of him and laughed. Mr. Stark, I have to go to school, or Aunt Jenny will scold me, and Mr. Stark, you will be busy next time, I will see you again when I have time. Tony glanced at Leo and showed a long-lost smile. Do you need a special plane to take you back? No, book a plane ticket for me. I think Aunt Jenny and the others will come and pick me up, but Mr. Stark, can I bring a reactor back? I will never reveal it, I promise. Stark was stunned for a moment, looking at the small reactor that caused the Iron Overlord's battle. If it leaks out, how much war will it cause? But considering Leo's ability, there should be no problem guarding the arc reactor. Okay, but it must be destroyed immediately after use. Sure, Mr. Stark, can you still give me a few tons of metal? Leo was a little embarrassed, but he really didn't have the money to buy it. Tony also responded www.novel.com at night. Pepper also came back and went to the underground studio. Leo just returned to his room to continue his practice. Pepper stood beside Tony. Leo is leaving. Yes, tomorrow's plane. Tony, Leo has special abilities, but it seems to use you a bit, I mean. I know, but I am very happy. I have the ability to help him, am I not? And this is not a use, just an equivalent exchange. Leo, very powerful, Pepper, he is more powerful than you think. Tony looked at Pepper said. To talk about Leo's abilities, only Tony who has been in contact with him the most knows part of it. The next day, Happy sent Leo to the airport and arranged for the first-class cabin of the passenger plane. The other things will be delivered home by Stark Industries. Tony also put on his armor at home. Jarvis, search for the nearest war zone, let's go there. Leo got into the first class of the plane and looked at a seat far more comfortable than economy class. With so many seats, there are only 2 people. Well, it's nice to have money. Leo can see a person sitting in front of him reading the newspaper, but he is not ready to meet strangers. Walked forward and sat down in his seat. The seat was on the right side of the man, with only one aisle in between. Took a glance, the first page of the newspaper was a photo of Tony Stark. It is estimated that today's news is all about Iron Man. Tony Stark is Iron Man, this news headline is boring. The man put down the newspaper in his hand and revealed a familiar face. Well, let's talk about some interesting things. Chapter 55, The Temptation of Nick Fury. The newspaper fell, and a bald head appeared in front of Leo, the iconic blindfold. Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Leo raised his brows and was a little surprised. Director Fury, I didn't expect you to find me here. You are mysterious, really, but I just have curiosity. The more mysterious the person, the more I like to find out. It took me a while to find your news, Leo. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair and relaxed. Leo looked around and found that on the plane that had taken off, apart from the 2 pilots, only Leo and Fury were left. All the passengers who were in the economy class have disappeared, and the plane has already flown to an altitude of 4 kilometers. In other words, in the few minutes between Leo passing by the economy class and taking off, more than 100 people quietly evacuated. Nick Fury looked at Leo, whose eyes were slightly glowing with golden light, and there was a surprise in his eyes. It has been a long time since he saw the second superpower. Leo was found completely because of Collison's report. Many people on the scene have seen a golden light appear, suspecting someone with superpowers. Leo, 11 years old, has no biological parents' background. He appeared in New York 6 years ago and was adopted by Jenny Jones and George Davis. Now he will be studying at Tree City Middle School. His grades are very good. First 3 years old. Nick looked at Leo and kept talking about his information, as if he wanted to see something. But Leo's eyes became calmer, lying relaxed on the seat. Nick Fury, a 10th level agent of SHIELD, once a member of the Roaring Commando, a genetically modified fighter of the SSS project. Do you think, is the orange cat fun? Every time Leo said a word, Fury's one-eyed eyes became more suspicious and vigilant. The degree of confidentiality of his identity information is the highest in the world, and only 2 people have the authority to read it. But the little guy in front of him said so much. Finally, Director Fury stood up and looked at Leo with deep eyes. Your ability is very strange, you can see people's past. I think you used this to get close to Stark. Leo also had some broken jars. Although Jarvis had already asked Jarvis to delete his data in advance, Fury had already dug up these bright estimates. Director Fury, don't you know? Leo smiled, you came to me first, what do you want to do? But Nick sat down relaxedly. Unexpectedly, I found such a person. I checked all the Asian couples who were born in the United States and the babies who entered the country. They didn't have your information. It was like a fake. It comes out the same. And you have stayed with our key observation object, Tony Stark. So, I just wanted to ask about your situation, but I didn't expect that you are also a superpower. Fry's surprise for Leo is getting bigger and bigger. Why do you think I will join the Avengers? Leo asked curiously. You even know this, do you want to know the meaning of the Avengers? Nick looked at Leo. The Avengers, Danvers. Leo looked at the black man in front of him, thinking that when he was young, he was also a stupid and cute character. Nick Fury's heart was full of shocking waves. This was just a thought of his own at the time. And Leo knows all this, and even more, he may also know the news of Captain Danvers. Leo opened his golden eyes and looked at Fury. He really saw the beeper that Captain Marvel gave him in his arms, but he didn't expect Nick to carry it with him. Nick Fury also saw Leo's eyes, staring at the pager on his chest, as if he could see through it. This is Nick Fury's last hole card. Originally only he knew it, but now a second person has emerged. Fury even had a murderous heart at this moment, but he felt that Leo was useful. Then do you know that I am still a martial arts master? Leo also seemed to see Fury's thoughts. Director Fury, I'm just a child. I'm only in the first year of junior high. You don't want to do anything to me. I think it is necessary to talk to Jenny. You should be able to graduate early. Mr. Leo, are you interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury still let go of his murderous intentions, but in his heart, he has mentioned Leo's security level to that of the Hulk. Snake. S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, Chief Fury, how many people know about you coming to me? I checked all your information, what's wrong? Actually, I didn't think I would contact you so early, but can I delete my information? Of course, I can also tell you 3 news that you want to know and I also know. Leo looked at Fury with some expectation. Jenny and George were his bottom line, and he didn't want the bottom line bad guys to spread to them. Fury's eyes flashed, and he touched his chin. It seems that there is a problem in our S.H.I.E.L.D., isn't it? Leo thought about the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, which had basically been eaten by Hydra and would be dissolved in a few years, and felt a little distressed for Director Fury. Okay, I promise you. What are your abilities? Nick Fury said suddenly. I'm fucking, you're so pitiful. Leo never thought that he was so shameless that he would ask this. I don't know, I haven't finished the development yet, but now I can see important moments for some people, and I can still fly." Leo thought for a while and said, "These news have actually been guessed by Fury a long time ago, and used this to test the bottom line of Leo's answer, which has already touched the bottom line. Who do you think will be in the Avengers?" Leo looked at Fury speechlessly. Now Fury has always been in a trial mode. He hasn't really believed Leo's words, and he is skeptical of Leo's answer. Is also testing his abilities now. "Uncertain, I don't know what your decision will change in the future, but what I know is Captain America and Iron Man." Leo was a little angry and wanted to see Fury's last question. www.novel.com. Nick Fury's mind turned. "I keep the last question, Leo. Would you like to be an advisor to the Avengers?" The Avengers gather the most outstanding people in the world to form an emergency team. When encountering a global emergency crisis, the Avengers are sent to defend the Earth. It is not an organization under SHIELD, how about it? "I think about it, I hope you can fulfill your promise." Leo ignored Nick Fury, and recalled the plot of the previous life in his mind. Until the plane stopped at the airport, Nick Fury looked at Leo's leaving back and gently pressed the headset, increase the search for Captain America, and monitor Tony Stark's movements at any time. Leo walked out the gate of the airport, and Fury took a final look. Did not say anything about Leo, and will even delete Leo's information as quickly as possible. Leo, this kid who couldn't see through, became another whole card of Nick Fury. Aunt Jenny and Uncle George Yuliu, who were waiting outside the airport early, hugged each other. Uncle George said, "Leo, have you grown taller?" Aunt Jenny also looked at Leo in amazement, without complaining that Leo had not come back. "Yes, Leo, you have grown taller, you have to have it, 1 meter 3 to 5. Leo looked at the two people who cared about him happily. "Well, I have eaten a lot of good things recently, of course I have grown taller, hee." Since he was full, the fullness of his stomach allowed Leo to grow from a dwarf to the height of a normal child. Let's go home, I have brought you several gifts." Chapter 56, Iron Man Trend. Leo handed all the small gifts he brought back to Aunt Jenny and Uncle George. On the same day, I also came to Peter's house and gave him a lot of toys, as well as his own Iron Man model, which made 7-year-old Peter Parker really not like it. In the evening, Aunt Jenny had been teaching Leo. She had promised to come back once a month, but she didn't come back more than a month, so she was angry. Uncle George was also happy to see this scene, sitting on the sofa watching the ball game, holding a piece of pizza in his hand, and Jenny beating Leo on the side. Leo was always laughing, and the atmosphere was very lively. The next day, Stark Industries Express delivery came to the door, and several tons of metal no less than gold and titanium alloys were put into the garage workshop. At the same time, Harpy, who was following, also brought a small box to Leo's hand. "Leo, what Tony asked me to give you personally seems to be very important. Would you like to open it and take a look?" The chubby Happy looked at the suitcase he took all the way, and he was also curious. In the garage, Leo pressed the switches on both ends of the box, and the surface of the box flicked slightly, and a square metal block appeared in it. Harpy became puzzled. "Does Tony tell me to bring you a piece of metal?" Leo, with his faintly shining eyes, saw the reactor in it through the 3-centimeter thick metal wall. The strange thing was that the reactor was not connected to the metal, and the distance between the reactor was about 1 millimeter. And this sealed metal block, the way to open it, seems to have no other way other than breaking it open violently. Happy stood aside and looked at Leo, covering his palms, and with a light touch, the metal block actually rose straight up, like a lid that was pressed together. Picked it up gently, and light shone from it, and a bright reactor lay quietly inside. Harpy looked at the little thing in shock. This was the energy core of the steel armor, which he brought to Leo, and he didn't understand it. Waiting for Harpy to leave, he sat in the car and called Tony. "Tony, did you let me bring an energy core to Leo? Did you install it wrong? Oh, did he open it in front of you?" Tony, who was flying in the air, asked, "How did he open it? Didn't you set up a touch switch on the top? As soon as he presses it, the lid rises." "Happy, you come back first, that's what I gave to Leo." Hung up the phone, and Tony, who was covered with scratches on Mark III, returned to his home, touch the switch. The lid? Seeing that Leo's control is getting stronger and stronger, Jarvis helped to disassemble the Mark III and take it for maintenance. Tony also sat in front of the computer and couldn't wait to design it. The label at the bottom right corner of the drawing reads, Mark IV. Leo looked at the metal lid in his hand. "I couldn't do such a delicate operation before. It seems that the microscopic operation has given me a lot of control." Looking at the small arc reactor, Leo also laughed. "If I absorb the home power supply, the whole street will be out of power, and the wires cannot withstand such a huge current impact. Therefore, the Palladium Arc Mark II reactor will be Leo's best energy source at present. With plenty of high-quality metals, Leo's cultivation speed will not drop much." In the following days, Tony Stark often appeared on the front page news or cover of newspapers or magazines. The red and gold steel figure is often seen in the sky over the United States. Mark III went to a certain battlefield and destroyed all weapons and equipment on the battlefield. For a while, the wars in some small countries really calmed down a lot. After all, they couldn't be beaten, they couldn't catch up, and they couldn't break their defenses. Tony just came over to destroy the equipment and then flew away. The weapon was scrapped before it was fired. These are all money. Iron Man often appeared in news reports. He attracted the attention of the whole world, so there was a wave of Iron Man in the United States. The handsome red gold steel jersey was featured in Time magazine's Man of the Year. A large number of Iron Man's surroundings have emerged on the market, and the iconic mask has been sold out several times. Leo stood outside the classroom watching the naive classmates in the playground wearing red and gold masks, running around there, still giving himself the sound of flying with a in his mouth. During this time, Tony Stark can be seen everywhere: television, newspapers, magazines, news reports. He has become a great hero of the United States. Countless people sing hymns to Iron Man every day, giving Tony Stark a higher position of support. Soon many small countries began to imitate steel armor. And a certain issue of Time magazine also specifically highlighted the reactor on the chest of Mark III. Many people with ulterior motives have adjusted their focus to Tony's energy core and want to reach out and grab it. But let alone the arc reactor, even a large-scale arc reactor can't be built. The technology of the arc reactor was completely in Stark's hands, and nothing was leaked. No one thought that there would be an arc reactor in Leo's hands. In the first month, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Tony would also make 2 phone calls with Leo, and send another reactor over, along with a few tons of metal. In the second month, Leo also went to find Tony once, but he missed it with Tony, who was out to save the world. In the third month, Leo came to Stark's home again, and smoothly entered the underground studio. Mark IV has been formed. Leo looked at Tony in 1 minute, using his robotic arm to wear it. "Leo, I changed the appearance on the basis of Mark III, reduced the weight, and increased the flying speed a lot. Increase the internal space and cancel most of the Mark III connection mechanism to prevent lockup after armor. I added a system for filtering and reusing body fluids, and the appearance has become more handsome, right?" Tony chattered a bit in front of Leo, introducing the improvements to the Mark IV. The mental state seems to be a little excited. "Mr. Stark, has the reactor on your chest been improved?" Leo immediately asked the key point. "Of course, this is the new Palladium Arc Mark III reactor, which can directly replace the palladium metal plate, and I also made a spare. It will never happen again." Tony waved his hand, a projection appeared directly in front of the two of them, and a brand new reactor emerged. "But it hasn't been built yet. It should be done in a few days." Tony clapped his hands lightly, and countless virtual 3-dimensional projections appeared throughout the underground studio. Jarvis upgraded again. I upgraded and improved all the systems in the entire studio. Now the entire studio can perform projection. Chapter 57, Go to Africa. But there is a three-dimensional projection of the human body structure, mixed in a dozen armor models. Tony waved his hand and took all the projections back. However, Leo still found the human body projection, with a prominent red mark on his chest. It seems that Tony has already begun to be poisoned by palladium. Leo's eyes lit up, and he saw the reactor device on Tony's chest through the Mark IV armor. There were small black stripes at the edges, but very slight. Then, I directly saw a few small metal fragments adsorbed on the chest device. Was firmly adsorbed on the metal wall, motionless. In fact, Leo can completely control the removal of the metal fragments now, but it will also cause certain injuries, and Leo cannot directly decompose the metal fragments. Walked over and knocked on mark number 4, Mr. Stark, how about I take out the metal shrapnel from your chest? Mark IV's mask opened, revealing Tony's surprised face. Tony was taken aback for a moment, and said with a smile, I'm fine, don't take it out, it won't matter anyway. I'm not talking about fragments, but about palladium poisoning. Mr. Stark, are you aware of this? Looking at Leo seriously, Tony fell silent. As mentioned earlier, Tony is still considering the issue of reactor outflow. If Iron Man loses the reactor, is Iron Man still? Do you have to use this energy supply from your chest? No, it can be powered by an external one. Like Obadi said, he made the strongest mass-produced murder weapon in history, but the core lies in him. Tony is afraid of this result, so even if he is poisoned to death, he is unwilling to install an external reactor, increasing the possibility of even a trace of the battlesuit. Although there is always one in Leo's hands, he knows that Leo's usefulness is also his trust in Leo. Now, everyone is eyeing Tony's complete suit, so the suit and the reactor must be placed separately, and compared to the suit, this piece on the chest is the focus. Tony can't tolerate this, so now he absolutely does not allow the reactor on his chest to be placed outside. At the same time, there is Tony's knowledge of himself. Tony believes that the reactor in his chest is one of his signs of becoming Iron Man and a part of Iron Man. He is afraid of losing the reactor. He is no longer Iron Man, or even a good person anymore. I'm experimenting with other elements, and just drink more chlorophyll juice. I can solve it, Leo, leave me alone. Mark IV's mask fell off. Leo, I'm going out first. I'm really busy now. Both feet spit out flames, and I don't know where to save the world. Leo was left alone in his villa studio in Malibu, but I was really relieved. Leo looked around and even saw Mark V, part of the suitcase-like armor. It seems Tony has never slackened. Recently, he has been really busy. But he didn't stay too much. The Nirvana golden wing spread out, moved lightly, turned into a streamer, and flew back. In a dilapidated small house in Russia, the lights are dim, and there is a burning furnace in it. Ivan Fanko, full of strange tattoos, picked a piece of burnt red metal from it, but it was beaten on the anvil. The only bright wall with a fluorescent lamp, covered with tape covering Tony Stark's head, torn from newspapers, torn from magazines. I can even see that some paper has been slightly yellowed, and it has been torn off for a long time. This scene is like a loyal fan of Tony, collecting all the information about him. Especially recently, there have been countless reports about Iron Man, and the torn paper has filled the entire wall. Ivan was chewing a piece of gum in his mouth and glanced at the wall. The force in his hand became a bit stronger. The whole room is full of depressive atmosphere. After arriving home, taking advantage of the holiday, watching the slower and slower progress of my cultivation, I felt a little emotional. Control point, 109. Strength 21, Defense 20, Speed 20, Spirit 20. Skill, C-level Metal Control, B-level Body and C-level Microcontrol. Strengthening, Golden Eye, 100%. Copper sheet, 100%. Steel bar, 100%. Iron bone, 38%. Derivative technique, destroying golden eyes. Don't be fooled by any abilities, see through all illusions, enhance visual observation, metallize objects. Don't move the golden body, enhance great defense power, stand on the ground with both feet, you will have infinite physical strength, the body will recover faster, and will not be moved by external force. Nirvana golden wings, the highest speed can be blessed to 10 times the speed of sound, the gold wings are condensed into weapons, special skills. 3 months have passed, the progress of the iron bones is only 38%, and the metal has already consumed 10 tons, and even the reactor has consumed the 5th one. Increase in strength a little, but the effect of this point far exceeds the effect of a little increase before the 20-point attribute. Seeing the slower and slower progress, Leo focused on Genjin in his heart. Although the story of the Panthers has not yet begun, he seems to remember where the Genjin was stolen by an insider, and was finally snatched by Ultron. Is coming. It seems to be on a ship in Africa, but the range is too big. Packed up some things, brought his own equipment, said to Uncle George www.novel.com and went straight out. Walked a few streets into a small alley, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. According to the navigation points on the mobile phone, Leo prepared to go directly from New York to Africa, looking for higher quality metal, Genjin. Starting from New York, at an average altitude of 3,000 meters above the clouds, a stream of light began to circle the Earth. Leo's speed is getting faster and faster, slowly accelerating from the speed of Mach 3, and the speed is getting faster and faster with the blessing of Nirvana Golden Wing. Mach 5, Mach 7, after about 3 minutes of acceleration, it reached a speed of 10 times Mach. In other words, Leo can reach any place on the Earth in 1 hour, and it can circle the Earth in 2 hours. And Leo, because of the protection of the Golden Wing, seemed to be non-existent in this space, he didn't even cause any sonic booms, and even penetrated through the clouds, only a small hole appeared. It seems that there is a strange wave helping to smooth the turbulence around him, making Leo's flight silent, and his small figure is hard to be detected by the satellites in the sky. Leo is about to cross the Pacific on this road, passing through the Philippines, Hong Kong, Hainan, Vietnam, Thailand, India, until reaching the African continent. Looking at the world map on the phone, he flew up sullenly. 20 minutes later, Leo Fei took a look at the clouds and found that he had just passed by Taiwan Island and came to the sky above Hong Kong. At dusk, Leo wanted to go down and take a look, but he hadn't dropped a few meters. Not far away, there were dots of electric sparks, which instantly turned into a circle, in which a figure in a yellow robe came out. Chapter 58, Ancient One Wizard. The figure in the yellow robe with the hood walked 10 meters away from Leo, and under his feet was a shiny disc. Took off his hood and revealed a clean bald head, the gentle face of the ancient wizard, looking at Leo with vigilant eyes. Gai Master, hello. Leo put his hands together and bowed slightly to Guyi. Leo maintained a respectful attitude towards this supreme mage who has been guarding the peace of this dimension. Who are you? This is the first time this question has been asked in hundreds of years. You do not know? Leo also asked, and he also had doubts in his heart, but it was true that Guyi did not carry the eye of Agamotto. My name is Leo, what is wrong with Master Guyi looking for me? Who are you? I have never seen you. You should not exist in this dimension. You will disrupt the order and bring infinite variables. There was fatigue in Guyi's eyes, but he was more alert. In the Hong Kong temple, Guyi perceives the existence of Leo, but he can't see everything about Leo with the eyes of Agamotto. But because of Leo's appearance, countless variables have been added to countless timelines, and the future will be even more unfathomable. But the ending has not changed. His endpoint is still to wait for the Doctor Strange who can't see the future. This is also a point of Guyi's doubts. Liu's existence caused Gu Yi to find doubts in his mind, who had originally thought of insight. Gu reached out his hand and slapped a palm. There were numerous cracks in the space in front of him, which shattered like a mirror. Liu's Nirvana Golden Wing moved and retreated like lightning, but the same mirror fragment appeared in the back, and he plunged in. Thinking of turning around again, but unable to get out, Liu was trapped in the mirror space. And Gu Yi also appeared opposite Liu, but he did not have any tendency to attack, facing Liu. "Gai Master, what do you mean?" Liu also raised two metal thorns from behind, ready to stab out at any time. "This is a mirror space. Although it exists, it cannot be detected. What happens is nothing to do with the real world. It can be used for training, surveillance, and sometimes it can isolate some danger." Gu Yi took 2 steps forward. "So, who are you? You did not exist in the original timeline." Liu looked at Gu Yi warily. "Mage, did you forget to say that you can't leave here without a warning?" "Yes, your speed is too fast, I can only control you in the mirror space, you are too dangerous." Gu nodded his head and looked at Liu, stretched out his hands, and countless spark lines stretched out in the air, converging into a shield, hanging in front of him. "I just want to know who you are and what is the purpose of coming to Earth. I can't even tell if you are from another dimension, although the temple did not notice your arrival. I am a human being on Earth." Liu said a bit wrongly. "But you are a variable." Gu Yi's magic can detect that Liu is telling the truth, and he relaxes his vigilance a bit. "What do you want?" "Your origin." Liu's wings were closed, and he went down frantically until he stopped 20 meters above Hong Kong and stood on the ground. Looking at the lively shopping malls around, the bustling people, the colorful signs, the snack bar not far away, and the familiar words, all these made Liu feel familiar. Gu Yi also flew not far from Liu, with the shield still floating in front of him. All the people passing by cannot see the two of them. They are still living, shopping, and playing on their own. Liu looked at the familiar Chinese characters but had some tears. The whole universe is speaking English, it's better here. Gu Yi also clearly noticed Liu's touch, and he didn't understand it. "Gu Yi Mage, can't you see it now?" Liu said in Chinese. Looking at the steaming food, such as fried noodles, wontons, sirloin noodles, peeing beef balls, roasting meat, etc. not far away, he swallowed. Gu Yi looked at Liu, who looked like a child, and put his hands down, but he still had doubts in his heart. Hundreds of years of combat experience made him feel no killing intent on Liu. Pointed his left hand at Liu with the hanging ring, causing him to step back a few steps. Liu felt insecure in front of Gu Yi. A portal appeared behind Liu, and Gu Yi's voice came over. "Liu, I want to talk to you, can I come to Taj Kama?" Liu settled down, walked over, the portal closed, Liu stood on the ground in Nepal, and everyone around was accustomed to the scene. Koichi also appeared not far from Liu. The two of them crossed hundreds of kilometers to reach the capital of Nepal, Kathmandu. Some disciples around Gu Yi bowed and saluted one after another. "Hello Master Gu Yi." Gu Yi also returned gifts one after another, without the pretense of a tutor. Koichi has always held the belief of sharing wisdom and selfless mana, and this belief affects everyone in Kamataj. Took Liu into a room. Mage Morda saw the respected Gu Yi and walked in. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com poured a cup of hot tea for the two. "Thank you, Master Mortar." "Thank you, Master Mortar." The two voices said in unison. Gu Yi is even more curious about Liu's origins. After the Master Modo left, Gu Yi stood opposite Liu and looked at Liu. In the perception of magical power, Liu was also blurred. "Mr. Liu, you seem to know a lot, but I don't know anything about you. I deliberately checked your future, but I can't see anything. Did you see the end?" "The end? It's okay, I understand." Gu paused. "About 6 years ago, there was a timeline disorder. There were tributaries of time that shouldn't have appeared, but your appearance is so abrupt. I'm not even sure if your appearance matches your soul. Gu Yi said, and walked within 5 steps of Liu. Liu was also very puzzled, because he didn't know his origin. How did I come into this world? What should I do? No one guides me, no system tells me. Liu couldn't even determine himself, who am I? Liu, who has the thinking of the previous life, has never considered this question, but he has never got the answer. Tried to get Tony to check himself, but it didn't work. And now, even Gu Yi, who has the gem of time, cannot know Liu's past. This made Liu, who had been following the trend and flow, think about this problem again. Taking advantage of Liu's efforts, Gu Yi stepped forward and hit Liu's chest with a palm. Chapter 59, Soul Out of the Body. For an instant, the whole room became quiet. A layer of golden light surged from Liu's body, blocking Gu Yi's palm 2 centimeters away. The golden body did not move the Gu Yi's attack to the outside, but Liu did not move. But Liu glanced at Gu, and the golden light on his body gradually dissipated. Just stared at Gu Yi in a daze, with anticipation in his eyes, as if he wanted Gu Yi to come again. Because at that moment, Liu could feel the huge thrust acting on his soul, but he couldn't shake himself at all. After Gu hit this palm, his originally nervous expression relaxed a lot, even with a smile on his face. Gu Yi mage, come on. Liu seemed to see that Gu Yi had no desire to attack, and he couldn't help but reminded him. So, another palm was pressed on Liu's chest. The huge soul thrust hit Liu's soul body directly, just when the soul was about to escape. A layer of golden light filled the whole body from the brain, firmly binding Liu's soul and body together. So, even without the defense of the golden body, Gu Yi's move won't work for Liu. Gu laughed, I can feel your heart and your recognition of this place. Your soul fits perfectly with your body. It is impossible for the soul of another dimension to occupy this body. It's just that your abilities are too powerful, and even the eye of Agamotto cannot condense time on you. Since you are not a life that has broken through in other dimensions, I shouldn't restrict you, Mr. Liu, you can leave. Gu drank the tea in his hand, and he had no hostility towards Liu either. Liu frowned. Although he had a good impression of Gu Yi as a wise teacher, he felt that Gu Yi was hiding something this time. Gu Yi mage, can you show me books about soul out of the body? Liu, you can't do it. You don't have the talent to learn magic. If you want to practice this spell, it will take you a lot of time. Gu Yi advised. I want to try. In the end, Liu still got the book of the soul out of his body, and even the Ancient One allowed Liu to take the book away, only to return the book within a year and not to spread it out. Liu thanked Gu Yi mage. Gu Yi mage, can you send me to the Hong Kong temple? I want to go there and see. Through the mutual portal between the temples, Liu came to the Hong Kong temple, looked back at the portal, and couldn't help but marvel at this teleportation ignoring the distance. Looking at the dark night but still brightly lit city that never sleeps, Liu shook his head, throwing all his thoughts behind him. Licked his lips, I'm going to have a big meal. 2 hours later, Liu walked out of the snack street in amazement. Carrying his little school bag, continued to find the direction, and flew silently. The stomach is full, the body is warm, but the heart is cold. There are countless foods that can make Liu forget his troubles for a while, but Liu, who has finished a bowl of wonton noodles, has no direction when he puts down the bowl and prepares to go home. In this world, there are no family members in China, but Aunt Jenny and Uncle George are waiting for him in New York. Liu in the sky turned his head and looked at these familiar and unfamiliar cities, keeping them in his heart, turning around and continuing to head towards Africa. Flew over the clouds, spread out the golden wings of Nirvana, and accelerated. Liu, who was flying fast in the air, even looked at the book in his hand leisurely. The whole book was in Sanskrit, and there were some pictures, so Leo couldn't touch his head at all. I wanted to take out my mobile phone to translate, but now the network signal is not very good, so I had to spread it out with a piece of metal to completely wrap the book. After a short while, looking at the African continent in front of him, Leo's eyes flashed with golden light. Silently, at the speed of Mach 3, he searched the coast of Africa. Facing this vast coastline, Leo took a little effort. After Leo left, Master Moda became a little curious, but he didn't ask Master Guyi. He quietly came to the library and wanted to borrow a few books to browse. I searched for the book I wanted to watch, but I happened to see an empty space in a book. This is very strange because the books in the master's library are generally not borrowed. Asked the current librarian and learned that it turned out that the book Soul Out of the Aperture was borrowed by a little mage, and it may take a long time to return it. Mordu also naturally judged that the book was lent by Leo, and it was allowed by Guyi. But this book is an extremely complicated spell. At present, no one can do it except for the ancient master. Soul Out of Aperture, also called astral projection, can separate the spiritual body from the physical body. Under this condition, the spiritual body is invisible and untouchable. Also does not require breathing, eating or sleeping, and is not affected by the laws of physics, while retaining all the meaning and thinking. But the flaw is that the physical body is weaker, and ordinary physical attacks can cause death. If the physical body dies while projecting from the astral body, the spiritual body will stay in the ghost state, which is the sheep charm. As for whether it is possible to seize houses like Charles Xavier, it is unclear. But cultivating this spell requires extremely strong control, and Mordu has tried it before, but he can only enter a meditation state and cannot escape. But, how could that kid take away such advanced spells? How could Guyi lead someone to break the rules of the library? The ancient master Guyi rarely put on the eye of Agamotto again. www.ltnovel.com and came to the library, and saw Master Morder standing in front of the bookshelf. "Good evening, Master Guyi." "Good evening, Master Guyi." The two greeted Master Guyi, and Master Guyi also replied one by one. Mordu took a step forward. "Guyi Mage, who is the kid who came today? Let him take the book Soul Out of Aperture," and left the temple. "Will the book be lost outside?" Mage Morder: "That child, I don't know, but time tells me that he is full of kindness." Guyi said ambiguously. Glanced at the time gem on his chest. "This is the answer from my own exploration. It is safe before 2016. As for after 2016, that will be another story." Leo has been orbiting for 2 full hours, circling the African continent almost half a circle along the seashore, but still no trace of Jin Jin. Looking for a huge cargo ship, Jin Mao can see the situation inside the ship clearly. Among them, I saw many weapons, oil, food, and trade ships. Leo's eyes condensed, and he saw a dozen Asian girls in the rear cabin of a cruise ship, all lying unconscious on the ground. And 2 of the girls have been held up by a strong black man and walked into the cabin. There are 7 or 8 black people and 2 white people drinking, not knowing what they are talking about. The galloping figure stopped and rushed to the boat. Just not far from the Salva wharf, a huge freighter is brightly lit and crowded, as if having a party. Chapter 60, Crow and number 039, S message. "Miller, you did a great job today. The boss will definitely reward you. Fortunately, you have a good face," a strong black man said to the white man beside him drunkenly, pouring a bottle of red wine in his mouth. "Braham, if it wasn't for you, some of them would have run away." The white miller smiled. The typical blonde and blue-eyed white face really gave him a lot of advantages in Africa, especially for these girls. The other white rice's complexion was a little ugly, and the wine glass in his hand fell. "Damn, Reginald has been there for so long, he can't help but get started. There are 17 women this time, so you can definitely make a fortune. You said it's okay to have a handsome face." As soon as Miller appeared, the girls surrounded them, saying that they believed everything, and they could bring back 3 or 4 at a time. Look at Rice, I brought one back, and I forced it back, ha ha ha. None of you trademark can't get it back, just laugh. The white Rice scolded, since Miller came, his status has been lower and lower. The black people discussed today's record, and they brought back 17 people in one day. Except for one woman who broke her leg because of a fierce resistance, the rest were ready to be sent to the dock. 9 people gathered around the table to eat and drink, but the atmosphere was very lively, looking at the door from time to time, expecting something. The door was kicked open, and a tall black man about 1 meter 9 meters tall walked out of the cabin, holding a comatose woman in one hand, and threw the 2 directly onto the sofa. FK, these 2 women are not light, you have to go by yourself. The taller breathed a rough breath. Reginald, it's been 5 hours, how are they? They are all lying down, it seems that one is dying, are you going to throw it into the sea? The tall man grabbed a piece of meat in one hand and ate it, and said indifferently. La Kasha glanced at the 2 unconscious women, and the corners of her mouth curled. None of them woke up. No fun at all, I'm going to get the antidote, and I'm carrying one, but 2 women, do you want them to die? Turned and walked towards the rear cabin. Leo also lightly landed on the top of the cabin at this time, and the broken golden eyes were always open to watch the situation inside. Several people inside the cabin have already started to take care of the 2 women. Suddenly heard the sound of huge metal deformation from the roof of the steel cabin overhead. Along with the forcibly distorted sound of metal, the edges of the broken metal were torn apart, all extending inward, forming a big hole. A small figure floated down and stepped directly on the table, standing in the center of everyone. Leo is not very proficient in lip language, but he can basically see what these scumbags do. This is the kind of person Leo hates most, and the killing intent in his heart can't be contained. Looking at their proficient appearance, it is definitely not the first time they have done this kind of work, let alone how many people have been killed. 3 of the black people quickly picked up their pistols and pointed them at Leo vigilantly. The others saw that it was just a child and laughed. A child, ha ha ha, the child has come to save mother. Rice mocked. The tall black Reginald didn't speak much, and he swung a fist with a grim face. Go and see God. The target direction is Leo's small white face, but Leo didn't wear any mask this time. The huge fist struck through the air, but was blocked by a small white hand that was completely incomparable. Grabbed his fist, twisted it hard, and the huge force directly broke his right wrist. Reginald clutched his hands and lay on the ground wailing. The other 3 blacks did not hesitate, and they were ready to shoot. Leo gently raised his right hand, and the 3 people who were about to shoot pointed their pistols at their heads. The others were all horrified when they saw this scene. Rice still wanted to continue raising his gun at Leo, but the arm was only half raised. Boom! I heard a huge gunshot from 3 shots, and the 3 black men with guns had a blood hole in their temples. The sound of a huge gunshot spread throughout the ship, and Rakasha, who was picking a woman in the back compartment with the antidote, also heard the gunshot. FK, how many times have you said that you are not allowed to play with guns near the pier? Boss Crow has warned so many times, are they looking for death? La Kasha cursed, unhappy, picked up a woman, and walked into the cabin. Rice heard the gunshot, and the hand that raised the gun couldn't help shaking. The pistol couldn't be held steady, and she flew out. Before the pistol hit the ground, it floated out of thin air and hit Rice's forehead. Leo looked around for the 6 remaining people around. Where are you going to tie those women? Said, 2 metal thorns appeared on the back, flying out through the air, directly penetrating the shoulders of one of the black men. Ah! A painful cry came out. A pistol also fell out of the man's back, and it still didn't land, but it was directly inserted into the man's mouth and forcibly blocked his shouting. Ask again, where are you going to tie these women? The other 3 pistols also found their own targets and pressed them on their foreheads. Now, Only Miller, the more handsome white man, was sitting on the sofa shivering, afraid to move. Leo walked to his side, and two metal thorns pulled out from the black man's shoulders www.novel.com and flew in front of Miller, with the blood spikes on his chest. You come and tell me what is going on. Miller looked at Leo in front of him, his eyes filled with fear, his lips opened, and he just wanted to say something. One of the black people wanted to take a dagger from his pocket and was about to assassinate Leo behind his back. Boom! A blood hole appeared on his forehead and fell down. I said, Le Keza is the boss, Le Keza is. I am only responsible for bringing these women back, and the rest is not my business. Really, this is the first time I do it, don't kill me, please. Miller couldn't bear the fear of a little bit of metal thorns coming in, and several dead people around him shouted with trembling voices. Carry on. La Casa was chased with the boss of Crow. He usually went to the city to find the women who came here to travel, and then tied them up and sold them to the boss of Crow, or sold to some people who specialized in this industry. The metal thorn on Miller's chest has penetrated half a centimeter, and he said hurriedly with more fear. I really just came here, saying that I can raise $500 for every woman. This is my second time, oh no, the fourth time, really, the fourth time. Claw. Yes, Ulysses Crow, he is the boss of this sea area. He sells a lot of weapons. There are hundreds of people under his hand. Everyone who is here must report to him. So are we. You can't kill. We. Miller looked at Leo in a trance, holding the two metal thorns on his chest with both hands and wanted to pull it out, but he couldn't shake it at all. Ulysses Crow. A familiar name, where have I heard it?